Chapter 76 Soul Tempering. This method was that only after a World Lord rank powerhouse was burned to death by the Heartfire Tribulation Flame, there was an extremely small chance of leaving behind a Soul Flame Crystal. As long as one merged with the Soul Flame Crystal, a protection would form at the soul level. With this layer of protection, one could confidently endure the scorching of the Heartfire Tribulation Flame without worrying about being burned to death by it. When Rong Kui mentioned the Soul Flame Crystal back then, I should have realized it. Since it can survive in the Heartfire Tribulation Flame, it must possess some kind of resistance, Qingyu muttered to himself. The reason Rong Kui didn't know the function of the Soul Flame Crystal was that it was collectively monopolized by large tribes to cultivate their own geniuses. I've finally found a relatively safe method of tempering. Next, I need to figure out how to get more Soul Flame Crystals. Qingyu's eyes gleamed with determination. Red Lotus Star has a diameter of nearly 1 light-year, and its surface area is astonishingly large. Countless tribes, big and small, live on it, and these tribes must have ready-made Soul Flame Crystals. Over the next 3 years, Qingyu, like a ghost, relied on Silver Stream's stealth ability and his profound understanding of spatial laws to visit the treasuries of hundreds of large indigenous tribes. He found nearly 1,000 Soul Flame Crystals in total and also collected maps of varying sizes, which were sparsely marked with locations where the Heartfire Tribulation Flame might exist. I have the Soul Flame Crystals, and I have the maps. Next, I'll go and see what the effect of this Heartfire Tribulation Flame truly is. Qingyu's heart was filled with anticipation. He piloted his spaceship to the nearest location of a blue heart tribulation flame, where a small, ethereal blue flame burned quietly. Qingyu took out a Soul Flame Crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. Cool and translucent, with what looked like mist flowing within it, and touched the mysterious power inside with his mental energy. An extremely cool and refreshing sensation, penetrating deep into his soul, instantly spread, as if an invisible, thin veil of armor had been draped over his soul. It really works. Qingyu felt the cool protection around his soul, and his confidence greatly increased. He no longer hesitated, his figure slowly descended, finally sitting cross-legged atop that blue heart tribulation flame. Buzz. An invisible yet intensely violent flame erupted, not only enveloping his body but also directly scorching his soul. The burning sensation in his body intensified, but even more terrifying was the stinging pain at the soul level. This level, I seem to be able to bear it. Qingyu was slightly stunned. It must be because I used a large amount of Chaos True Spirit and Star Marrow Jade before. My soul origin has long surpassed others at the same level. Qingyu immediately understood the reason, and his heart settled. The cool sensation emanating from the Soul Flame Crystal remained constant and was not triggered, indicating that the current scorching intensity was still within his soul's tolerance. He carefully experienced the process of his soul being tempered. It's effective. At the same time, he also noticed that this blue heart tribulation flame, with continuous scorching, its light and energy were slowly weakening at an imperceptible speed. At this rate, a blue heart tribulation flame will probably extinguish after about a year, Qingyu estimated. That's good. I'll temper my soul while comprehending the laws. Myriad tribulations, which only corresponded to the first 3 images of the Universe Chaos Tablet, was now useless to Qingyu, as he could already pass the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge, which was equivalent to comprehending the 4th image of the Chaos Tablet. However, there was still chaotic true understanding. With a 16-fold increase in law comprehension speed, Qingyu's law comprehension was still very fast. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and this blue heart tribulation flame indeed extinguished quietly as Qingyu had predicted, its energy depleted. During this period, the protective effect of the Soul Flame Crystal was never activated, which greatly satisfied Qingyu. The effect of one blue heart tribulation flame is roughly equivalent to the improvement brought by absorbing 5,000 to 6,000 universe-ranked Chaos True Spirits. Qingyu carefully sensed the changes in his soul and made an estimate. This efficiency was relatively low, but Qingyu found that this method of tempering with the Heartfire Tribulation Flame was completely different from Chaos True Spirits, and their effects could be directly superimposed. Just this point alone made it worth Qingyu's time. Accumulate little by little, and water will wear through stone. Qingyu immediately set off for the next Blue Heart Tribulation Flame location. 30 years flew by. Qingyu changed locations every year, absorbing a total of 30 blue heart tribulation flames. His soul, through continuous tempering, became increasingly crystal clear, and his comprehension was further enhanced. The most direct manifestation was that his speed in comprehending chaotic true understanding increased by another notch. Unfortunately, the effect of the blue heart tribulation flame on me is already negligible. Qingyu felt that the improvement brought by the 30th blue heart tribulation flame was almost negligible. Coincidentally, the duration of the first, world heart, he used also ended. It doesn't matter, I'll just replace it with another one. Qingyu indifferently took out a new world heart from his world ring and merged with it. He was rich and powerful, so he didn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. Next, I'll go and try the effect of the purple heart tribulation flame. The number of purple heart tribulation flames was far rarer than blue heart tribulation flames, but their effect surprised Qingyu greatly. It was 10 times that of the blue heart tribulation flame. The scorching sensation that penetrated deep into his soul also became extremely intense. Moreover, Qingyu found that his soul foundation was incredibly solid. Even the terrifying scorching of the purple heart tribulation flame still did not trigger the protective mechanism of the soul flame crystal. Another 30 years passed, and Qingyu sought out and absorbed 20 purple heart tribulation flames. The purple heart tribulation flames lasted longer, each one could last for about 3 to 5 years. These 60 years of arduous cultivation brought Qingyu's law comprehension to a whole new level. I now have full confidence in passing the 11th level of the heavenly bridge. Qingyu felt his profound understanding of space-time laws, filled with confidence. The effect brought by the increase in comprehension was truly heaven-defying. During these 60 years, he also took the time to participate in a universe-rank mystical region qualification battle. The outcome was without suspense. Among the primitive mystical region's universe-rank members, the strongest one only had the strength to pass the 8th level of the heavenly bridge, utterly vulnerable before Qingyu, not even qualifying to make him use his full power. Those veteran universe-rank geniuses could only helplessly be defeated by Qingyu, praying in their hearts that this monster would break through to the Territory Lord rank sooner and go wreak havoc among the Territory Lord rank geniuses. Both the blue heart and purple heart tribulation flames are saturated for me. Next, it's time to experience the strongest scarlet heart tribulation flame. Qingyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even the effect of the purple heart tribulation flame was so astonishing. What would the legendary scarlet heart tribulation flame be like? According to the map's guidance, scarlet heart tribulation flames were extremely rare. He only had information on 3 locations currently. It was only when Qingyu truly arrived at the first scarlet heart tribulation flame location that he understood what a cataclysmic level truly meant. In the center of a vast basin, a thick, blood-red pillar of fire connected heaven and earth, burning silently. It formed an absolute forbidden zone of life. Merely approaching it, the terrifying soul pressure made Qingyu's heart palpitate. Chapter 77, Purple Heart River. He dared not be careless in the slightest, preemptively merging 3 soul flame crystals, and preparing to merge more at any time, before cautiously approaching. But to his surprise, although the power of the scarlet heart tribulation flame was terrifying, his soul, after repeated tempering by 50 tribulation flames, had reached an unimaginable level of resilience and strength. It wasn't until the 5th year of enduring the burning of the scarlet heart tribulation flame that the protective effect of the first soul flame crystal was triggered and consumed. Once consumption began, the speed increased sharply, almost consuming 1 soul flame crystal every 10 days. Fortunately, he had collected enough in stock beforehand. 5 years later, the first scarlet heart tribulation flame extinguished. Another 20 years passed, and the remaining 2 scarlet heart tribulation flames were also absorbed by Qingyu. At this moment, Qingyu's comprehension reached an unprecedented and terrifying height. He felt his thoughts were incredibly clear, and the fundamental laws seemed to shed their last veil, presenting themselves clearly before him. In at most another 20 to 30 years, I will definitely be able to pass the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. Qingyu made a clear judgment. He did not go looking for other scarlet heart tribulation flames. Because he felt that, just like absorbing chaos true spirit, the tempering effect of the heartfire tribulation flame on the soul had also reached a limit, and further absorption would have minimal effect. But even so, Qingyu was already extremely satisfied. This nearly century of arduous cultivation on Red Lotus Star brought about comprehensive and far-reaching improvements. Finally, he spent a few days easily hunting some lava beasts, gathering the required blue yan ore, purple yan ore, and red yan ore for the mission, and then piloted his spaceship, soaring into the sky. The Red Lotus Star mission was successfully completed. Qingyu didn't even take much rest in the primitive mystical region, but directly applied for the next dangerous level mission, Purple Heart River, through the Virtual Universe Network. Beep. Please confirm acceptance of the Purple Heart River Cultivation mission. Mission accepted successfully. This mission was located in the Purple Heart Secret Realm controlled by the Great Axe Battleground. According to the mission brief, Purple Heart River was a very ancient and mysterious place, also suspended in the void, but it was not a planet but a floating giant mountain peak. Like Red Lotus Star, Purple Heart River was also completely controlled by the human race. 3 giant planets floated around it, inhabited by a large number of natives. These natives called Purple Heart River the Sacred Mountain. There was a Purple Heart Temple on Purple Heart River, and the true opportunity lay within this Purple Heart Temple. Those native powerhouses guarded this place. Although this place was controlled by the human race, the Great Axe Battleground did not prohibit the natives inside from being enemies with the geniuses. Instead, it encouraged the natives to kill the geniuses who came for trials. There were 2 objectives for the Purple Heart River mission. 1. Survive on Purple Heart River for 1 year to receive a reward of 10,000 points. 2. Enter the Purple Heart Temple and leave a name on the Purple Zenith ranking, to receive a reward of 100,000 points. This mission should be completed relatively quickly, Qingyu thought after browsing the brief. Because the mission description had clearly stated where the opportunity lay, he no longer needed to spend time searching as he did on Red Lotus Star. As for the natives guarding the Purple Heart Temple, Qingyu did not take them to heart. Although the Great Axe Battleground encouraged the natives to kill geniuses, this was essentially a trial and selection process for geniuses, not truly intending to put them in a deadly situation. Therefore, the strongest among those natives were only World Lord rank. With Qingyu's current understanding of laws, which far surpassed that of ordinary World Lords, he was fully confident in handling them even without using the cloud-caressing vine and silver stream. A day later, a black spaceship bearing the Great Axe Battleground's insignia arrived at Manor number 114 on Wuchen Continent. Your Highness Qingyu, by company order, I am here to escort you to the Purple Heart Secret Realm, a black-clad envoy with a stern aura respectfully said. Let's go, Qingyu nodded, stepping into the spaceship. The hatch closed, and the spaceship rapidly ascended, performing cosmic shuttling. Cosmic shuttling complete, now beginning dark universe travel, the black-clad envoy said. Your Highness Qingyu, the distance from the primitive mystical region to the Purple Heart Secret Realm is vast, approximately 9 months. Your Highness can cultivate on the spaceship, and I will notify you before arrival. Qingyu responded, then directly entered the cultivation room, connected his consciousness to the virtual universe, and continued to comprehend the chaotic true understanding, wasting no time. 9 months passed in a flash. Your Highness, we are about to perform cosmic shuttling, we are almost there. The spaceship vibrated slightly, returning to the original universe. Through 100% external scenery simulation, Qingyu saw a strange sight. An incredibly massive, majestic mountain peak, as if it had been suspended in the void since ancient times. The entire mountain peak appeared a deep purple, its surface covered with dense, ancient vegetation that also glowed purple. Streaks of purple light, like waterfalls, cascaded from various parts of the mountain, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. This was Purple Heart River. Your Highness Qingyu, that is Purple Heart River ahead, the black-clad envoy introduced. As per custom, the spaceship can land on any of the 3 surrounding planets, or directly on Purple Heart River. Your Highness, what do you think? Qingyu's gaze swept over the 3 planets, completely uninterested. He knew the meaning of this arrangement was that some geniuses preferred to first land on native planets, either to plunder resources, or to hone themselves through combat, or even to subdue native forces. But his goal was very clear: to go for the opportunities within the Purple Heart Temple. Land directly on Purple Heart River, Qingyu commanded without hesitation. Yes. The black-clad envoy controlled the spaceship, flying straight towards the majestic purple divine mountain, finally landing smoothly on a huge platform artificially carved out on the mountainside. The arrival of the spaceship immediately broke the tranquility on the surface of Purple Heart River, attracting the attention of some nearby native powerhouses. These natives mostly had bronze or deep purple skin, wearing simple but practical leather or metal armor, exuding a wild aura of long-term combat, with sharp and untamed eyes. Look, another spaceship has landed. What a grand display, even with a dedicated envoy accompanying them. You can tell at a glance that another, Your Highness, has arrived. HMPH, these outsiders, relying on some talent and background, really treat the sacred mountain as their trial ground. A burly man nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles like rocks and several hideous scars on his face, sneered. Perfect. I'm still a bit short on accumulated merits. If I get another, Your Highness's, head, I can apply to enter the battleground. In his hand, he held a dark purple great axe the size of a door panel, its blade still stained with unclean dark red blood, exuding a murderous aura. He scanned his equally fierce companions around him, his voice rough. This prey is mine, none of you are allowed to compete with me. Chapter 78, Purple Heart Temple. Although the surrounding natives' eyes flickered with a desire for merits upon hearing his words, they seemed quite wary of the burly man named Yan Kui, and so they suppressed their thoughts and chuckled in agreement. With Big Brother Yan Kui taking action, it will naturally be an easy catch. A team of black uniformed envoys escorted Qingyu from the spaceship. The leading envoy pointed to a nearby passage and said, Your Highness Qingyu, as long as you step into that passage, you can enter the Purple Heart River along any of the branching paths within. This also marks the start of your mission. We wish you a successful mission. The spaceship then slowly ascended and quickly departed. Only Qingyu remained on the platform. His gaze turned towards the higher reaches of the Purple Heart River. There, in the distance, a majestic ancient temple, constructed entirely from purple crystals, could be seen, appearing and disappearing amidst the swirling purple mist. Purple Heart Temple. Qingyu stepped off the landing platform and entered the passage. Instantly, he sensed a difference. The purple mist, which filled the air and formed beautiful halos, was not just mysterious to behold. Upon contact with his body, it produced an extremely subtle yet pervasive sense of erosion. These purple mists are actually a highly corrosive special energy substance. Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly. This corrosive energy was ubiquitous, constantly attempting to penetrate the body of any intruder and destroy their vitality. No wonder the first mission is to survive for a year. Just resisting this omnipresent purple mist erosion for an extended period would be a considerable burden for an ordinary universe-rank individual. At the same time, he keenly perceived that if one could withstand this erosion, and even guide some of the energy, this purple mist seemed capable of slowly refining the body, serving a strengthening purpose. However, this level of strengthening is negligible for me. Qingyu shook his head. Having undergone the baptism of malevolent energy in the ancient god ruins, his physical body had already been strengthened to an incredible degree, far surpassing others of his rank. This slow refining effect was almost negligible for him. He looked up at the towering mountain peak, where the Purple Heart Temple was faintly visible amidst the purple mist. Within the Purple Heart River, one could not use spaceships or other technological transportation tools to fly. At my speed, it will take exactly 1 year to reach the temple at the mountain top. The journey was destined not to be peaceful. The Great Axe Battlegrounds policy of encouraging natives to kill geniuses made these native geniuses extremely combative and bloodthirsty. They viewed hunting, Your Highnesses, as a shortcut to gaining merits and entering the battleground system. Qingyu had only traveled for less than a month, yet he had already encountered no fewer than 100 attacks. These natives used their familiarity with the terrain and the environment of the purple mist to launch various ambushes and encirclements. However, in the face of absolute strength, all of this was futile. He showed no mercy in his attacks, as the greed and killing intent in the natives' eyes were undisguised. In 1 month, the number of natives who died by his hand approached 1,000. The bloody slaughter finally had an effect. Qingyu's indifferent expression, flowing silver hair, and terrifying strength that could take a life with a mere flick of his hand, earned him a chilling title that spread among the natives. "He's here. Run. It's that silver-haired demon." Now, wherever he passed, as soon as his aura was sensed, those natives who were originally eager to try their luck would flee in terror, not daring to show their faces or block his path. Qingyu was happy to enjoy the peace and accelerated his journey. One day, as he was traversing an area filled with strange purple rocks, a figure like an iron tower blocked his path in the center of the road ahead. He carried the massive dark purple battle axe, a cruel and confident smile on his face, and looked down at the steadily approaching Qingyu with disdain, his voice like rolling thunder. "Hey, silver-haired kid, you finally dragged yourself here. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time." Qingyu did not stop his steps and continued forward. Seeing such disregard, Yan Kui's face twitched, and he laughed in extreme anger. "HMPH. A bit interesting, quite arrogant. However, I've already slaughtered dozens of your highnesses like you. Of course, those were all trash. Your performance seems to be slightly better than theirs." He extended his pinky finger, gesturing, utterly mocking. "I just love to see the despair and unwillingness on the faces of you high and mighty, self-righteous, your highnesses, when you are about to die by my hand. That expression is truly endlessly satisfying. Ha 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 ha." Yan Kui roared with laughter, slamming his great axe to the ground, cracking a patch of rock. "Remember my name, the one who will kill you, Yan." He menacingly announced his name, but before the word Kui could even escape his lips, Qingyu, who had seemingly been treating him as heir, finally made a move. His steps still did not falter, he merely raised his right hand seemingly casually, and with a gentle flick of his finger towards Yan Kui. The action was understated, not even stirring a breath of wind, as an imperceptible sword chi sliced through the air. Yan Kui, immersed in his self-aggrandizement and the thrill of killing, his arrogant expression instantly froze on his face. He only felt his vision suddenly blur, and an incomprehensible sensation of the world spinning hit him. The entire world seemed to madly rotate and invert before his eyes. In the instant before he completely plunged into darkness, he glimpsed, at the edge of his blurry vision, a familiar but headless, burly body on the ground below. It stood stiffly in place, the wound on its neck as smooth as a mirror, blood gushing out like a fountain. "That armor, that battle axe. That seems to be my body." And Qingyu, from beginning to end, had not paused for a single moment. A few natives in the distance, who had miraculously witnessed this scene and were now scared out of their wits, trembling like sieves, dared not even breathe. They frantically prayed that the terrifying silver-haired demon had not noticed them. In reality, Qingyu had never paid them any mind from start to finish. His goal had always been only the temple on the mountain peak. After dealing with the obstructing riff-raff, his speed did not diminish in the slightest. He transformed into a blurry silver shadow and continued to rush upwards along the purple mist-shrouded mountain path. 1 year later, Qingyu finally arrived at the summit area of the Purple Heart River. Here, the purple mist was even denser, and its corrosiveness was stronger, but it still had minimal effect on Qingyu. What greeted his eyes was a majestic purple crystal temple, standing tall. It was entirely forged from a translucent purple divine metal, its surface inscribed with countless ancient and complex secret patterns, exuding a vast, dignified, and heart-pounding aura. The temple gates were tightly shut, and the surroundings were silent, as if utterly empty. Qingyu observed for a moment, still intending to achieve his goal in the most effortless way possible. The less trouble, the better, Qingyu thought to himself. Chapter 80, Soaking in the Purple Cloud Pond. Instead, with every attack from Qingyu, they had to go all out to block him, and they were still in a frantic mess, constantly teetering on the brink of disaster. PFF'd. Dozens of breaths later, a twisted, invisible blade flashed, and the sword-wielding world lord's movements suddenly froze. He looked down in disbelief, seeing his chest pierced by the invisible blade that had appeared from nowhere. His core was instantly shattered. He opened his mouth, the crimson in his eyes rapidly dimmed, and his body fell limply downwards. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 world lords were gone. Only the one-horned world lord remained. He was now covered in wounds, his aura weak, and his eyes, as he looked at Qingyu, were filled with fear, anger, and a hint of desperate madness. Why is he so strong? Why? He was on the verge of a breakdown. The highnesses who came before, they didn't know how many they had encountered, some couldn't even reach the mountaintop, he didn't understand. Qingyu floated in the air, his silver stream battle armor shimmering with light, an endless stream of sword energy pointed at the last person, his eyes still cold, his killing intent undiminished. The one-horned world lord looked at Qingyu, who was approaching step by step, and then at the tightly shut Purple Heart Temple gate behind him and the terrified remaining guards. The strong desire to survive finally overcame his anger and unwillingness. The ferocity on his face slowly receded, replaced by a humiliated and helpless struggle. He suddenly raised his hand, his voice dry and hoarse, with an almost imperceptible tremor. Stop! Stop! Qingyu's steps did not falter, the cold light on his tribulation divine weapon became even more pressing. The one-horned world lord's facial muscles twitched, and finally, as if using all his strength, he spoke with difficulty. Respected Highness, you won. You can enter the Purple Heart Temple. As he said this, his fingers clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his palm. The humiliation and unwillingness in his heart almost consumed him. Guarding the temple was their duty and honor. But at this moment, to save his life, he had to bow to this demon, who had slaughtered so many of his companions. Qingyu's cold gaze swept over him. For an enemy of this level, whether to kill or not was entirely up to him. Since the other party was sensible, he didn't mind sparing his life. Without another word, Qingyu transformed into a silver light, streaking past the one-horned world lord and directly towards the Purple Heart Temple gate, which had slowly opened a crack. The domain lord guards didn't dare to stop him. Seeing Qingyu approach, they immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Passing through the massive temple gate, Qingyu entered the interior of the Purple Heart Temple. The space inside was far vaster than it appeared from the outside, with a high dome, permeated with an ancient and sacred aura. What surprised him slightly was that the temple was not empty. A world lord rank elder, dressed in a purple robe with a deep and restrained aura, was quietly standing not far away, seemingly having been waiting for a long time. When the elder saw Qingyu enter, there was no hostility on his face, but rather a hint of subtle scrutiny and approval. Qingyu's gaze swept over the elder, and he felt no threat, but still asked with a hint of curiosity. "You're not going to make a move?" The purple-robed elder smiled slightly at his words and shook his head. "Respected Highness, since you have successfully overcome the obstruction of the 3 temple guards with your strength, according to the rules established by the Great Axe Battleground, you have obtained the qualification to receive the Purple Cloud Pool baptism. This old man is not a guard, but the welcoming envoy of this place. So that's how it is. The Great Axe Battleground established this place, after all, to temper and select geniuses," Qingyu mused. "Respected Highness, please follow me." The purple-robed elder bowed slightly, made a gesture of invitation, and then turned and walked towards the depths of the temple. Qingyu followed closely. After passing through several wide corridors, they arrived at a massive downward extending opening in the center of the temple. A stone staircase, glowing with a purple hue, spiraled downwards along the cave wall, seemingly bottomless. The two flew into the cave, one after the other, continuously descending. The further down they went, the more pure and concentrated the surrounding purple energy became, even carrying a strange life fluctuation. After descending for about 1,000 kilometers, a colossal and magnificent gate, seemingly carved from a single piece of purple crystal, blocked their path. "Highness, beyond this gate lies the greatest opportunity of the holy mountain, the Purple Cloud Pool," the purple-robed elder said, stopping and speaking with reverence. "It is also the core of the Purple Heart River." With a push from the purple-robed elder, the massive purple crystal gate silently slid open to both sides. Immediately, an indescribable, immensely powerful energy surged forth. Qingyu felt his spirit lift, and his soul seemed to cheer with joy. The scene beyond the gate came into view, an incredibly vast underground space, and in the center of the space, a colossal purple pool, like a lake. The pool water was viscous like pulp, emitting a dreamlike purple glow and powerful energy fluctuations. This was the purple cloud pool. And beside the purple cloud pool, stood 3 massive stone tablets, each 1,000 meters tall. Next to each stone tablet were simple inscriptions. Qingyu quickly scanned them. The leftmost one was inscribed with ancient characters, the 3-star ranking. To enter the 3-star ranking, one must immerse oneself in the purple cloud pool for 9 years or more. The middle one was the heaven and earth ranking. To enter the heaven and earth ranking, one must persevere in the purple cloud pool for 16 years or more. The rightmost, and most magnificent one, was the purple zenith ranking. To enter the purple zenith ranking, one must persevere in the purple cloud pool for 25 years or more. At the same time, the purple zenith ranking also briefly described the origin of the purple cloud pool. The Purple Heart River was not an ordinary mountain, but was formed from the divine body of an ancient life form, a giant even in the universe, after its demise. And this purple cloud pool was the place formed from the heart of that giant beast. The essence of the entire Purple Heart River continuously gathered here, formed from the demise of a giant life form. Qingyu's heart was slightly shocked, but his expression remained calm. The universe is vast, full of wonders. Such a feat was indeed worthy of the great axe battleground. The purple cloud pool water can nourish the soul, and the longer one immerses, the greater the benefits. However, at the same time, the immersed person must constantly endure the impact of the residual will of that fallen giant beast. The longer the immersion, the more terrifying the will impact, until it becomes unbearable, and one is forcibly expelled by the power of the pool water. Qingyu looked at the purple cloud pool, where already over 1,000 figures were immersed. Qingyu's arrival attracted the attention of some people. A few opened their eyes, and seeing his unique attire and aura, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, but they quickly closed them again, continuing their cultivation. Qingyu no longer delayed. With a flash of his figure, he silently entered the purple cloud pool. As soon as he entered the pool water, a warm and vast energy enveloped his entire body, seeping into him in threads, nourishing his soul, a feeling of immense comfort. But at the same time, a violent, unwilling, and savage will also surged towards his consciousness like a tide. Chapter 81 Soul Transformation. In a trance, Qingyu seemed to see an indescribably massive purple beast roaring silently at the cosmic starry sky, a roar filled with unwillingness and endless rage at destruction. Too weak. Qingyu ignored it directly, steadying his mind. His powerful will, honed by the ancient god ruins, malevolent aura, was already as firm as a rock. This initial mental assault was like a drizzle to him. He immediately composed himself, resisting the mental assault while nourishing his soul with the pool water, and simultaneously focusing on comprehending the chaotic true understanding. Time flew by in cultivation. 40 years later, in the purple cloud pool, the figures had already changed batch after batch. Few could immerse themselves for decades like Qingyu. At this moment, Qingyu still had his eyes closed, immersed in the pool water, but his face was no longer relaxed. Veins on his forehead slightly bulged, and his body occasionally trembled slightly, uncontrollably. As early as 5 years ago, he felt that the intensity of the mental assault he was enduring had already reached the peak World Lord rank. And now, what he was enduring was a truly undying rank terrifying mental assault. In his sea of consciousness, the phantom of the purple giant beast seemed to have solidified, its gaping maw was incredibly ferocious, and each roar was like a clap of thunder. The insane will to kill and the tyrannical aura, like a tangible tsunami, crashed against his mental defense line, wave after wave, as if it could completely engulf his consciousness at any moment. Of course, under this extreme pressure, the gains were also immeasurably huge. Qingyu could clearly feel that his soul, after 40 years of nourishment in the purple cloud pool and the relentless honing by this undying rank will, was undergoing some incredible transformation. Qingyu instinctively felt that this transformation was different from previous ones, before, whether it was chaos, true spirit, star marrow jade, or heartfire tribulation flame, they were all simple quantitative changes. This time, it was a sublimation of life level, an essential leap. He even had a strong premonition that the benefits brought by this soul transformation might be comparable to the fundamental soul transformation that occurs when a World Lord rank breaks through to the Undying rank. It should be known that the transition from World Lord to Undying is a fundamental change in the soul's life form, the only qualitative leap. In previous realm breakthroughs, the soul was merely strengthened and enhanced, but Qingyu, at the universe rank, had actually completed a deep transformation comparable to that leap in advance. The entire world became clear in his perception, many obscure and difficult points in comprehending laws in the past now became clear with a slight thought, and his comprehension had grown to an incredible degree, as if new inspirations and insights spontaneously emerged at any time. This must be the result of the accumulation from the Chaos True Spirit, Star Marrow Jade, and Red Lotus Star's Heartfire Tribulation Flame. Qingyu realized in his heart. More importantly, it's only with the talent's enhancement that such an effect is possible. Even if others replicate my path, they won't be able to reach this level. At the same time, Qingyu also felt a greater ambition. In that case, when I truly break through to Undying in the future, won't my soul undergo an even stronger transformation? The prospect alone was exciting to think about. He gritted his teeth and persevered for another 10 years, every minute and every second like an ordeal in purgatory. The Undying rank mental assault had almost reached the absolute limit he could bear. Finally, he felt that he had truly reached his limit. The defense line in his sea of consciousness was on the verge of collapse at any moment. Just then, buzz, an irresistible gentle force emerged from the purple cloud. Cool water gently enveloped him, and then abruptly threw him out of the pool. Qingyu only felt his vision blur. When he stood firm again, he was already back on the bank of the purple cloud pool. The terrifying Undying rank mental assault instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a strange feeling of extreme fatigue and immense comfort intertwined. After his soul sublimation, he let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Immediately, he noticed that many geniuses on the bank, who had just finished their immersion or had not yet started, were looking at him with a gaze mixed with shock, awe, and envy. Even many people in the pool water opened their eyes and looked in his direction. Who knows how long he lasted? He was there when I arrived, and he was still there when I couldn't bear it anymore. 50 years, he actually lasted for a full 50 years. My God, how long has it been since anyone lasted this long? Perhaps only those legendary names could achieve this at the universe rank. Whispers entered his ears. In the eyes of these native geniuses, enduring 50 years of baptism was simply unheard of. It was a legendary feat. He will definitely leave his name on the Holy Grail, 3 stone tablets, and on the strongest Holy Grail. Qingyu ignored these gazes. His attention fell on the 3 massive stone tablets. It was time to check the results. He walked directly to the tallest, purple zenith ranking, and, according to the instructions, slowly extended his mental power to touch the cold tablet body. The moment his mental power made contact, a peculiar force swept over him, and then Qingyu felt that the tablet body seemed to become soft and malleable, as if waiting for him to engrave. With a thought, Qingyu controlled his mental power and clearly traced 2 characters on the tablet body, Qingyu. As the last stroke of these 2 characters fell, at the very bottom of the stone tablet, the name, Qingyu, appeared out of thin air, replacing the original name, ranking 1 millionth. But this was just the beginning. As soon as the name appeared, it shot up like a rocket, beginning to soar wildly at a terrifying speed. The speed of ascent was dazzling, drawing uncontrollable exclamations from the surrounding geniuses who were watching. Qingyu also watched his name with interest. When the name entered the top 3,000, the speed of ascent began to slow down significantly, but it still climbed steadily upwards. Qingyu's gaze roamed the ranking list and suddenly saw a familiar name, Cody. Ranked 1609th. His gaze locked onto his own name, watching it gradually approach, and then, surpass Cody's name. Finally, when the name stopped moving, it settled at 1171st. 2171. Qingyu looked at this ranking, a slight smile playing on his lips. This ranking on the purple zenith ranking meant nothing in the vast history of the entire human race. After all, countless geniuses at the universe rank had certainly never visited Purple Heart River, and not all geniuses were as skilled in willpower as he was. But no matter what, being able to surpass many senior geniuses, including Cody, on this list, entering the top 3,000, and even reaching 1,171st place, was already an astonishing achievement. Chapter 82, Crossing the Tongtian Bridge Again. The Purple Heart River mission was successfully completed, and Qingyu, not planning to stay, immediately applied to return. The spaceship left the Purple Heart secret realm and entered the Dark Universe for navigation. Inside the cabin, Qingyu did not rest but closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully experiencing the new sensations brought by his soul's transformation. The transformation of my soul's essence, this feeling is truly too wonderful. Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He felt that the increase in comprehension brought by this single transformation even exceeded the sum of all previous opportunities for improvement. This was a qualitative leap. If before, comprehending laws was like reading an ancient book with slightly blurry handwriting and sentences that needed to be pondered and combined, though much clearer than for others, it still required mental effort to decipher. Now, for him, the universe's laws were like a modern book with incredibly clear printing, neat layout, and smooth, flowing sentences. Those profound law secret patterns no longer required suo bitterly pondering their internal connections. Many key points often became clear with a single thought, naturally integrating, and inspiration flowed like a spring, with new understandings erupting every moment. Not only were the space-time laws unveiled in Qingyu's eyes, but the 8 lower-tier laws were also the same. In fact, his talent in any random lower-tier law now exceeded that of the first-place genius in previous genius battles by dozens of times. In my current state, I have absolute confidence in passing the 12th level of the Universe Tongtian Bridge. Qingyu assessed his progress in law comprehension. As for the Universe rank original Heavenly Bridge, he pondered slightly. The difficulty of the original Heavenly Bridge is very high. The Virtual Universe Corporation did not intend for anyone to pass it when they set it up. It not only tests law comprehension but also comprehensively tests attack, defense, movement techniques, illusions, will, and all other aspects. Its overall difficulty is even higher than the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Passing the Heavenly Bridge will certainly allow one to pass the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, but passing the 12th level does not necessarily mean one can pass the Heavenly Bridge. Although I haven't tried it, it's hard to say if I can pass it now. Qingyu's eyes flashed with confidence. But even if I'm still a bit short, with my current rate of comprehension improvement, at most a few years, I will have 100% confidence. The spaceship traveled through the universe, returning to the Wuchen continent of the primitive mystical region. Upon returning to his manor, Qingyu rested briefly, then began to consider his next cultivation mission, the Lost Star System, an extremely dangerous mission that Marquis Tianyi had mentioned and found to be quite suitable for him. However, he was now somewhat hesitant. Qingyu calmly analyzed his situation. The soul transformation is complete. In terms of law comprehension, with the 16-fold boost from the Blood River Crystal and the assistance of the World Heart, it will be difficult to achieve another significant leap in the short term unless I encounter an extraordinary opportunity. More importantly, my life-saving ability. The World Lord rank Cloud Caressing Vine and Silver Stream, this configuration is enough to traverse dangerous missions as long as one does not actively step into certain deadly places. But if one enters an extremely dangerous mission world, the level of danger there increases exponentially, and the probability of falling is extremely high. It's very possible that one might fall not because of insufficient strength, but simply due to bad luck, encountering an insurmountable peril or a terrifying existence. Such examples are abundant in the history of the Virtual Universe Corporation. But the opportunities in extremely dangerous missions might also be much better than in dangerous missions. Qingyu frowned in thought. Marquis Tianyi, who was beside him, seemed to notice his hesitation and spoke. Qingyu, the Lost Star System is an extremely dangerous mission, and its level of danger is far beyond that of dangerous missions. Even with your current strength, the risks are not to be underestimated. Whether to go or not still requires careful consideration. He was now more about providing information and suggestions, leaving the final decision entirely to Qingyu. Just as Qingyu was weighing the pros and cons. Beep. Master, Sky Eclipse Palace Master's call. Rem immediately said, "Connect." A huge virtual screen popped up simultaneously in front of Qingyu and Marquis Tianyi. In the screen, the majestic figure of Sky Eclipse Palace Master, dressed in a silver robe with reddish-brown long hair, appeared. "Teacher." Qingyu immediately bowed respectfully. "Palace Master." Marquis Tianyi also quickly bowed, his attitude extremely respectful. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's gaze swept over, and seeing Qingyu in the primitive mystical region, he casually asked. "The Purple Heart River cultivation mission is complete." "Yes, teacher." Qingyu nodded, reporting directly. "This disciple just completed the Purple Heart River mission and fortunately underwent a soul transformation in the Purple Cloud Pool. I am currently considering whether to accept the next extremely dangerous mission, Lost Star System." Soul transformation. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's eyes flashed with a subtle hint of surprise upon hearing this. At his level, he could better understand the difficulty and significance of triggering a soul essence transformation at the universe rank. This disciple of mine truly gives surprises everywhere. It seems his talent in soul aspects is not inferior to space-time laws at all. This is also good. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's thoughts turned. His expression unchanged, he followed Qingyu's words and asked. "Extremely dangerous missions carry great risks and should not be taken lightly. How is your current progress in law comprehension? Do you have confidence in passing the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge and the Universe Rank Original Heavenly Bridge?" Qingyu answered truthfully. "To answer teacher, this disciple has absolute confidence in passing the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. As for the Universe Rank Original Heavenly Bridge, even if there are still deficiencies at present, this disciple is confident that I will be able to pass it within 10 years at most." Sky Eclipse Palace Master listened, pondered for a moment. 10 years is an extremely short time for the growth of a genius. In that case, Sky Eclipse Palace Master made a decision. "Then you should put aside the Lost Star System mission for now. Extremely dangerous missions have too many variables, there's no need to rush. You should first concentrate your efforts on passing the original Heavenly Bridge." Sky Eclipse Palace Master was becoming more and more satisfied with Qingyu as a disciple, and naturally did not want Qingyu to accidentally fall just when he was about to put great effort into cultivating him. His gaze deepened as he looked at Qingyu, his tone carrying an undeniable authority and deep meaning. "After you pass the Universe Rank Original Heavenly Bridge, come to Sky Eclipse Palace again." "Yes, teacher." This disciple obeys. Qingyu immediately responded respectfully. He already had some guesses in his heart about why teacher Tianxi wanted him to go to Sky Eclipse Palace again. After the call with Sky Eclipse Palace Master ended, Qingyu decided to go and challenge the Heavenly Bridge now, to pass the 12th level first. Enter the Heavenly Bridge plane. Qingyu's consciousness connected to the virtual universe, directly arriving at the familiar island. Plane. The endless ocean, the vast island, and the surrounding ports representing the entrances to each heavenly bridge. The warden Ba Fen, as always, stood guard there. "Warden, I'm here to challenge the heavenly bridge." Qingyu slightly bowed to the figure in the black star robe in the center. Chapter 83 Monster. Please read. Seeing Qingyu appear, the monitor Ba Fen's usually calm face showed a hint of a smile. "Ah, Qingyu, it's been a long time since I last saw you. It's been over 100 years since you passed the 8th level, hasn't it? Are you planning to challenge the 9th level this time?" Qingyu smiled slightly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable confidence, perhaps more. "Oh." Ba Fen's eyes flashed with surprise, then turned to anticipation. Every time this young man arrived, he seemed to bring unexpected results. Marquis Tianyi, whose consciousness had also descended, said to Ba Fen, "Project Qingyu's battle video later." Qingyu also nodded in agreement, then his figure flickered, and he flew directly towards the distant entrance to the Universe Tongtian Bridge. The moment Qingyu stepped onto the Heavenly Bridge, Monitor Ba Fen began sending out mass emails. Since Qingyu had passed the 8th level last time, his astonishing progress had attracted the attention of many undying spiritual gods within the Virtual Universe Corporation, and even some venerables. They had all instructed Ba Fen to be sure to notify them the next time Qingyu came to challenge the levels. They all wanted to see for themselves just how monstrous this new disciple of Sky Eclipse Palace Lord truly was. In an instant, countless emails crossed the virtual universe network, reaching various powerful individuals. In Primordial Chaos City, Purple Abyss King, clad in purple battle armor, opened the email, a hint of surprise and amusement flashing in her beautiful eyes. That little fellow Qingyu is challenging the Heavenly Bridge again. Interesting. She smiled and immediately contacted a friend. Snow Prison, stop cultivating, Qingyu is challenging the Heavenly Bridge. Let's go watch. Other undying spiritual gods who received the email also had their curiosity piqued, and their consciousnesses descended one after another onto the Heavenly Bridge plane. Plaza. Powerful consciousness avatars condensed, the weakest of them being Champion Marquis Undying, with even more champion rank existences, and even veteran champion level invincible powerhouses like Zhan Yan King appearing. Zhan Yan King, even you've come? An Undying asked in surprise. Zhan Yan King laughed heartily, stroking his chin. I'm just idle, so I came to see how powerful this little fellow, chosen by Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, really is. A group of undying spiritual gods greeted each other, discussing animatedly, their gazes all turning unanimously to the giant screen in the center of the plaza. Marquis Tianyi, how many levels is Qingyu planning to clear this time? An acquainted Undying asked Marquis Tianyi. At this moment, Qingyu had already chosen his opponent on the screen. A controller. Before Marquis Tianyi could answer, an Undying next to him interjected, he'll pass at least the 9th level. After all, it's been over 100 years. Nonsense. Given Qingyu's personality, since he's here to challenge, he must be confident of passing the 9th level. Comprehending laws outside the primal universe is always a bit slower, so the 9th level should be about right this time. From the speed he showed before, I think he might even pass the 10th level this time. The 10th level is the absolute limit. For a universe rank to pass the 10th level is a rarity seen only once in millions of eras. Tianyi, you're his teacher, give us a hint, how many levels can this kid really reach? Marquis Tianyi's gaze swept over the curious Undying around him, trying hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, but the hint of pride and satisfaction simply couldn't be hidden. He said mysteriously, everyone, just watch slowly, the battle is about to begin. But in his heart, he was secretly gloating, the 10th level. Hee, just wait until you guys' eyeballs pop out. Upon hearing this, the undying spiritual gods also composed themselves, focusing their full attention on the screen. On the screen, the battle had already begun. The 9th level. Everyone only saw Qingyu's tribulation divine weapon transform into a simple streak of light, and the guardian was instantly killed. It was so fast that people couldn't react. The 9th level was passed just like that. An Undying was stunned for a moment. The 10th level. The guardian's strength greatly increased, and the tribulation divine weapon evolved a more profound attack. However, Qingyu merely calmly unleashed. Myriad tribulations tide, a wave of silver time-space energy swept over, and the guardian's resistance melted like ice, once again being decisively defeated. On the Heavenly Bridge Plain Plaza, there was immediately a chorus of gasps and exclamations. What? The 10th level passed too? So fast. This is completely effortless. This little fellow, his progress speed is too outrageous, isn't it? Purple Abyss King clicked her tongue in wonder, while nudging Snow Prison King, whose face had already begun to darken, with her elbow. Don't you agree, Snow Prison? Snow Prison King's face was dark, and he ignored her. The 11th level. The guardian of this level was already using the 8th stage of the Tribulation Divine Weapon, Time-Space Shuttle. This was a deeper fusion and sublimation of the previous 2 stages, Sword Chi River, and Time-Space Tide. All power was condensed onto a silver-pointed shuttle only 3 meters long, pushing its penetration and destructive power to an extreme. This time, Qingyu did not choose an instant kill. He fiercely clashed with the guardian, his figure constantly flickering on the heavenly bridge, the silver shuttle colliding with his tribulation divine weapon again and again, stirring up astonishing energy ripples. He seemed to be using the guardian to further familiarize himself with and experience the essence of the time-space shuttle. After more than 100 exchanges, a sharp glint flashed in Qingyu's eyes. That's enough. A more condensed and even more elusive silver light flashed. The 11th level guardian's movements suddenly paused, and then his body shattered inch by inch, dissipating. Silence. On the Heavenly Bridge Plain Plaza, there was a moment of dead silence. Immediately following, there was an eruption of gasps and horror, like a volcanic eruption. The 11th level. A universe rank passing the 11th level. How is this possible? His progress speed, this isn't just frightening, it's terrifying. Over 100 years, from the 8th level to the 11th level. Is this really the speed of cultivation in the primitive mystical region? Even a world lord rank isn't this exaggerated. A genius appearing once in 10 million eras. Absolutely. Perhaps even stronger. An undying said with a trembling voice. If Qingyu passing the 10th level surprised them, then passing the 11th level completely terrified these well-informed undying spiritual gods. This had already completely exceeded the scope of genius, it was already completely monstrous, and even describing him as a monster would not be an exaggeration. Marquis Tianyi no longer needed to hide his feelings, he had a smirk on his face, his head held high, enjoying the countless shocked, envious, and incredulous gazes around him, feeling incomparably satisfied in his heart. He's going to the 12th level. An undying suddenly exclaimed, his voice changing pitch. All eyes were once again fixed on the screen. Does he also have confidence in the 12th level? Impossible. A universe rank passing the 12th level. How long has it been since we've seen such a monster? If he can really pass, then. Chapter 84 Shock. All the undying, including powerhouses like Zan Yan King and Purple Abyss King, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. At the end of the 12th level of the Universe Tongtian Bridge, a large amount of black liquid surged from the bridge surface, quickly coalescing into a black-robed figure wearing a mask. He looked at Qingyu and said in a low voice, "To reach the 12th level at universe rank, I must say, you are truly exceptional. I hope you can pass my trial." Qingyu's gaze was calm, and the tribulation divine weapon floated behind him, emitting soft hums. "As you wish. HMPH, I'm much stronger than that fellow on the 11th level." The black-robed guardian said coldly. "Mere confidence is useless. Come, let me see your strength." Boom. As Qingyu and the guardian roared simultaneously, the tens of thousands of silver streams of light behind them instantly completed their final condensation and combination. Buzz. The space emitted a violent, unbearable hum, and even the flow of time seemed to become chaotic. 2 time-space shuttles, each about 3 meters long, glowing with brilliant silver light, and imbued with the ultimate fluctuations of space-time laws, almost simultaneously materialized in front of them. This was the true form of the Tribulation Divine Weapon's 8th stage, time-space shuttle. It required perfect control of all 10,081 blades and precise guidance for the highly integrated laws of time and space, placing extremely high demands on psychic energy and comprehension of laws. A regular universe-rank Psyker Master would be utterly incapable of wielding it, but Qingyu's soul, having undergone multiple transformations and becoming incredibly powerful, allowed him to control it without excessive strain, though not effortlessly. Go. Kill. Both of them activated their will simultaneously. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 silver streams of light instantly tore through the sky. It wasn't a simple linear charge, instead, they seemed to travel through the cracks of space-time. To the naked eye, only 2 extremely faint, lingering silver thread-like afterimages streaked across the sky. Wherever they passed, space was as if cut open, leaving slowly closing black marks, and the power of time seemed to freeze those afterimages, forming a bizarre yet magnificent picture. 2 time-space shuttles, imbued with terrifying power, collided violently in midair. Boom. A shocking energy shockwave suddenly spread out, completely dispersing the surrounding clouds and mist. But the 2 time-space shuttles did not separate, instead, under their exquisite psychic control, they intertwined, collided, and battled fiercely like 2 living silver vipers, at various incredible angles and trajectories. For a moment, the sky was filled with countless crisscrossing silver thread afterimages, as if an invisible deity was using the sky as a canvas to paint an incredibly complex space-time tapestry. This scene left the dozens of undying spiritual gods in the Heavenly Bridge Plain Plaza dumbfounded. This control. The 12th level requires, time-space shuttle, to be at the Grand Mastery stage. He not only achieved it, but even. Look. His time-space shuttle seems more agile than the Guardians, and the law fluctuations are more perfect. As these Undying observed, although it appeared to be an evenly matched struggle. However, a closer look would reveal that every flicker and thrust of the time-space shuttle controlled by Qingyu seemed effortless. The location where the silver shuttle disappeared and reappeared always drew closer and closer to the Guardian's main body. Meanwhile, the Guardian's time-space shuttle could only pursue and intercept with difficulty on the periphery, still far from posing any real threat to Qingyu. The fierce clash continued for over 100 rounds. The black battle armor on the Guardian's body had long been torn to shreds by the escaping space-time. Cutting force, and dozens of bone-deep wounds appeared on his body, with purple blood continuously dripping. As for Qingyu, only the corners of his clothes were slightly disheveled, his aura remained steady, and he had not suffered any substantial damage. The difference was clear. Boom, boom, boom. The two silver shuttles continued to collide wildly, each impact erupting with deafening roars and dazzling law light. "It's not that easy to defeat me." The Guardian roared unwillingly, realizing that continuing this attrition would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly abandoned all defense, controlling his time-space shuttle to burst forth with an unprecedented brilliant silver light. Its speed instantly soared to the extreme, transforming into a destructive silver halo, rushing towards Qingyu recklessly. This was a suicidal attack. Foolish. A cold glint flashed in Qingyu's eyes. A suicidal attack. One must be qualified for that. With a thought, he controlled his time-space shuttle to meet it head-on. The two time-space shuttles, containing terrifying energy, were about to collide violently again. According to previous collision results, it was highly likely that neither could do anything to the other. However, just a split second before the two were about to impact, an unexpected change occurred. From the side of Qingyu's silver shuttle, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible silver phantom flashed past. It seemed like a shadow projected by the main body of the silver shuttle, or perhaps an illusion created by the extreme condensation of laws, its speed surpassing thought. What? No. The Guardian, relying on his sensitivity to space-time, instantly perceived the fatal threat. He shrieked in despair, desperately controlling the flowing light disk beneath his feet to retreat wildly, attempting to dodge this bizarre attack. But it was too late. One must know that in the 15th year of Qingyu's Purple Heart River mission, his comprehension of laws had already reached the standard for passing the 12th level. During the subsequent 35 years of immersion, his soul underwent a fundamental transformation, his comprehension soared, and his understanding of space-time laws had surpassed the scope of the 12th level, touching upon a trace of the 9th stage. Even Undying can be resisted. This faint phantom was proof of his transcendence of his current realm. Although he couldn't truly unleash the 9th stage, he could already integrate a trace of its divine essence into the 8th stage. PFF'd. That faint silver phantom struck first, as if ignoring spatial distance, directly sweeping through the Guardian's body. The Guardian's retreating figure suddenly froze, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. The next moment, his body shattered instantly like broken porcelain. 12th level, past. Heavenly Bridge Plain Plaza. Dozens of Undying spiritual gods were staring intently at the screen. When they saw Qingyu kill the Guardian in a way far exceeding their expectations, the entire plaza fell into a dead silence of shock. He actually passed the 12th level so easily. From the 9th level to the 12th level, clearing 4 levels consecutively. This is a universe-rank being. Which of those geniuses in human history who passed the 12th level at universe rank didn't cultivate for thousands of years? How long has he been cultivating? A little over 100 years. This is simply. All the Undying spiritual gods felt their throats dry, too shocked to speak. Even Marquis Tianyi, who had been mentally prepared, was greatly shaken at this moment. He expected Qingyu to pass, but he never imagined it would be so easy, with him suffering almost no injuries. Chapter 86, Challenging Tongtian Mountain. Inside the Heavenly Bridge, Qingyu took a deep breath and cast his gaze toward the bridge leading to the 13th level. The 12th level already forced me to use a trace of insight that surpassed my current realm. Passing the 13th level, the hope is slim. He knew very well that the gap between the 12th and 13th levels was immense. The gatekeeper would use the ultimate form of the tribulation divine weapon, the 9th form. Undying can be opposed, and that was not something one could succeed at just by surpassing one's limit by a little bit. Furthermore, integrating that trace of the 9th form's charm he had grasped into the 8th form was already his limit. But he still wanted to test just how large the gap was. Stepping onto the 13th level, the environment changed abruptly. He appeared near the surface of a huge star, where terrifying heat waves and gravity swept toward him. He still chose the controller as his opponent. The gatekeeper, formed by black liquid, looked at Qingyu, its tone carrying a rare trace of admiration. To come and challenge the 13th level at universe rank, you are truly remarkable. In all of human history, few have been able to do so. It then changed its tone, becoming incomparably solemn. I will not hold back. Watch closely, this is the ultimate form of the tribulation divine weapon, undying can be opposed. Boom. The gatekeeper did not attack directly, seemingly intending to let Qingyu see the details of this move clearly. The moment the opponent unleashed this move, Qingyu's pupils contracted violently. He understood in his heart, it was impossible to pass, the gap was too great. The 9th form, undying can be opposed, still had the 3-meter-long silver shuttle as its basic form. However, beside this incomparably solid silver shuttle, there was actually an even dimmer, translucent, phantom silver shuttle accompanying it. Qingyu thought of what he had unleashed, which was merely a trace of imperceptible silver light. Comparing the two, he knew he was still a long distance away from the 13th level. That was not composed of 10,081 thin blades, but rather a phantom naturally condensed after the space-time law reached a very profound realm. Yet, one must not underestimate this phantom. The law pressure and destructive power it contained were in no way inferior to the physical silver shuttle. The facts were indeed so. When the gatekeeper launched its attack, the one physical and one phantom silver shuttle seemed to weave into a melody of death, instantly sealing all of Qingyu's space for evasion. Qingyu used his full strength to unleash the 8th form, time-space shuttle, to block the physical silver shuttle, but he discovered with despair that the phantom silver shuttle simply ignored his defense, as if it existed in another space-time dimension, piercing straight through. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. Qingyu's consciousness instantly sank into darkness. 13th level, failed. On the Heavenly Bridge Plain Plaza, dozens of undying spiritual gods saw that Qingyu had finally stopped at the 13th level. For some reason, they all let out a long sigh in unison, as if a great stone had been lifted from their hearts. Finally defeated. If he had passed the 13th level in one go, that would have been too shocking, it would simply be against the laws of nature. Indeed, the 13th level is already the level of a military lord undying. Terrifying. Terrifying. Although they said this, the shock on their faces had not diminished in the slightest. Qingyu's performance was simply too terrifying. If he were World Lord rank, they might have been able to accept it, but the key was that this was just a little guy at universe rank who had only cultivated for a short 200 years. This speed of progress had completely exceeded their imagination. Amidst their shock, this group of highly respected undying spiritual gods turned to Marquis Tianyi one after another, their faces carrying undisguised envy and even a trace of jealousy, as they sincerely congratulated him. Marquis Tianyi, congratulations, congratulations. Truly enviable. You have taken in a good disciple. Their congratulations were heartfelt. Teacher-disciple relationships in the universe were often more solid than blood ties, they shared in each other's glory. Furthermore, they had all vaguely heard that Marquis Tianyi had almost exhausted the wealth he had accumulated over countless years to plan a heaven-defying opportunity for Qingyu before he had completely made a name for himself. As long as Qingyu was not the type to be ungrateful, this act of providing timely help would surely bring Marquis Tianyi unimaginable returns once Qingyu rose to prominence in the future. Among this group of undying spiritual gods, there were quite a few who were direct subordinates of various universe exalts. They quickly reported the shocking results of Qingyu's challenge on the Heavenly Bridge, especially the video of him easily passing the 12th level, to their respective exalts. As the news spread, it naturally caused another wave in the circle of exalts, though this time the object of their envy became the palace master of Sky Eclipse. Among them, Ninesword Exalt and Lord of Qinglin Kingdom had the most complicated feelings. If one were to discuss who had the best chance to take Qingyu as a disciple initially, it would undoubtedly be Ninesword Exalt, who was responsible for this genius battle, and the Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, who was the Lord of Qingyu's home universe kingdom. Ninesword Exalt sat on the throne of his magnificent divine palace, watching the videos and reports sent by his subordinates. Even his usually calm face could not hide the shock. What? He passed 4 levels in a row. Only failed at the 13th level. He was silent for a moment, waved his subordinates away, and sat alone on his throne, speechless for a long time. At this moment, perhaps only he knew how complex his feelings were. It was a deep regret and bitterness for having missed out on a peerless gem. After Qingyu, who failed the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, had his consciousness return, he did not immediately leave the virtual universe to cultivate. His battle intent had not yet dissipated. The 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge has been passed, my law insights are absolutely sufficient. It just so happens that I should go and try that universe rank primordial Tongtian Mountain. With this thought settled, he immediately teleported to the Tongtian Mountain plain specially created by the virtual universe. Although he had told teacher Sky Eclipse that he would pass it within 10 years, that was Qingyu deliberately being conservative. In reality, Qingyu still had some confidence in passing the Tongtian Mountain right now. Especially after just passing the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and realizing that his law insights had long since exceeded the scope of the 12th level. Space shifted, and a vast, endless land appeared before his eyes. On the land stood 3 incomparably majestic and towering divine mountains. Each one was more magnificent than the last. These were the 3 great Tongtian mountains, Taichu, Tiandi, and Primordial. Among them, the primordial Tongtian Mountain, as the highest and most difficult one, was the benchmark for the Virtual Universe Corporation to measure the highest standard of universe-ranked geniuses. Qingyu flew directly to the foot of the primordial Tongtian Mountain. A minotaur, as burly as a mountain and with huge bull horns, was leaning against a giant rock and sleeping soundly, his snoring like thunder, making the ground seem to tremble slightly. Qingyu stepped forward and gently pushed him. Hey, wake up, I want to challenge the Tongtian Mountain. The minotaur was groggily shaken awake, his huge bull eyes blinking. In confusion, sizing up the seemingly tiny Qingyu before asking in a muffled voice, You challenge the Tongtian Mountain? That's right, Qingyu said with a firm tone. The minotaur was stunned for a moment, then reacted as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. He jumped 3 feet high, the ground shaking with rolling stones when he landed. He excitedly tilted his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar toward the mountain. White-skinned ape. Snake woman, get out here quickly. A little guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth has come, saying he wants to challenge the Tongtian Mountain. Ha 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 ha. The sound spread to the foot of the mountain like rolling thunder. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures flew in from the side instantly, with astonishing speed. One of them was an ape-man wearing exquisite white battle armor, his body covered in golden fur, looking incomparably lean and capable. He scratched his ears and cheeks, his eyes agile and crafty. The other was a bewitching and charming female snake person. She wore only translucent gauze, her snake tail moving with a strange rhythm, and a pair of slit pupils examined Qingyu with a bit of playfulness and curiosity. Qingyu knew that these 3 were the gatekeepers of the primordial Tongtian Mountain. They guarded the foot, the middle, and the summit of the mountain respectively, and with every level one climbed, their strength would increase by an astonishing tenfold. Finally someone has come to challenge the mountain. I was getting so bored I was about to grow feathers. The ape-man beat his chest excitedly. The bewitching snake woman also smiled charmingly and said, Let me see, which secret realm little guy has such courage. The playful smile on her face was originally very thick, but when she saw the latest battle record on Qingyu's information, her smile instantly froze, her slit pupils contracted violently, and she exclaimed in shock, Old bull. Old ape. Stop laughing. Her voice carried unprecedented shock. This is Your Highness Qingyu. He just passed the Universe Tongtian Bridge, the 12th level. What? The 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The Minotaur and the ape-man, who had just been excited and looking like they were going to tease a newcomer, suddenly looked stunned. The three gatekeepers looked at each other, putting away their playful thoughts. They knew very well that being able to pass the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge meant that the opponent was absolutely qualified to challenge the Tongtian Mountain. The Minotaur began to introduce the rules to Qingyu. Your Highness Qingyu, the rules are very simple. Kill from the foot of the mountain to the summit, and kill all the gatekeepers at each level, and you will succeed. I understand. Qingyu nodded, his eyes calm and waveless. Let's start directly. We will not hold back. The Minotaur roared, and the battle exploded instantly. The division of labor was extremely clear. The Minotaur held a terrifying great axe, roaring as he charged straight at Qingyu with great force. The green bamboo pole behind the golden-furred ape-man instantly broke into 9 sections, turning into streaks of fierce green light attacking Qingyu from the flank. The snake woman's eyes flashed, and an invisible illusion wave enveloped Qingyu first. Unfortunately, the snake woman's illusions had no effect on Qingyu, whose will had been tempered 1,000 times. Qingyu did not even kill them immediately, but instead moved nimbly, easily avoiding the Minotaur's great axe and the ape-man's telekinetic attacks, sensing the attack intensity and coordination pattern of the three. He used this to infer the strength of the gatekeepers at the waist and summit of the mountain. Their law insights are far inferior to mine, it's mainly that the coordination between the three is perfect. Qingyu thought slightly. Let's go up and see. After figuring out the situation, he no longer held back. The Tribulation divine weapon flashed, and a condensed space-time silver ray swept past. The three gatekeepers at the foot of the mountain didn't even react before they were instantly killed and turned into nothingness. Qingyu did not stop, turning into a stream of light and flying straight to the waist of the mountain. The three gatekeepers at the waist of the mountain were 10 times stronger than those at the foot. Their coordination was more tacit, and their attacks were more violent. However, in front of the absolute strength gap, it was still not enough. Relying on his exquisite movement technique and the space-time law attacks condensed by the Tribulation divine weapon, Qingyu easily killed them within 10 moves and continued to fly upward. At the summit, clouds and mist swirled. The auras of the three gatekeepers were 10 times stronger than they were at the waist. Seeing Qingyu descend, their eyes were incomparably solemn, without the slightest contempt. Qingyu looked at the three who were ready for battle and did not waste any words, speaking directly, let's start directly. The bewitching snake woman made a sound that was numbing to the bone, and wisps of spiritual fluctuations tried to seep into Qingyu's sea of consciousness. Why is the little brother in such a hurry? This slave hasn't seen an outsider for millions of eras, why don't you chat with me properly? This level of illusion cannot affect me. Qingyu's eyes were clear, and his tone was flat. The snake woman's illusion dissipated like foam the moment it touched his powerful will, taking less than 1/100th of a second. Damn it. Dare to underestimate my illusions. The snake woman's expression changed, and she shouted coquettishly. That's right, the moment Qingyu's words fell, the battle had already begun. Roar. Eat my axe. The Minotaur roared, and the terrifying great axe in his hand slashed down violently. In an instant, the sky was filled with huge axe shadows, as if countless ancient divine mountains were crushing down at the same time, and the violent power made the entire summit tremble. Almost at the same time, the golden-furred ape-man's eyes shot out brilliance. Under his exquisite telekinetic control, the 9-section green bamboo instantly combined, turning into a huge, towering green wood phantom, carrying the overwhelming momentum of suppressing everything, and covered Qingyu's head. And the snake woman did not talk about martial ethics either, even though she was an illusionist. Yet, the moment the illusion failed, she waved her hands, and 9 poisonous emerald flying knives shot toward Qingyu's flank, blind spots like poisonous snakes coming out of a hole. The three's attacks were coordinated seamlessly. The Minotaur used strong attacks from the front to suppress, the ape-man used telekinesis to control, and the snake woman used sneak attacks from the flank to interfere. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, and the flowing light disk under his feet drew mysterious trajectories. His movement technique was exerted to the limit, and the entire summit was instantly filled with his phantoms, dense and difficult to capture the true body. The tribulation divine weapon turned into a time-space shuttle, silver light flashing, trying to find a breakthrough. However, the Minotaur's great axe could always intercept accurately, tightly protecting his teammates. The ape-man's greenwood suppression and the snake woman's flying knives also forced Qingyu to dodge constantly. Snake charm. The snake woman sees the gap in Qingyu's attack, her slit pupils flashing again, launching a stronger illusion secret method. Qingyu frowned slightly. This power still could not shake him, but it was like an annoying fly, forcing him to be distracted to resist, slowing his offensive slightly. What a strong will. Old bull, old ape, my illusions can only do simple interference, it mainly depends on you. The snake woman shouted, controlling the flying knives to attack even more crazily. Must eliminate one first. Qingyu judged calmly. The three's iron barrel-like coordination made it difficult for him to find a chance for a sure kill. His mind turned rapidly, and he deliberately showed a flaw to the snake woman. The snake woman fell for it, and the flying knives stabbed over rapidly. Just at this moment, cold light flashed in Qingyu's eyes, and the time-space shuttle suddenly erupted with speed and power far exceeding before. An extremely dim, almost imperceptible silver phantom attached to the side. It was exactly the trace of insight into, undying can be opposed, that he had integrated. Careful. The Minotaur was terrified, and the great axe slashed wildly, wanting to block it. Chapter 87, Special Life 4K. His great axe was physically intercepted by Qingyu's space-time manipulation, while the phantom curved, piercing directly towards the Minotaur at an invisible speed. The Minotaur quickly tried to control the green wood phantom to block, but alas, the time-space shuttle used by Qingyu combined both space and time laws, making its speed in a league of its own. Puff. The silver phantom arrived first, seemingly ignoring spatial distance, and directly swept through the Minotaur's body. The green wood phantom controlled by the Minotaur instantly collapsed. He looked down in disbelief, and his body was then shredded by the silver phantom. By enduring a blow from the snake woman's flying dagger, Qingyu successfully eliminated the most threatening Psyker master, the Minotaur. Although half of Qingyu's shoulder and his arm were torn apart by the snake woman's flying dagger, and he was also poisoned, he believed it was worth it. Because the balance between the three guardians had been broken. Without the Minotaur's psychic suppression and long-range restraint, the remaining Minotaur and snake woman's cooperation was no longer perfect. Without coordination, in terms of individual strength, even the two of them combined could only be slaughtered by him. The time-space shuttle moved swiftly, and soon the Minotaur, whose attacks were disorganized, was cut down by the shuttle. Finally, only the snake woman remained. Her illusions and flying dagger attacks were no threat in front of Qingyu, and she was dealt with in just 2 moves. On the mountaintop, silence returned. The three guardians quickly reformed, looking at Qingyu with complex expressions. Congratulations, Your Highness Qingyu, for successfully passing the universe-rank primordial heavenly bridge, the snake woman congratulated him. Having successfully passed the trial, Qingyu's face showed little joy, instead, he fell into deep thought. He reviewed the entire battle process, especially the fierce fight on the mountaintop. He realized a problem. His actual combat experience seemed to be mismatched with his comprehension of the laws. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, he had almost always relied on his comprehension of laws, which far exceeded his current realm, to crush his opponents, lacking the tempering of truly evenly matched battles and close calls with death. Unlike those geniuses who had fought their way up from the bottom, possessing incredibly rich combat experience and on-the-spot adaptability. This is absolutely not a long-term solution. Qingyu reflected gravely. If I encounter an opponent whose comprehension of laws is similar to mine, my meager combat experience will likely lead to a huge disadvantage, or even death. Comprehension of laws is fundamental, but practical combat skills are equally crucial. I must strengthen the accumulation of actual combat experience in the future. The Minotaur scratched his head, looked at Qingyu, then at his own axe, and grumbled dully. I, old Minotaur, would rather suppress my opponents with comprehension of laws. He simply threw his axe aside, lay down on the ground, and continued to sleep. Almost the instant Qingyu successfully passed the universe-rank primordial heavenly bridge, This shocking news was immediately transmitted through the virtual universe system to the high-level management of the human race. Although these high-ranking officials had already been mentally prepared when Qingyu passed the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, knowing that his passing the Heavenly Bridge was only a matter of time. But now that the news truly arrived, it still caused a shock among them. He passed. He really passed. How long has it been? Our human race has finally produced another peerless genius capable of passing the universe-rank primordial Heavenly Bridge. The last one who could do it was millions of eras ago, wasn't it? Heaven truly blesses our human race. The human race's territory is vast, and geniuses are as numerous as clouds, but truly peerless geniuses, those who appear once every tens of millions of eras, are still incredibly rare. At the highest point of Thunder Island, in Primordial Chaos City Lord's Palace, at the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, Primordial Chaos City Lord's clone received this message. His gaze swept over it, and his eyes, which seemed to contain an endless universe, fluctuated slightly. Universe rank Primordial Heavenly Bridge, Qingyu, he murmured softly. I remember this little fellow. He comes from an ordinary background and doesn't seem to have any special fortuitous encounters. To reach this point, he relies on his own talent and hard work, doesn't he? A hint of appreciation and solemnity flashed in his eyes. Such a sprout, his temperament and potential are often even more terrifying. He then began to carefully browse Qingyu's detailed information. When he saw the records of Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's efforts and schemes for him, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Sky Eclipse still has this personality. He is truly dedicated to his disciples, sparing no effort or cost. Seeing this, Primordial Chaos City Lord's gaze became slightly dazed, as if it pierced through endless time and space, recalling his own disciple, KD, who was equally brilliant and talented, yet ultimately fell. An indescribable sadness and cold anger welled up in his heart. If back then, he could have been like Sky Eclipse, devising more life-saving methods and heaven-defying opportunities for KD, would the outcome have been different? Would that disciple, of whom he was immensely proud, not have? Primordial Chaos City Lord sighed silently, suppressing that trace of emotion. The past cannot be chased, what is important is to grasp the present and the future. He looked at the name, Qingyu. I hope you can grow up quickly. On the other side, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord naturally received the news immediately. As well, he looked at the message and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, his tone carrying a hint of elusive reproach. This little fellow, when he reported to me before, said he would definitely pass within 10 years at most. How long has it been? He even held back when he told me. However, his deep eyes were filled with undisguised satisfaction and relief. The more outstanding his disciple, the more prestige he, as a teacher, naturally gained, and his previous efforts seemed incredibly worthwhile. And to say who was the happiest and most excited, it was naturally Marquis Tianyi. The more excellent Qingyu performed, the more it proved how correct his foresight was back then, and how wise his investment, which had exhausted his family's fortune, had been. When Qingyu returned to the manor, Marquis Tianyi was still excitedly showing off to his friends in the virtual universe, his voice loud and full of pride and ostentation. Ha ha ha, that's right. Don't you see whose disciple he is? I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. Just wait and see. Seeing Qingyu emerge, Marquis Tianyi reluctantly cut off the communication, the flush of excitement still on his face. He patted Qingyu's shoulder hard. Good. Qingyu, not forcing you to change your cultivation path back then was truly the best thing I've ever done as your master. Qingyu was also in a good mood, a relaxed smile on his face. On one hand, having successfully passed the universe-rank Primordial Heavenly Bridge, according to company regulations, he would receive a reward of 100 million points. Although this sum of points would only be officially claimed when he broke through to World Lord rank, it was undoubtedly a crucial resource for his future cultivation. On the other hand, and more importantly, he had finally completed the goal his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, had set for him. He was about to be qualified to obtain the surprise opportunity his teacher had prepared for him. An opportunity that even Sky Eclipse Palace Lord himself had personally sought out must be of unimaginable value. Teacher, I plan to depart immediately and visit Teacher Sky Eclipse at Sky Eclipse Palace, Qingyu said to Marquis Tianyi. You should. Go quickly. Marquis Tianyi nodded repeatedly, his face full of anticipation. Palace Lord must have prepared a great opportunity for you. Seize it well. Qingyu nodded, no longer delaying, and directly ordered the spaceship to prepare. 3 months later, the 9th floor of Sky Eclipse Palace. In the vast and empty hall, the starry background remained brilliant. On the towering divine throne, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord sat, his silver robes and reddish-brown long hair flowing without wind, exuding a formidable aura. Teacher. Qingyu bowed in salute. You're here. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's gaze fell on Qingyu, and his eyes, which seemed to pierce through time and space, revealed an undisguised look of satisfaction. Excellent. I am very pleased. He slowly rose from the divine throne, walked down the steps one by one, and came before Qingyu, his voice steady and powerful. Since you have achieved the goal I set for you, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. He paused, looking at Qingyu. I previously gave you the 9 dwellings, soul-snatching secret art. With your intelligence, you must have guessed my intention. Qingyu's expression shifted, and he nodded seriously. Disciple guesses that teacher intends for disciple to take over other life forms. Precisely. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord affirmed, his tone becoming somewhat profound. Although our human race is one of the 6 peak races in the universe, in terms of overall strength, technology, and other aspects, we are not inferior to any other race. But when it comes to individuals, he shook his head slightly. We have to admit that compared to the monster race and insect race, who are also flesh and blood life forms, our human race's basic individual strength is at a disadvantage. The monster race generally possesses incredibly powerful physiques and massive bodies. You've been to the Blood Luo world, and despite your best efforts and numerous fortuitous encounters, you ultimately only fused 8 Blood River crystals, right? Sky Eclipse Palace Lord looked at Qingyu. Yes, Qingyu nodded, knowing its difficulty well. You fused 8 Blood River crystals at the universe rank, which is a rare feat in our entire human race, but for those monster race with powerful bodies, fusing 10 or more is effortless. This is the natural advantage of a strong body. Furthermore, this advantage will become even more pronounced after breaking through to undying. And the insect race, their core, the Zerg Queen Mother, though her true body is weak, they are even more terrifying than the monster race. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord continued. Not to mention their soul talent, which is unparalleled in the universe, just the ability to control hundreds of thousands, even millions, of Zerg warriors to form perfect combined attacks. This already makes them virtually invincible among those of the same realm. This, one person as an army, ability is also something our human race individuals do not possess. Precisely because of this, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's voice was solemn, the number of great existences in our human race, universe lords, and the number of top universe overlords, are the lowest among the 4 major races. Even, top universe overlords, including myself, there are only 3 known. He held up 3 fingers. And the 3 of us share a common characteristic. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's gaze was like a tangible entity, falling on Qingyu. That is, before becoming undying, we all once took over powerful life forms in the universe. And we all possessed at least one clone. A strong physical foundation, or the ability of a special clone, compensates for some of the inherent shortcomings of our human race, allowing us to stand at our current height. And the opportunity I have prepared for you is precisely related to this. After Sky Eclipse Palace Lord finished speaking, he casually waved his sleeve. In the center of the vast and empty hall, space slightly warped. The next moment, 2 colossal beings appeared out of thin air, stretching across the space, one on the left and one on the right, instantly filling the surrounding space with their immense life force and distinct law fluctuations. The one on the left was an incredibly giant, strange tree, estimated to be at least over 100 kilometers tall. Its trunk seemed carved from 10,000-year-old ice, crystal clear, exuding an extreme coldness that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. On its ice crystal-like branches, however, burned a cold, blue-white flame. These 2 diametrically opposed forces, ice and fire, coexisted perfectly on it, weaving incredibly profound law secret patterns. The one on the right was a nearly perfect, slender humanoid body, yet it exuded an inhuman, chilling, and fierce aura that made one's soul tremble. Its long hair, like flowing liquid blue steel, moved without wind, and specks of blue light often drifted from its tips. Its face was perfect yet devoid of warmth, with narrow eyes that had no whites, only pure, burning blue-green vertical pupils, gazing like a deep abyss where souls burned. "These are the targets I've prepared for you to take over," Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's voice broke the silence. "The one on the left is the Frost Flame Giant Tree, and the one on the right is the Azure Ghoul. Both are special life forms. I have already sent you their detailed information. Take a careful look first." Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's tone was calm, but in reality, only he knew how difficult it had been to find and successfully capture these two special life forms. This was not something that could be achieved by mere strength, it required immense luck. These special life forms would do their utmost to hide themselves during their weak period, and by the time they were discovered, they had often already grown, making them no longer suitable for soul snatching. The fact that Sky Eclipse Palace Lord could find two better options than the previously considered Azure Sky Quake at once was largely due to luck. So much so that the Azure Sky Quake, obtained from Star Prison Demon Lord, was no longer necessary to bring out. Teacher Sky Eclipse actually brought out two special life forms for me to choose from. Qingyu looked at Sky Eclipse Palace Lord in shock, his heart churning. Taking a deep breath, Qingyu suppressed the shock in his heart. Now was not the time to be hesitant. "Yes, teacher." He then immediately connected his consciousness to his intelligent life. Immediately display the information teacher sent me." Qingyu first opened the introduction to the Frost Flame Giant Tree, and immediately began to read. Territory Lord Rank, 9th Stage. A special plant life form born in the ancient ancestral land of Twin Stars, with a life gene level 360 times that of humans. 360 times gene level. Qingyu was once again shocked. One must know that most special life forms in the universe only have dozens of times the gene level, those exceeding 100 times are already extremely rare. Many heaven-defying, unique special life forms only have several thousand times the life gene level. Qingyu continued reading. This Frost Flame Giant Tree was also naturally attuned to the three fundamental laws of water, fire, and space, and possessed the advantage of a massive body. It was already over 100 kilometers at Territory Lord Rank, 9th Stage. Chapter 88, Seizing a Body, 6K. Such an enormous size, Qingyu's gaze sharpened. Once it breaks through to undying spiritual God and transforms into a divine body, what a vast reserve of divine power that will be. In battles of the same rank, simply outlasting opponents in divine power consumption would be enough to exhaust most of them. This enormous size advantage is indeed very attractive. Of course, such large plant life also has its common weakness. That is, once it takes root, movement becomes extremely difficult and slow, almost equivalent to a fixed fortress. Just this point alone dictates that the Frost Flame Giant Tree would be hard-pressed to become a flexible and mobile frontline combat force. Qingyu continued to look at the innate secret techniques he cared about most. The first innate secret technique is clone. After the Frost Flame Giant Tree breaks through to World Lord rank, it can nurture a clone. It can only nurture one clone. Qingyu frowned. Although many powerhouses in the universe don't even have one clone, given the characteristics of this Frost Flame Giant Tree, Qingyu hoped it would have at least two clones. Let's keep looking down. The second innate secret technique is Ice-Fire Domain. When activated, it can unfold a vast, two-colored domain of ice and fire. Within the domain, two seemingly opposite forces, extreme cold and extreme heat, perfectly combine in a profound way, mutually strengthening and annihilating each other, generating terrifying destructive energy. Enemies within the domain will constantly endure damage equivalent to the Frost Flame Giant Tree's full power burst, until the Frost Flame Giant Tree's original power is exhausted. Qingyu secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Is this innate secret technique a simplified version of the water-fire fusion law? Qingyu's heart stirred. If he could use this innate secret technique to gain insight into a trace of the mysteries of the water-fire fusion law, then the value of this Frost Flame Giant Tree would be immeasurable. Of course, this was currently just a beautiful conjecture of his. He had only seen the name, fusion law, in books from his previous life and couldn't tell if this ice-fire domain had any relation to the fusion law. The ice-fire domain also has a terrifying aspect. It can form a sturdy, enclosed space-time, with the effect of space lockdown. Once an enemy is trapped, there is no other way out except to forcibly break the space with absolute destructive power. However, the frost flame giant tree can control this independent space-time to continuously shrink. For every tenth it shrinks, the strength and sturdiness of the space-time will double. Of course, the consumption will also increase exponentially. In the end, the ice-fire domain can completely seal the enemy. This effect is comparable to a powerful sealing treasure. This ability made Qingyu very satisfied. If I encounter an enemy I can't kill, I'll just seal them directly. The frost flame giant tree's third innate secret technique is absorption. This is a seemingly simple but incredibly practical talent. During its growth phase, it can absorb cosmic energy with super high efficiency, greatly accelerating its own cultivation speed. And once it breaks through to undying, its incredibly vast root system will be able to directly resonate with the cosmic origin, absorbing the power of the cosmic origin, thereby greatly accelerating its divine power recovery speed. This is equivalent to having a origin treasure built in. This is of extraordinary significance for the frost flame giant tree, which possesses a massive divine body. Overall, the frost flame giant tree's life gene level is as high as 360 times, and its three major innate secret techniques are also very powerful, making Qingyu's heart flutter. Let's look at the other one, the Azure Ghoul. He took a deep breath. This Azure Ghoul is universe rank 9. Its life gene level is 200 times that of humans. Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly. It's only 200 times. That's almost half of the frost flame giant tree's 360 times. This basic difference is not small, but he believed that since Sky Eclipse teacher placed both for him to choose, this Azure Ghoul must have its unique advantages. The Azure Ghoul, a born soul master, possesses unparalleled terrifying talent in the soul aspect. Every Azure Ghoul that can grow up is a true Grand Master of the soul path. Soul. Qingyu thought of his own soul talent. If combined with the Azure Ghoul's growth potential, how terrifying would that be? Although the Azure Ghoul's size is not as exaggerated as the frost flame giant tree, it also reaches 20 kilometers in height. However, the frost flame giant tree is a plant life, and its size will continue to grow wildly with breakthroughs in realm. While the Azure Ghoul, as a flesh and blood life, its size becomes fixed after adulthood, and only when it breaks through to Universe Lord will its size increase with the growth of its life gene level. Qingyu continued to look at its innate secret techniques. The first innate secret technique is also clone. However, the Azure Ghoul can nurture 3 clones before becoming undying. It can start nurturing the first clone at universe rank. As long as the target life's gene level does not exceed its own by more than 10 times, and its realm is not higher than its own, it can successfully nurture a clone. Just this point alone is enough to make one's heart race. The most crucial thing is that this Azure Ghoul brought back by Sky Eclipse teacher has not yet nurtured any clones, leaving him with a lot of choices. Qingyu looked at the Azure Ghoul's second innate secret technique, a thought to emptiness. The name and description of this secret technique instantly captivated Qingyu's gaze. Once activated, it will form an illusory space completely dominated by the caster's will, enveloping all enemies. Within this space, all enemies' souls will be subjected to terrifying comprehensive suppression. Even if they possess soul defense treasures, their effects will be weakened. And the caster, the Azure Ghoul itself, will be like a god within this, a thought to emptiness, domain, receiving the enhancement of the entire space, and the power of its soul attacks will receive a huge boost. What an overbearing soul-type secret technique. Qingyu could imagine what a desperate scene it would be once an enemy was pulled into this domain and then faced the soul attacks launched by the Azure Ghoul. Unfortunately, it's ineffective against soulless lifeforms. He also saw the limitations at the same time. Such a powerful secret technique naturally has great limitations. First, the basic psychic power amplitude must reach 100, which is not too difficult. But what's even more demanding is that the minimum requirement for soul amplitude must reach 30. This is equivalent to a psychic power amplitude burst needing to reach 3000. Many undying spiritual gods cannot achieve this. Moreover, it can be foreseen that maintaining a thought to emptiness will undoubtedly consume a terrifying amount of energy. But even so, this secret technique, which perfectly matches the soul, already made Qingyu extremely satisfied. He eagerly looked at the last innate secret technique, transformation. This innate secret technique has two effects. The first part is healing. When the azure ghoul suffers extremely severe and difficult to recover injuries, it can consume all its energy to form a special cocoon. It wraps itself within it and falls into a state of deep slumber. When enough energy accumulates and it awakens from its slumber, all injuries, whether physical or spiritual, will be restored to their original state, including severe soul damage. This effect is not bad, but it's not irreplaceable. Qingyu evaluated in his mind, as many treasures in the universe can repair injuries. What truly made his heart race was the second part, active transformation. The azure ghoul can actively collect massive amounts of energy and precious treasures. After thorough preparation, it can actively initiate the transformation process, entering the cocoon to sleep. This sleep is not for healing, but for sublimation. When it awakens from this active slumber, from body to soul, it will undergo a complete and earth-shattering transformation. Sky Eclipse Palace Master also specifically noted in the data, according to his speculation, this active transformation is very likely to bring about a leapfrog increase in life gene level and will. Whether it is or not, he would only know once he truly sees the body and receive the azure ghoul's memories. Seeing the effect of this innate secret technique, Qingyu first froze, then an uncontrollable ecstasy erupted in his eyes. He instantly thought of his own talent's effect, which should be able to enhance transformation. The effect of this transformation secret technique itself is already heaven-defying enough. If it's enhanced by my talent, and its effect is multiplied dozens of times or even more, what a terrifying sight that would be. Just thinking about it, Qingyu felt his heart surge. This was simply the ultimate growth-type talent tailor-made for him. After carefully reviewing all the information on the two special lifeforms, both were incredibly powerful, and choosing either one meant a bright future. But Qingyu hardly hesitated, already having made his decision. Besides, transformation, being too perfectly suited for him, the consideration of clones also made him give up on the frost flame giant tree. In Qingyu's plan, the 9 Dwellings clone was indispensable, and he would definitely make the 9 Dwellings clone transform into a sea. Once it transforms into a sea, although it can also create small clones, the strength of the 9 Dwellings small clones would directly decrease tenfold. In this situation, if he chose the frost flame giant tree, which was not suitable for main combat, Qingyu would essentially be giving up his frontal combat power. This was something Qingyu could not accept. He raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Teacher, disciple has finished reading. Sky Eclipse Palace Master nodded slightly, his silver eyes fixed on Qingyu. Then, tell your teacher your choice. Will you seize the body of this frost flame giant tree, with its higher gene level and massive divine body, or choose this azure ghoul, with its mysterious and unpredictable soul path and greater clone potential? Qingyu took a deep breath, respectfully but without hesitation replying, Teacher, disciple has decided to seize the azure ghoul. Ha ha, good. Sky Eclipse Palace Master's face revealed a smile that said, just as I expected. Your teacher guessed you would choose it. The path of the soul, combined with your powerful will, plus its clone ability, is indeed the most suitable path for you. Sky Eclipse Palace Master continued to ask, have you mastered the 9 Dwellings, body-seizing secret technique I gave you before? Replying to teacher, disciple has already cultivated it to the highest level. Qingyu respectfully replied, this body-seizing secret technique, after all, was only usable below undying, so its cultivation difficulty was not high. He had already found time to master it. Very good. Sky Eclipse Palace Master nodded in satisfaction. This azure ghoul has already been controlled by your teacher, its soul half shattered and in a state of deep slumber, making it the best time for body seizing. He waved his hand, putting away the massive frost flame giant tree, and pointed at the azure ghoul, saying, This azure ghoul is a special life form with a core, and its soul is also hidden within the core, located in its glabella. Go ahead without worry. With your teacher here to protect you, no mishaps will occur. Begin the body seizing. Yes, teacher. Qingyu didn't hesitate. His figure flickered, appearing on the giant head of azure ghoul, and sat down cross-legged on its forehead. He slowly closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and his consciousness sank deep into his sea of consciousness. 9 dwellings. Condense. As the secret technique operated, the vast mental power in his sea of consciousness began to frantically contract, condense, and compress inwards. Finally, it transformed into a silver sphere, only a dozen centimeters in diameter, with silver light flowing all over its body, and its surface covered with countless complex secret patterns. This was the soul core condensed by the 9 dwellings secret technique. Then, this silver sphere gently vibrated and floated out of Qingyu's body, shooting directly towards the azure ghoul's forehead below. The silver sphere easily penetrated the tough skin and bones. Qingyu's consciousness saw a crystal-clear sphere covered with countless azure secret patterns. This is the azure ghoul's core. Qingyu understood in his heart, controlling the silver sphere to unhesitatingly crash directly into the core's barrier. The core's barrier rippled, and the silver sphere, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, easily passed through. Upon entering the core's interior, Qingyu immediately focused his mind, wary of any potential resistance from residual consciousness. However, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's preparatory work was perfect to the extreme. There was no threat whatsoever within the core. Although the process of taking over a body is not uncommon in the universe, it actually carries risks. But for Qingyu, who was fully prepared, these risks were almost non-existent. The 9 dwellings secret technique given to him by Sky Eclipse Palace Lord had the highest success rate among all body-snatching secret techniques. Coupled with the fact that Azure Ghoul's soul had already been shattered and put into a deep sleep by Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, this takeover was almost stress-free. Within the entire core space, there were only hundreds of green light spots of varying sizes, floating like fragments of stars. These were the shattered soul fragments of Azure Ghoul. The largest green light spot among them seemed to vaguely sense the foreign invader, trembling and flickering a few times, emitting faint waves of resistance. But it was already covered with dense cracks, as if it could completely disintegrate into more small light spots at any moment. This bit of resistance was insignificant. Let's begin. Qingyu no longer hesitated, controlling the silver sphere to begin devouring and absorbing the scattered green light spots. Qingyu took less than a day to completely devour all the soul fragments belonging to the original Azure Ghoul within the core. Within the core, only the silver secret pattern sphere, representing Qingyu's soul core, remained. Next, it was a matter of slow, painstaking effort. On one hand, he needed to slowly sort through and digest the fragmented memories he had devoured. On the other hand, he needed to slowly adapt his soul and completely control this new yet incredibly unfamiliar body. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, who had been quietly guarding him, keenly sensed the changes in Azure Ghoul's body. The original faint and chaotic soul aura had completely vanished. Immediately after, a soul fluctuation, though still very raw, yet incredibly condensed and bearing Qingyu's unique imprint, began to slowly emanate. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's face showed a faint smile, and his grand voice directly entered the depths of Qingyu's soul. Qingyu, from now on, you should focus on improving your body's compatibility. You don't need to be distracted by other things. I, your teacher, will always be here to protect you. Qingyu received his teacher's message and felt at ease. He tried to control this new body to respond, but found he couldn't. Let alone speaking, even emitting a slight roar was extremely difficult. Logically, Azure Ghoul is a humanoid life form, so it shouldn't be difficult for Qingyu to control it. However, this was not the case. The core of the problem lay in the mismatch between soul and body. His soul was like a driver who had just entered an unfamiliar, precise machine. Every command given and every feedback received was full of delays and misalignments, requiring recalibration and adaptation. He could only move his mind and command the intelligent life to respond for him through his consciousness. Rem, please reply to my teacher for me. Everything is going smoothly. I am working hard to adapt. Qingyu then calmed his mind, sorting through the fragmented memories in his mind while focusing all his will to attempt the most basic controls. Move a finger, move an eyelid. Thanks to his soul, which had already undergone transformation once and become incredibly powerful, this process was astonishingly fast. 5 days later, on the 9th floor of Sky Eclipse Palace, within the vast hall, a heavy but gradually steady sound of footsteps echoed. The 20-kilometer-tall azure ghoul stood up unsteadily, its azure pupils flickering with curious light, raising its hands to look here and there. How marvelous! Qingyu experienced it for a while. Qingyu began to try jumping and running. At first, his movements were very clumsy, and he even almost fell due to poor control of his strength. But soon, his movements became increasingly coordinated and fluid. At the same time, the devoured soul fragments had also been completely sorted out. Calculated by the lifespan cycle of a special life form, this azure ghoul is actually just an infant, born only over 200 years ago. Its memories were relatively simple, mostly fragments of hiding and growing under instinctual drive, until a giant monster descended from the sky, and an irresistible terrifying force grabbed him. The memory then abruptly ended. What an unlucky fellow. A trace of pity flashed through Qingyu's heart, but it was quickly replaced by immense joy, because he finally obtained the complete memory of the third innate secret technique, transformation. Indeed, just as teacher Sky Eclipse had guessed, after actively activating transformation, when consuming a massive amount of energy and treasures to complete the transformation, not only would the body's strength and soul make a leap, but even the life gene level and will strength would also significantly increase. Taking over Azure Ghoul was the right choice. How do you feel? Sky Eclipse Palace Lord smiled, looking at Qingyu below, who was familiarizing himself with his new body and performing various actions. Teacher, this Azure Ghoul is truly too suitable for me. Both its soul talent and the transformation secret technique are incredibly compatible with me. Qingyu's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. Haha, good that it's suitable. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord nodded in satisfaction. Then his tone became serious. I have already sent you a secret technique called Myriad Forms. Its main purpose is to change your appearance and hide your aura, making it impossible for others to detect what your true body is. He solemnly warned. You must remember, before you have fully grown and possess enough self-preservation ability, you must never easily reveal Azure Ghoul's true form in front of outsiders. Special life forms are incredibly precious, and it is inevitable that they will attract the greed of certain beings. Currently, only the true high-level members of the Virtual Universe Corporation know about your takeover of Azure Ghoul. Qingyu's heart tightened, and he immediately responded solemnly. Teacher, rest assured, I understand the stakes and will never show off recklessly. I know your character, calm and composed, I'm just reminding you. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's tone softened. So, what are your plans next? Qingyu pondered for a moment. Originally, before teacher Sky Eclipse arranged the takeover, he had considered going to the Lost Star system for an extreme-level mission. But now that he had successfully taken over Azure Ghoul, his thoughts had changed. Disciple believes that with my current law talent and physical strength, continuing to stay at universe rank is a waste of time. Disciple plans to break through to territory lord rank. Qingyu had weighed his options. The cultivation tasks at universe rank were already of limited benefit to his strength. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord heard this and was not surprised, nodding. You can. You indeed don't need to continue staying at universe rank. In that case, you should first gestate your first clone, and then break through. Seeing his teacher agree, Qingyu hesitated slightly but still expressed his thoughts, with a hint of determination in his voice. Teacher, regarding the first clone, I want to gestate my original human body. Qingyu was uncharacteristically nervous, because he knew that gestating his original body as a clone meant wasting an extremely precious clone slot. He worried that his teacher would consider this an unwise choice. However, unexpectedly, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord only pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. You can. It just so happens that your original body is extremely complete, and the gestation speed will also be very fast. Qingyu looked at Sky Eclipse Palace Lord with a slight surprise. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord seemed to see through his thoughts, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. What? Afraid I wouldn't agree. Think it's a waste of a clone slot. You rascal. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord shook his head. Actually, among our human race, it's not uncommon for those strong individuals with multiple clones to choose to gestate a human clone. What's so strange about that? Unwillingness to completely abandon one's human identity and form is itself a kind of entrustment to the human race, and it's not a bad thing. Go, find an unoccupied manor on the 8th floor and settle down. Gestate your clone as quickly as possible. After you break through to Territory Lord rank, come and see me again. Yes, thank you, teacher. Qingyu's heart settled, and he responded respectfully. Qingyu came to the 8th floor, randomly chose a manor, and sat in the center of the cultivation room. His mind moved. First, gestate the first clone. Qingyu took out his original body, opened his mouth, and absorbed it into the core. Gestate. As Qingyu's consciousness activated Azure Ghoul's innate secret technique, a strange energy immediately generated within the core, enveloping his human body and beginning the clone gestation process. It will only take half a month to successfully gestate. Sensing the gestation speed, Qingyu felt satisfied. This half a month, I will use it to cultivate the myriad forms secret technique that teacher gave me. The core of myriad forms lies in the precise control of body muscles, bones, energy fluctuations, and even soul aura. After successful cultivation, the more familiar and knowledgeable one is with the target life form being transformed into, the harder it is for others to detect his true body's condition. But no matter how he changes, the life gene core will still be Azure Ghoul. Chapter 89, Perfect Gene. Half a month later, two Qingyus appeared simultaneously in the cultivation room. One was a clone, and the other was the main body transformed. Both were identical in height, weight, and every detail, even their temperaments were indistinguishable. After all, who knew him better than himself? The human clone and the main body looked at each other, and then Qingyu controlled the main body to revert to its original appearance. Although the myriad forms secret technique allowed Azure Ghoul to change at will. If he shrunk too much, he would feel uncomfortable. Qingyu's human form was several thousand times smaller than Azure Ghoul, and maintaining the transformation felt like his entire body was curled up. Then, Qingyu smiled slightly. Let's begin the breakthrough to Territory Lord rank. Qingyu had his clone stand guard nearby while his main body began to break through, his consciousness sinking into his core. Inside the core, the once vast and beautiful spiral galaxy began to undergo a dramatic change. The massive black hole at the center of the galaxy, and the 8 smaller black holes on its 8 spiral arms, suddenly intensified their devouring power to the extreme. The countless surrounding stars were devoured at a visible rate, especially the largest black hole in the center, which expanded wildly like a glutton. The smaller black holes on the 8 spiral arms were also gradually captured, pulled, and finally devoured and merged by the terrifying gravitational force of the central black hole. The entire process contained the immense power of cosmic evolution. Until the entire spiral galaxy completely disappeared, and the core became a void of dead silence. Only a single, immensely vast super black hole remained, slowly rotating, emitting an aura that devoured everything. The next moment, this super black hole suddenly began to contract inwards. Its volume continuously shrank, but its density increased infinitely. Finally, at the very center of the core, it contracted into a super black hole the size of a needlepoint and an extremely condensed silver singularity. Immediately after, this super black hole began to rebound and expand at an even more terrifying speed. It instantly swept through the entire interior of the core, eventually merging completely with the core's barrier, becoming one. Meanwhile, the original silver singularity was undergoing subtle changes. Qingyu could clearly feel that a magnificent world was gestating within this white singularity. This was the embryonic form of a world lord world. When it was fully gestated, it would transform into a true world. Qingyu opened his vertical pupils, burning with azure flames, and felt the surging, far greater power within him than ever before. His body size also grew slightly, from 20 kilometers to about 25 kilometers in height. The increase wasn't exaggerated, as Azure Ghoul was not a special life form known for its pure body size. Territory Lord rank. 16x amplification. After breaking through to Territory Lord rank, Qingyu did not immediately go to see Sky Eclipse Palace Lord. He suppressed his inner excitement and took out a large pile of Blood River crystals from his world ring. The crystals, shimmering with enticing red light, were piled up like mountains. He had been eager to try it immediately after successfully possessing the body. With my current will, it should definitely be enough. With the body strength of this special life form, merging 100 Blood River crystals shouldn't be a problem, right? Qingyu took a deep breath, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his narrow, azure vertical pupils. He directly cut a wound over a meter long on his palm and pressed a Blood River crystal directly onto it. The process was surprisingly easy. At least, compared to the agonizing pain of merging with his human body before, the current pain was almost negligible. His powerful body easily withstood the impact of the Blood River crystal's energy. Then came the continuous merging. The 10th crystal, 20 crystals, 30 crystals, the 90th crystal. Qingyu continued his actions, merging one after another, his heart growing increasingly expectant. The physical advantages of a special life form were showcased to the fullest at this moment. 95 crystals. HMPH. 99 crystals. As expected of a special life form, there's no pressure at all. Qingyu was incredibly excited. This was 100,000 times easier than merging Blood River crystals with a human body. The last one, come on. He pressed the 100th Blood River crystal into the wound. As the last trace of crimson thread drilled into his body, the 100th Blood River crystal was successfully merged. Qingyu stood up with a roar, his perfectly slender body trembling slightly with excitement. The reason he was so excited was because merging 100 Blood River crystals would cause a qualitative change. The genetic level amplification would no longer be a simple addition, but a leap, directly increasing significantly on the original basis. According to Qingyu's plan, as long as the amplification from 100 Blood River crystals could reach more than 3 times for him, and combined with his current Territory Lord rank, the Blood River crystals' boost effect would be multiplied by 16 on top of that. The total amplification would then have a chance to reach over 50 times. Stacked with Azure Ghoul's 200x base genetic level, the final genetic level would very likely reach the perfect genetic level of 10,081 times. I hope it's as I expect. Qingyu let out a long breath, suppressing his surging emotions. He roared in his heart, Blood Luo power, activate. Whoosh! A vast and magnificent power instantly erupted from the deepest part of his body. His life genetic level began to rise at a terrifying speed. 300x, 500x, 1000x, 2000x. At the same time, the surface of his perfectly azure body was covered with countless complex and dazzling golden secret patterns. These secret patterns flowed like living things, eventually converging at the position of his heart on his chest, forming an incredibly profound and perfectly symmetrical golden beast god pattern. His genetic level was still rising. 3000x, 5000x, 7000x, 9000x. From 9000x, the rate of increase noticeably slowed, but it still climbed steadily upwards. 9100, 9300, 9500, 9800, 9900. Finally, his genetic level arduously crossed the 10,000 times mark. At the same time, Qingyu's entire body's power continuously surged, and his body became increasingly perfect. Every inch of his skin, muscles, and bones was evolving towards a more perfect state. However, the last 81 times of the perfect gene's 10,081 times seemed like an insurmountable chasm. His genetic level was still increasing, but Qingyu could clearly feel that he was always just a hair's breadth away from that perfect limit. 10,010, 10,020, 10,050, 10,060. Just a little more, the very last bit. Ultimately, the increase in genetic level completely stagnated. How did it stop right at the very last step? Qingyu, unwilling, took out another Blood River crystal and pressed it onto the wound, but no matter how he pressed, the Blood River crystal remained unchanged. Blood River crystals could only be absorbed up to 100. Qingyu knew this, but he was unwilling that he was so close to the end yet couldn't cross the threshold. Sigh, Qingyu sighed, a faint trace of disappointment flashing through him, but he quickly regained his composure. I knew it, reaching the perfect gene isn't that simple. In fact, he had vaguely anticipated this result before merging, but his yearning for the perfect gene was too strong, so he subconsciously overlooked the difficulty involved. He carefully sensed his own state. My current life genetic level should be around 10070 times, just the last 10 times away from the perfect gene. Qingyu calmly pondered, his gaze once again falling on the remaining blood river crystals in his world ring. A burning anticipation rekindled in his vertical pupils, which glowed with azure flames. I still have the innate secret technique, transformation. If I can use the remaining blood river crystals as resources to activate transformation once, with the 16-fold amplification effect of my own talent, crossing these last 10 genetic levels should be no problem, right? Qingyu suppressed the urge to immediately activate transformation. One activation of transformation was not a short process. Even at the minimum standard, it would take at least 10 years. He needed to make full preparations and accumulate resources to the extreme, striving for success in one go. His gaze shifted to the human clone standing quietly beside him. The original plan was for the human clone to also break through to Territory Lord rank, but now the situation had changed. The main body failed to reach the perfect gene in one go and decided to use transformation for the final sprint, so the demand for resources would become extremely large. Since that's the case, Qingyu's thoughts raced, and he instantly made a new decision. Let the human clone remain at universe rank. Use the Virtual Universe Corporation's mission system to continue plundering resources in various mission worlds. All obtainable resources will be invested into this transformation to maximize its effect. It's decided. Thinking of this, Qingyu no longer delayed. The perfectly slender body of Azure Ghoul's main body moved slightly and left the cultivation room, heading to the 9th floor to pay his respects to Sky Eclipse Palace Lord. Upon meeting his teacher, Qingyu laid out all his thoughts, including his desire to return to the Blood Luo world to collect more Blood River crystals as important resources for transformation. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord listened quietly, then nodded. All right, your main body has already broken through to Territory Lord rank. Whether your clone breaks through or not has little impact. As for the Blood Luo world, go if you wish. Collecting resources and striving to improve is the correct path. He did not object. Instead, he approved of Qingyu's clear plan. After discussing official matters, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord looked at Qingyu and changed the subject. Since you have broken through to Territory Lord rank, the selection of your second clone should also be put on the agenda. I have long prepared it for you. He waved his sleeve, and immediately, the spacious hall shimmered with light, and hundreds of unique materials of various forms and auras appeared all at once. Including the frost flame giant tree, strange bones, fur, and energy crystals, these materials, without exception, all represented a powerful life form. From auxiliary life forms, energy life forms, to special life forms, the variety was extensive and dazzling. Qingyu was overwhelmed, his mind shaken by his teacher's generosity, and at the same time, he found himself in a dilemma. Because a considerable portion of the life forms represented by these materials had life genetic levels exceeding that of Azure Ghoul. If he chose one of these as his second clone, he could completely repeat his previous process, merging 100 Blood River crystals into the new clone as well, and very likely achieve the perfect genetic level ahead of time. This temptation was too great. However, Qingyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing this highly tempting idea. I already have a plan to achieve the perfect genetic level through transformation. There's no need to rush now. I cannot disrupt my original clone plan because of this. Regarding his second clone, he already had a clear plan, to choose a clone renowned for its life-saving abilities. This was the result of his careful deliberation. And Sky Eclipse Palace Master seemed to share his thoughts. After displaying all the materials, he directly screened out 3 optimal targets for him. These 3 targets, without exception, were all soulless energy-based lifeforms. Energy-based lifeforms are quite peculiar. Although they lack flesh and soul, they still have a concept of life gene level, though it is generally not high. Sky Eclipse Palace Master instructed. These three are what I, your master, have carefully selected. They are the most talented in terms of life-saving and escape. Your Azure Ghoul main body and human clone can be used for combat. What you lack now is a clone for self-preservation. His gaze fell upon a palm-sized crystal, seemingly composed of countless purple light particles and tiny crystals. The purple crystal cloud wing can be called a darling of space laws, known for its unparalleled speed. Its life gene level is the highest among these three, reaching 108 times, Sky Eclipse Palace Master introduced. It only has one innate secret technique, but it is extremely heaven-defying, named Instant Shadow. When this secret technique is used, the purple crystal wings on its back will erupt with brilliant light, and its main body will enter a ethereal state. In this state, not only is its speed extremely fast, but its flexibility reaches its peak, allowing it to easily accelerate itself to light speed in a very short time. And it can instantly start, stop, and turn at will, almost ignoring inertia. Furthermore, there are records indicating that the purple crystal cloud wing can achieve at least dozens of times its original flight speed in its later stages. But it also has a drawback that isn't really a drawback, Sky Eclipse Palace Master added. That is, in a ethereal state, its main body cannot cause effective damage to enemies. Of course, most attacks also cannot harm it. Unless it encounters a super expert, one can only choose to exhaust its energy before being able to kill it. After listening to Master Tian Shi's introduction, Qingyu's vertical pupils, burning with azure flames, instantly lit up. Having no soul meant immunity to all soul attacks, no worries about being enslaved or soul incinerated. Plus, such a dominant, almost invincible, life-saving innate secret technique. As long as he wasn't trapped in a true desperate situation, or encountered means completely beyond his comprehension, with Instant Shadow, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Moreover, after being nurtured, it would only exist as a clone. As long as the core wasn't placed on this clone, it wouldn't matter if it was killed. I'll choose this one. Master, your disciple has decided to nurture this purple crystal cloud wing as the second clone. Qingyu said without hesitation. Good. Sky Eclipse Palace Master smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated his choice. He lightly tapped his finger, and the purple, wing-shaped crystal floated gently in front of Qingyu. This is a part of the purple crystal cloud wing's wing, sufficient to serve as a medium for nurturing a clone. After discussing the clone, Sky Eclipse Palace Master's expression became a bit more serious, and he instructed. My original intention was to require you to attempt the Territory Lord rank primitive heavenly mountain when you reach the Territory Lord rank. However, your law comprehension talent is too monstrous, and now that you've taken over the Azure Ghoul, your talent must be even stronger. With such potential, deliberately staying at the Territory Lord rank to refine yourself would instead be wasting your time and your talent. He paused, then continued. Therefore, Qingyu, you should no longer be fixated on the Heavenly Bridge and Heavenly Mountain. You should break through to the World Lord rank as soon as possible. The World Lord rank is the fastest stage for comprehending the universe's origin laws and for rapid strength improvement. Yes, Master. Your disciple understands. Qingyu respectfully replied. While he agreed verbally, he harbored his own confidence and pride in his heart. Breaking through to the World Lord rank as soon as possible is natural. But with my current Azure Ghoul's base talent, which is thousands or even tens of thousands of times higher than my previous human body, plus the 16-fold amplification, my cultivation speed will reach an unimaginable level. Even if I don't deliberately suppress my realm, I have a very high certainty of passing the Territory Lord rank Heavenly Mountain. Of course, he didn't voice these words. Actions speak louder than words, and he would give Master Tian Shi a surprise when the time came. Go, Sky Eclipse Palace Master finally instructed. I have already applied for you. Your Azure Ghoul main body can directly go to Primordial Chaos City in the Primal Universe to cultivate. The environment there is most beneficial for your comprehension of laws. Once your human clone also breaks through to the Territory Lord rank, the company will arrange for you to go on an external mission. At that time, simply send the purple crystal cloud wing clone. Cultivate well, and strive to break through to the World Lord rank as soon as possible before coming to see me." "Yes, Master." Your disciple takes his leave. Qingyu respectfully bowed, then left Sky Eclipse Palace. Returning to the primitive mystical region's Wuchen continent, Qingyu did not immediately set off for Primordial Chaos City. Nurturing the purple crystal cloud wing clone would take over a year. Qingyu waited patiently. A year later, the second clone, the purple crystal cloud wing, was successfully nurtured. Its humanoid body was 10 kilometers tall, its entire form like perfectly polished supreme-grade crystal. One could visibly see purple energy flowing within these crystals. The wings on its back were its core distinguishing feature, with a wingspan reaching an astonishing 40 kilometers. The wing bones were streamlined pillars forged from purple crystal, and the wing membranes were composed of layers of translucent purple crystal flakes, shedding glittering purple crystal dust and energy light points. Qingyu awkwardly flapped the wings on his back, flying freely within the Wuchen space-time. Instant shadow. The purple stream of light became faster and faster, finally disappearing directly, leaving only a purple light trail in the void. Appearing here one moment, and then in an extremely distant place the next. It was almost like teleportation, impossible for the naked eye to capture. Qingyu silently felt the effects of the innate secret technique. 1 second. It only took 1 second to accelerate from a standstill to light speed, and I'm only at Territory Lord rank stage 1 now. When my realm improves, won't I be able to reach light speed instantly? The Wuchen space-time couldn't enter the dark universe, so Qingyu couldn't test superluminal flight. However, just being able to suspend, turn, and reverse at will while at light speed already satisfied Qingyu greatly. After experiencing the marvels of his second clone for a while, Qingyu began to implement his plan. He had his human clone carry the purple crystal cloud wing clone to various cultivation mission worlds, embarking on a frenzied, sweeping journey. This time, he wasn't seeking special opportunities in the mission worlds. Qingyu's goal was clear: to scour for all resources usable for transformation. With the purple crystal cloud wing clone's extreme speed and life-saving ability brought by its instant shadow talent, the sweeping efficiency was astonishingly high. At the same time, the Azure Ghoul main body remained in the primitive mystical region estate, fully dedicating himself to comprehending the laws of space-time. Logically, law comprehension becomes more difficult the further one progresses, with the time required for improvement increasing exponentially. But after the body snatching, Qingyu's experience was completely different. As a special life form, the Azure Ghoul inherently possessed extremely high law comprehension talent. Coupled with the terrifying 16-fold boost, his comprehension of the chaotic true understanding was as simple and smooth as eating and drinking, with countless inspirations and insights naturally emerging. Qingyu was supremely confident. In at most 10 years, I am certain my space-time laws will reach the level of the 13th layer of the Heavenly Bridge. Time flew by, and 20 years passed in a blink of an eye. The human clone and the purple crystal cloud wing clone cooperated seamlessly, completing all extreme, dangerous, difficult, and even simple-level missions within the Virtual Universe Corporation's authority to their limits with astonishing efficiency. Massive amounts of various rare resources were scoured back like a tide, piling up in Qingyu's world ring. Qingyu roughly estimated that the total value of these resources, if all converted into points, would probably be close to 50 million. All of this was the profound accumulation made for that first transformation. The resource scouring operation concluded, and the human clone also naturally broke through to Territory Lord rank stage 1. As soon as the human clone broke through, the Virtual Universe Corporation's management system immediately detected it. Soon, 3 black-clad deacons arrived by spaceship at estate number 114 on Wuchen continent. They began a further examination of Qingyu's realm. Congratulations, Your Highness. It has been confirmed that Your Highness has officially entered Territory Lord rank stage 1. Your virtual universe network access has been updated accordingly, the leading black-clad deacon respectfully said. Thank you. Seeing Qingyu so calm and polite, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 3 black-clad deacons. They had seen too many geniuses who disdained them, these low-level deacons. Those as amiable as Qingyu were very few. The leading black-clad deacon continued. Since your highness has broken through to the territory lord rank, according to company rules, you have one opportunity to use a nutrient capsule to strengthen your body to the peak of territory lord rank stage 9. However, he paused, a hint of confusion on his face. The higher-ups specifically informed us that your nutrient capsule will be delivered by a special person. Please wait here for a few days. No problem, thank you for your trouble, Qingyu nodded. The 3 black-clad deacons completed their mission, bowed respectfully, and then left, unable to resist discussing it on their way. This His Highness Qingyu, with such astonishing talent, I heard he passed the primitive heavenly mountain in the universe rank after only cultivating for over 200 years. Now he's broken through to the territory lord rank so quickly, yet he doesn't show any arrogance at all. It's truly rare. Yes, I'm really envious of such talent. What's the use of envy? It's better to hope that His Highness can grow into a super existence soon. If the company becomes stronger, we deacons will also benefit, won't we? How can becoming a super existence be that simple? Even if His Highness truly reaches that stage, we few aren't even undying. Can we live to see that day? The next day, Qingyu's nutrient capsule finally arrived. It was personally escorted by a champion undying spiritual god, showing the virtual universe corporation's high regard for him. Chapter 90, External Assignment. This champion's attitude was very gentle. Since the higher-ups sent a champion to deliver the nutrient pod, it was naturally because this highness had some secrets that were not suitable for lower-level personnel to know. No matter what the secret, it showed the company's level of importance. Your Highness Qingyu, by company order, I have specially come to deliver your nutrient pod, the champion undying said with a smile. Thank you, sir, for personally delivering it, Qingyu replied politely. Your Highness is too kind, it's just my duty, the champion undying then changed the subject. Additionally, by company order, there is a second matter I need to inform your Highness about. Since your Highness has reached territory lord rank, according to company rules, core members must be externally assigned for training. Normally, you would be assigned to your home universe kingdom, which is the Qinglin universe kingdom where you reside, to serve in an important position at the virtual universe corporation's branch in that universe kingdom. The champion undying explained in detail. Of course, if your Highness has other intentions, you may also choose to serve in any other universe kingdom. Qingyu had already considered this matter and, with almost no hesitation, replied directly. Just as per custom, I will return to the Qinglin Universe Kingdom. All right. The relevant appointment documents and permissions will be issued to your backend in about half a year, and at that time, someone will escort your Highness to the Qinglin Universe Kingdom to take up your post, the champion undying nodded. In that case, I won't disturb your Highness's cultivation. I wish your Highness all the best during your external assignment. After seeing off the champion undying, Qingyu looked at the nutrient pod in the hall, his eyes deepening. The reason for having a champion escort it was naturally for safety. His possessed azure ghoul and second clone, purple crystal cloud wing, both far exceeded normal humans in size, and their genetic levels were also exceptional. To advance from Territory Lord rank 1st stage to Territory Lord rank 9th stage would consume an astronomical amount of nutrient fluid. Having ordinary deacons deliver such a large quantity of nutrient fluid would undoubtedly increase the risk of exposure. Qingyu's 3 bodies simultaneously immersed themselves in the nutrient pod. The surging energy gently nourished and strengthened his Territory Lord rank 1st stage body, steadily progressing towards the peak of Territory Lord rank 9th stage. In the virtual universe, original zone, Yushang Mountain, within a secluded villa in a public area. Mocha, Huang Li, and Yumeng gathered again, this time to bid farewell to Qingyu, who was about to be externally assigned. The atmosphere was a mix of emotion and complexity. Qingyu, you fellow, Mocha raised his wine glass, shaking his head with a bitter smile, his tone carrying genuine admiration and a hint of helplessness. Honestly, when I first entered Primordial Chaos City, I secretly took you as a goal to strive for. But what happened? You suddenly rushed through the 7th and 8th levels of the Heavenly Bridge and were taken as a disciple by Palace Master Sky Eclipse. We finally managed to leave Primordial Chaos City, thinking we could slowly catch up in the mystical region, but you, on the other hand, quietly passed through the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Mocha kept raising his wine glass and pouring wine into his mouth, seemingly trying to drown his sorrows with alcohol, but unfortunately, the wine in the virtual universe couldn't get one drunk. And now you're a territory lord. Your progress speed, it's simply not giving us, ordinary, geniuses a chance to live. Next to him, Huang Li rested her chin on one hand, unconsciously stirring the drink in her cup with the other, her face showing a look of utter despair. Sigh, don't even mention it, Mocha. Why must we be born in the same era as a monster like him? This is simply a merciless crushing of the confidence of all our peers. Please leave us some hope of catching up, alright? It's too disheartening. Looking at his two friends' half-serious, half-joking complaints and teasing, Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound, I just moved a bit faster. Yu Meng, who had been sitting quietly beside Qingyu with a smile on her lips, gently patted him when she heard this and softly said, "Don't be modest, we've all seen your efforts." Her gaze turned to Qingyu, her captivating eyes filled with deep affection and an unshakable hint of worry. "When you go to the Qinglin Universe Kingdom, you must be careful with everything. I heard that while external assignments offer many opportunities, there are also many dangers, especially for a genius like you, with alien races." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. Qingyu's smile faded. He reached out and gently held Yu Meng's hand, solemnly promising, "Don't worry, I won't get into trouble." Yu Meng's pretty face flushed slightly. She nodded gently, then clasped Qingyu's hand tightly in return. Just as Qingyu was bidding farewell to his friends, on Thunder Island in the virtual universe, in the gathering place of the undying spiritual gods of the Virtual Universe Corporation, there was a lively discussion due to the news of Qingyu's breakthrough to Territory Lord rank. He broke through. So fast. It hasn't even been 300 years, all told, has it? What terrifying talent. Judging by his performance, as long as he doesn't fall, becoming a venerable is basically a certainty. What do you all think? How long will it take this kid to pass the Territory Lord rank Primal Heavenly Bridge? Someone posed a question. Hard to say. The difficulty of the Heavenly Bridge increases layer by layer. The further you go, the more abnormal it gets. He might have passed the universe rank Heavenly Bridge in over 200 years, but it could take him 2,000 years to pass the Territory Lord rank Heavenly Bridge. 2,000 years is probably an exaggeration, but 1,000 years is likely. The group argued endlessly, with no one able to convince another. Suddenly, someone noticed Snow Prison King, who was sitting quietly in a corner, unusually not cultivating but rather calmly drinking, and couldn't help but tease with a smile. "Snow Prison, don't just sit there, tell us, how long do you think Qingyu will need to pass the Territory Lord rank Heavenly Bridge?" His tone carried clear mockery. Immediately, many people looked at Snow Prison King with smiles in their eyes. Apparently, thanks to the tireless promotion by his friend Purple Abyss King, the story of him refusing to accept Qingyu as a disciple back then was already well known within this small circle, becoming a common topic for them to occasionally tease him about. Snow Prison King, who had just wanted to relax but inexplicably became a target, heard this and his face instantly darkened, his hand holding the wine glass pausing. He heavily put down the wine glass and huffed irritably. "What's there to say? We'll know when the time comes. Boring. I'm going back to cultivate, so excuse me." With that, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he immediately vanished with a dark face, exiting the virtual universe. The undisguised bursts of laughter that reached him in the second before he exited made his face darken even further. Deep within a spatial rift in a remote universe, inside a massive and eerie Zerg Queen Mother's divine kingdom. The central divine hall was grand, surrounded by countless silent insect race warriors. Inside the divine hall, a sharp, piercing female voice, filled with endless fury and a hint of dread, suddenly rang out, like a hysterical shriek. "What? 20 years ago, human Qingyu passed the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. How could it be so fast? If you dare to lie to me, I'll feed you to my darlings." Below, an undying spiritual god was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, cold sweat dripping, and quickly responded. "Great Master, please calm your anger. Since your last command, we have intensified our information gathering on this Qingyu. This news has been verified by multiple sources and is absolutely true." Feeling the terrifying wrath from above that seemed to crush him, he hastily added, "However, there's also good news. Not long ago, he officially broke through to Territory Lord rank, and according to the rules of the Virtual Universe Corporation, he will soon leave the primitive mystical region for external training." The sharp voice in the divine hall erupted with even more frenzied and resolute killing intent. "Good. A good opportunity. Kill him. We must kill him at all costs. Immediately list him as assassination target number 1. Mobilize all available forces, and be sure to completely eliminate him before he grows stronger." "As you command, Great Master. Your subordinate will immediately carry it out. To eliminate this grave threat for the sacred race." The undying spiritual god quickly pledged loyalty. "No, not enough. Just you useless lot, I'm afraid it's not enough." The Zerg Queen Mother immediately contradicted herself, her voice full of distrust and anxiety. For such a peerless genius, the Virtual Universe Corporation must value him immensely. There will undoubtedly be strong individuals secretly protecting him at all times. If you act rashly, you might only alert him and make him even more vigilant. Her voice became incredibly solemn and murderous. "I will report his threat level to the race. The growth speed of such a genius is truly terrifying. He must not be allowed to live. No matter the cost, he must die." "Yes, Master is wise." The undying spiritual god bowed his head even lower, his body trembling slightly, not daring to say more. 6 months later, outside Manor 114 on the Wuchen continent in the primitive mystical region. A luxurious cosmic spaceship was already prepared. Qingyu's purple crystal cloud wing clone sat leisurely inside the cabin. This clone had also transformed into a normal human appearance through the myriad forms secret technique. Silver hair and black eyes, with only a pair of crystal wings flowing with purple light behind him, indicating his extraordinary nature. No one would doubt his identity, as there were indeed many treasures in the universe that could allow people to grow wings. Marquis Tianyi also sat beside him, with a guard team composed of world lords and territory lords behind him. They were waiting for the final member, the guard assigned by the Virtual Universe Corporation who would secretly protect him on his journey to take up his post in the Qinglin Universe Kingdom. Not long after, in the distant starry sky, a sleek, golden shuttle-shaped spaceship radiating powerful energy fluctuations rapidly approached, steadily docking nearby. The hatch opened, and 3 figures emerged from within. Leading them was a female powerhouse in golden battle armor, tall and upright, with a heroic and imposing aura. Her face was cold and beautiful, her eyes like lightning, and subtle, heart-palpitating law fluctuations emanated from her body. The 2 individuals following her also had vast auras, but were clearly much weaker. When Qingyu saw the golden-armored woman leading the group, he was greatly surprised. He quickly took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. Qingyu greets senior sister. Marquis Tianyi, beside him, also looked surprised and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Venerable." The newcomer was none other than Venerable Zhou, the eldest disciple under Palace Master Sky Eclipse. She was also Qingyu's senior sister, whom he had seen several times in the virtual universe but had never met in reality. Qingyu had never expected that the Virtual Universe Corporation would send his senior sister herself to protect him during his external assignment. This made him feel both flattered and overwhelmed. Venerable Zhou's gaze swept over the wings behind Qingyu. A faint smile appeared on her cold, beautiful face as she nodded. "Little junior brother, we finally meet in reality. For our first meeting, your senior sister doesn't have much, so consider this a welcoming gift." She flipped her hand, and a pair of delicate, thin wings, seemingly condensed from countless fragmented stars and flowing with dreamlike starlight, appeared in the void. The moment these wings appeared, they naturally stirred the surrounding space-time laws, emanating profound fluctuations. This item is called the 9 Luminaries Star Wings, a wondrous treasure naturally nurtured by the universe, especially beloved by winged lifeforms, De Venerable explained. Lifeforms without wings can also use it, but they cannot bring out its full potential. Though it is not a heavy treasure, for winged lifeforms, its effect is comparable to a heavy treasure. It can perfectly fuse with your wings, and it's enough for you to use until you reach the champion level. She paused, then added a crucial point. Moreover, once fused with your wings, as long as you don't deliberately expose it, outsiders won't be able to detect any abnormality, they'll just think they are your original wings. Its concealment is excellent. With that, she also transmitted the accompanying secret method for controlling the 9 luminaries' star wings and relevant information to Qingyu. Qingyu received the information and, after a brief look, was even more shaken. The 9 luminaries' star wings were incredibly compatible with space-time laws, and the accompanying secret method had 3 stages. With his current comprehension at the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, he could only execute the first stage. And indeed, as senior sister said, for winged lifeforms, these 9 luminaries' star wings were truly comparable to a heavy treasure. Senior sister, this is too precious. Qingyu quickly said, his heart filled with gratitude. Such a grand gift for their first meeting in reality, this senior sister clearly cared for him deeply. Take it. You are the youngest disciple under Master, it's only right. Changde Venerable smiled slightly, handing over the 9 luminaries' star wings. I hope it can shine as it should in your hands. Thank you, senior sister. Qingyu no longer refused, accepting it solemnly. He would remember this kindness. De Venerable turned sideways, introducing the 2 people behind him. These 2 are champion undying spiritual gods dispatched by the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, King Qinglin and King Qianjin. They will openly serve as your bodyguards, while I, your senior sister, will protect you in secret. The 2 champion undying spiritual gods stepped forward, nodding slightly to Qingyu. Your Highness Qingyu, let's depart. The group boarded the spaceship, which quickly activated and departed the primitive mystical region. Inside the spaceship, Qingyu finally couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and found an opportunity to ask De Venerable. Senior sister, the company's higher-ups clearly know that this overseas assignment is only for one of my clones, and even if it's lost, I can re-nurture it. Why would you personally come to protect me? This seems a bit. Changde Venerable glanced at him, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. You think it's making a mountain out of a molehill. She gently swirled the wine glass in her hand, transmitting a message. Little junior brother, your current status is not what it used to be. The company places great importance on you. While protecting you is one reason for the company's arrangement, the more important reason is that the company wants to fish. Fish? Qingyu was startled. That's right. De Venerable's eyes grew slightly cold. Your intelligence has probably already landed on the desks of the Zerg, automaton race, and other foreign race higher-ups. A peerless genius who can pass the primal heavenly mountain at universe rank, who has broken through to territory lord rank and been sent out for training, this is an excellent assassination opportunity for them. The company is taking advantage of this to carry out its plan, to thoroughly clean out a batch of foreign race spies lurking in our human territory. If we can lure out a few big fish, or even provoke a foreign race venerable to make a move, then we'll truly hit the jackpot. She paused, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, those foreign races aren't stupid. The possibility of a venerable acting in the heartland of our human territory is extremely low. After all, if they come, they won't be able to leave. But no matter what, this operation will not be small in scale. So, it's not just me, your senior sister, who is protecting you in the dark, oh. Upon hearing this, Qingyu suddenly understood. It seems I'll have to play the bait this time. While the violet crystal cloud wing clone embarked on its journey to take up its post, Qingyu's human clone and azure ghoul main body had already re-entered primordial chaos city in the primal universe. Qingyu, familiar with the route, arrived at the small building where he once resided. He had no mind for comprehending laws at the moment, all his thoughts were focused on the upcoming transformation. The allure of the perfect life gene level was too great, and he was very curious about what kind of innate secret technique the primordial universe's origin would bestow. Inside the cultivation room, everything was ready. A mountain of resources was piled up, almost filling the huge cultivation room. These were the fruits of the human clone's 20 years of diligent scavenging. The azure ghoul main body, with its perfectly slender physique, sat cross-legged in the center of the resources, its vertical pupils, burning with azure flames, slowly closing. Transformation. Activate. As his consciousness triggered the innate secret technique, an extremely dense azure ghostly light instantly erupted from his body surface. The light seemed to be alive, wriggling, and a clear, viscous gel oozed from the crevices of his skin. This gel spread rapidly, enveloping his entire body like a living creature, moving faster and faster, eventually forming a 30-kilometer-tall, oval-shaped giant egg. The surface of the giant egg was not smooth, but covered with naturally formed, incredibly complex azure law secret patterns, slowly swirling. At the top of the giant egg, a huge, slowly rotating energy vortex formed, like an open maw, generating terrifying suction. Rumble. The massive resources piled up like mountains, various strange treasures, blood river crystals, precious medicinal herbs, were pulled by an invisible force, one by one, into the huge vortex, where they were crushed, purified, and absorbed. Inside the giant egg, Qingyu's consciousness clearly perceived that his azure ghoul body was undergoing an incredible transformation. All his tissues, bones, and scales were melting, decomposing into the purest life origin energy, which then merged with the absorbed massive resource essence, forming a chaotic colored liquid imbued with infinite vitality. He felt no discomfort, instead, there was a warmth and sense of security, like returning to a mother's embrace. His soul felt as if it were being cleansed, becoming more transparent. Because the prepared resources were truly enormous, this devouring and absorbing process alone lasted for a full half-year. When the last energy crystal was completely swallowed by the vortex, the top vortex slowly closed and disappeared. The light on the surface of the giant egg completely receded, all phenomena subsided, and it became like a simple, unadorned azure giant egg. Only the natural secret patterns on its surface hinted at its extraordinary nature. Qingyu's consciousness instinctively knew the time required for this transformation, 500 years. A full 500 years, a bit longer than expected, Qingyu thought, understanding. But it doesn't matter. He had not lost consciousness. During the next 500 years of transformation, he could still think clearly, comprehend laws, and research secret techniques, he just couldn't move. Then let's begin. Qingyu had his main body research the law of time, while his human clone researched the law of space. This was another great advantage of having clones, the two consciousnesses did not interfere with each other but shared their results. In the territory of the Qinglin Universe Kingdom, in a desolate starry sky, a spaceship bearing the Virtual Universe Corporation logo was traveling at 50 times the speed of light in the dark universe, its destination a remote star system affiliated with the human race. The content of this mission was trivial and tedious. The company required Qingyu to verify whether there were undying rank powerhouses within that race, and if found, to eliminate them. Clearly, it was another restless subordinate race, likely concealing the existence of undying spiritual gods within their group from the company. Normally, the company wouldn't bother, but when Your Highnesses, were sent out, they would be arranged to carry out such cleanup operations. In the spaceship's lounge, Qingyu's violet crystal cloud wing clone was idly flipping through the mission brief. Since his overseas assignment, more than 400 years had passed in the primal universe, and over 1,000 years had elapsed in the primordial universe. The imagined, thunderous assassination by foreign races had yet to arrive. The only instance occurred over 900 years ago, an assassination squad composed of 2 champions and 5 marquises, which appeared precisely when he was carrying out a mission. All 7 of these individuals were sole slaves, mere cannon fodder. There was no need for his senior sister, who was protecting him in secret, to act. The 2 openly assigned champion guards, King Qinglin and King Qianjin, easily dealt with them. It was more like a smoke bomb thrown by the foreign races to test them, perhaps even a ploy to lull them into a false sense of security. Since then, the level of protection around Qingyu had not decreased but increased. However, over 1,000 years of long waiting was enough to erode most people's sense of urgency. Even Qingyu himself had become somewhat lax. There shouldn't be any assassinations, Qingyu closed the brief, muttering to himself. After this mission, I'll go back and stop taking these tedious tasks, focusing on comprehending laws to prepare for breaking through to World Lord rank as soon as possible. However, precisely at the moment when Qingyu thought an accident was least likely to occur, and his mind was most relaxed. Wail! An incredibly piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire spaceship. Red warning lights flashed frantically. Master, something's wrong. The intelligent life Rem's voice immediately rang out. Spaceship's power system is out of control. I'm losing control over the spaceship. An unresolvable external force is forcibly decelerating us. What? Qingyu abruptly stood up from his seat. Almost simultaneously, two powerful figures instantly appeared beside him, guarding him from left and right. They were King Qinglin and King Qianjun. Your Highness, be careful. King Qinglin's sharp eyes scanned the surrounding void. The spaceship's speed is rapidly decreasing. Rem continued. It's about to drop below light speed. We're about to exit the dark universe. The spaceship's AI countdown sounded coldly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 91, Assassination. Capture alive. The icy void was suddenly torn apart. Qingyu's spaceship was violently seized by an invisible giant hand, thrown out of the dark universe. The hull groaned, a grating sound, and alarm shrieked. Enemy attack. Protect His Highness. King Thailand's roar was the first to sound. Almost simultaneously, three colossal mechanical towers stood in a triangular formation in the void, with eerie blue energy beams shooting skyward. The three beams connected, isolating this space-time. King Thailand and King Qianjun's expressions darkened when they saw this scene. Triple seal array. This was a high-tech method unique to the automaton race. The so-called triple seal array, once formed, prohibits teleportation. Prohibits traversing the dark universe. Prohibits divine kingdom teleportation. Qingyu and his guards all flew out. The spaceship was useless at this point, staying inside it would make them a living target. King Thailand said to the guards, "Protect His Highness at all costs." The next moment, the attack arrived. In the distance, an insect race mother nest, dozens of kilometers high, spewed countless warriors like a beehive, densely filling their vision in an instant. A dark red energy torrent, condensed from the power of hundreds of thousands of insect race warriors, came roaring in, carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating everything. King Thailand's body erupted with purple lightning, transforming into a roaring thunder dragon that met the torrent, while King Qianjun's saber light pierced the sky, attempting to cut it down. The two champion-rank powerhouses combined their strength to block this destructive strike, but the explosive energy impact caused their aura to surge. Automaton race, insect race, and monster race, how dare you appear within my human race territory? King Thailand roared. His response was a cold attack. Countless grotesque mechanical puppets surged like a silver tide, their various combined attacks locking onto him. On the other side, a roar that shattered the void rang out, and a monster race undying revealed its colossal true form, a giant beast covered in green scales, with a single horn on its head, and eyes like molten lakes. Its massive divine body, several kilometers high, carried a savage aura and directly lunged at King Qianjun. Its sharp claws swiped, tearing black marks in space. That insect race Queen Mother's target is His Highness Qingyu. King Qianjun swung his saber to parry the terrifying claws, sparks flew, and he was shaken back by the immense power, hastily transmitting his message. Indeed, the enormous insect race mother nest ignored the battle here, its massive body starting up with a rumble, like a mobile war fortress, crushing directly towards Qingyu, who was isolated in the void. Inside the mother nest, the insect race Queen Mother's mental fluctuations carried absolute coldness and killing intent. In front of an undying rank insect race Queen Mother, Qingyu's guards were merely decorations. However, just as the mother nest was about to close in, the purple crystal cloud wings on Qingyu's back gently flapped. Whoosh! His figure instantly blurred, transforming into a purple stream of light difficult to catch with the naked eye, easily leaving it behind in a nearly playful manner. What? The insect race Queen Mother inside the mother nest let out a startled mental fluctuation. She immediately urged the mother nest to accelerate, but how could this massive war machine compare in agility to the purple crystal cloud wings, which excelled in speed? No matter how she controlled it, the mother nest could only clumsily trail behind, unable to even touch Qingyu's clothes. Surprise quickly turned to anger, then to anxiety. The longer this dragged on, the more variables there would be. A human race venerable could arrive at any moment. Damn human race. The coldness on her delicate face was instantly replaced by extreme ferocity. Her figure flickered, directly leaving the mother nest, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, personally rushing towards Qingyu with astonishing speed. An undying spiritual god speed, when fully unleashed, could also reach the speed of light limit in the original universe. She refused to believe that she, a dignified undying, could not catch up to a territory lord. However, Qingyu in front merely flapped the purple wings on his back again. The surrounding space subtly rippled, and his speed simultaneously reached the speed of light. The power of the purple crystal cloud wing's innate secret technique, instant shadow, was displayed to its fullest. No matter how the insect race Queen Mother Fei Yan pursued him, in this space-time where traversing the dark universe was forbidden, her speed could only remain at the speed of light. After chasing for a long time, the distance between them did not close at all. This feeling was like chasing an elusive phantom that could never be caught. How is this possible? How could a mere territory lord ranked speed also reach the speed of light? The insect race Queen Mother's heart was in turmoil. After the shock came deeper anger and frustration. She possessed the soul attack methods of a champion rank limit, but Qingyu was as slippery as an eel, giving her no chance to use them. Stop him, you useless fools. Ram him with your bodies if you have to. The insect race Queen Mother Fei Yan vented her rage, while also controlling millions of insect race warriors to try and intercept Qingyu. Unfortunately, Qingyu's innate secret technique, instant shadow, allowed him to pause and turn at will. Although there were many insect race warriors, they couldn't even touch Qingyu's clothes. And even if they could touch him, what then? Qingyu was currently in a virtualized state. The reason he was dodging with such effort was simply to conserve energy. A sense of powerlessness and urgency began to gnaw at the insect race Queen Mother Fei Yan's heart. Every second felt like a death knell. A human race venerable could arrive at any moment. Insect race, what are you doing? Dancing. The automaton race undying, currently entangled with King Tai Lan, let out a cold roar. You can't even deal with a territory lord. You've brought shame to the insect race. The monster race giant beast also let out an impatient roar, smashing several meteorites with a claw. The taunts and urgings from the monster race and automaton race undying were like adding fuel to the fire. Her beautiful face twisted, and her mental fluctuations were filled with frenzy and unwillingness. The rage in her heart almost burned away her reason, but she forced it down and responded sharply. His speed far exceeds expectations. Stop wasting words and help me quickly. Before her words finished, Qingyu, who had been fleeing, suddenly made a nimble turn, and the magnificent purple crystal cloud wings on his back shone brightly. 9 luminaries star rain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless sharp light blades, formed from highly condensed space-time power, rained down like an endless shower of stars, overwhelmingly shooting towards the insect race Queen Mother who had just rushed out of the mother nest, attempting to pursue him personally. The insect race Queen Mother Fei Yan had never expected this, and, who only knew how to flee to dare counterattack. She was struck by the space-time blades, which contained a peculiar penetrating power. PFF'd. Several space-time blades grazed her crystalline body, leaving a few shallow wounds. Although they healed instantly, not even counting as minor injuries, the sensation of being scratched, and the slight stinging pain were like a resounding slap, fiercely hitting the insect race Queen Mother's face. You are dead. The insect race Queen Mother Fei Yan completely erupted in rage, her reason utterly consumed. How had she ever suffered such humiliation? To be injured by a mere territory lord. Rank Junior. Enough. That useless fellow can't even handle a territory lord rank. The automaton race undying coldly shouted. Let's finish this quickly. The monster race giant beast let out an earth-shattering roar. It exchanged glances with the automaton race undying and simultaneously began to frantically burn undying divine power as if it were worthless. Boom, boom. The aura of both instantly surged. The attacks of the mechanical puppets became incredibly violent, forming a deadly killing matrix. The monster race giant beast's claws were entwined with terrifying law-secret patterns, tearing through the sky. King Tai Lan and King Qianjun's expressions changed drastically. In a flash, the two instinctively chose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, focusing on a defensive stance, and were forced back by the furious attacks. For a time, they could not effectively block them. A gap appeared. The automaton race and monster race Undying no longer bothered with King Tai Lan and King Qianjun, but instead, along with the enraged insect race Queen Mother, instantly formed a triangular pincer attack, surrounding Qingyu in the center. "Let's see where you'll run." The monster race giant beast sneered, a strange light flashing in its massive molten eyes. Time pause. An invisible, yet supreme law fluctuation instantly enveloped the area where Qingyu was. Qingyu, who was in the midst of using instant shadow, suddenly froze. The flowing energy, the flying light blades, and even his vibrating wings behind him, all seemed to have been paused, completely solidified in the void. The instant shadow of the purple crystal cloud wings could virtualize and immune most attacks, but it could not immune this direct time-based prohibition. It worked. The automaton race Undying said. Two figures immediately stepped forward, intending to capture the frozen Qingyu. However, their hands passed directly through Qingyu's body. The virtualized state remained, making physical capture ineffective. Insect race. It's up to you. Hurry. The automaton race Undying immediately shouted. The insect race Queen Mother's face showed a cruel and delighted smile. She instantly closed in, her incomparably powerful soul energy transforming into invisible chains, rushing directly towards Qingyu's head, intent on soul enslavement. She had already planned how to torture this fellow who dared to injure her after enslaving Qingyu. However, just at this critical moment, two roars, filled with shock, anger, and determination, exploded like thunder. Die for me. It was King Tai Lan and King Qianjun, who had just been repelled. They had thought Qingyu was doomed, their hearts filled with despair, secretly regretting their earlier evasion and wondering how they would endure the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's wrath. But they never expected Qingyu's strange state, even after being subjected to time pause, to render the two champion-rank powerhouses helpless against him. Seeing the insect race Queen Mother about to strike, how could the two still care about anything else? Boom, boom. Without the slightest hesitation, the two instantly began to frantically burn Undying divine power, even resorting to secret techniques that damaged their origin at any cost. Their aura instantly broke through its peak, transforming into two dazzling light beams, one of thunder and one of saber light, piercing through the void. With lightning speed, they blasted towards the insect race Queen Mother, who was momentarily lax in her defense due to her impending success and whose physical body was inherently fragile. Be careful. The automaton race Undying and the monster race giant beast cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. The cruel smile on the insect race Queen Mother's face instantly turned into extreme terror. She wanted to dodge, but how fast was the furious strike of two desperate champion-rank powerhouses? No. In her desperate mental shriek, the lightning and saber light intertwined and passed through, instantly engulfing her completely. As the light dissipated, only a few fragmented body parts floated in the void. A powerful Zerg Queen Mother, struck by the combined attack of King Tai Lan and King Qianjun, had over 90% of her divine body annihilated, directly plunging her into a near-death state. Although this was mainly due to the Zerg Queen Mother's inherently fragile body, it also showed that King Tai Lan and King Qianjun were truly fighting for their lives to atone for their previous mistakes. Bastard! The automaton race Undying roared with furious electromagnetic waves. Damn it! The monster race behemoth also roared to the sky in anger, its massive eyes bloodshot. Having successfully landed their attack, King Tai Lan and King Qianjun did not hesitate, immediately splitting up to attack the automaton race and monster race Undying respectively, their momentum like a rainbow. With the monster race Undying incapacitated, Qingyu regained his ability to move. Without the slightest hesitation, the purple crystal cloud wings on his back erupted with unprecedented light. A full power activation of instant shadow. He transformed into an extreme purple thread, frantically fleeing towards the edge of the triple ceiling array. His previous chase had already taken him far from the center of the battlefield, and now he was not far from the energy barrier. He was about to break through the blockade. Just then, an incredibly enchanting, soft voice, yet one carrying a soul-shaking aura, seemed to whisper in everyone's ears. "Little brother, you run so fast. Where are you trying to go? Why don't you come to big sister?" Along with the voice, a pressure thousands, tens of thousands of times more terrifying than that of the Zerg Queen Mother just now, descended with a crash. In the void, a graceful figure, enveloped in a hazy glow, her specific face unclear, yet radiating infinite charm and terrifying presence, silently appeared. She glanced at Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan, the automaton race, and the monster race Undying, her voice carrying a hint of indifferent disdain. Truly three wastes. The hearts of King Tai Lan and King Qian Jun, who had just rekindled hope, instantly sank into an bottomless abyss. Venerable. A Zerg Venerable had actually descended in person. But Qingyu, standing at the edge of the triple ceiling array, was not startled but rather pleased, his lips curving into a slight smile. However, to everyone's surprise, Qingyu, who stood at the edge of the triple ceiling array and should have been the most despairing, slowly turned around at this moment. Not only was there no fear on his face, but the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled upwards, revealing a smile of eager anticipation. He looked directly at the Zerg Venerable without hesitation, his clear voice exceptionally distinct in the silent starry sky. "Finally willing to show yourself. If you hadn't appeared, it would have been a disservice to my patience of over 1,000 years." At these words, the hazy glow around the Zerg Venerable subtly fluctuated. Although her face was indiscernible, everyone could feel that her enchanting, languid demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, sinister anger, as if she had been toyed with by an ant. Such an unlovable little brother. Her voice was still soft and alluring, but it was like a venomous snake's hiss, carrying a chill that could freeze the soul. "Big sister originally wanted to play with you for a while." Before her words finished, a terrifying soul power, tens of millions of times stronger than that of Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan, instantly surged into Qingyu's sea of consciousness like an invisible universe sea tsunami. This attack, below the venerable rank, left absolutely no hope of survival. King Tai Lan and King Qian Jun even closed their eyes in despair. But the anticipated scene of Qingyu being enslaved did not occur. That torrent of soul power, capable of easily enslaving a champion Undying, plunged into Qingyu's sea of consciousness like a stone sinking into the sea, without stirring even the slightest ripple. Qingyu still stood there perfectly fine, even tilting his head slightly with a hint of mockery. The Zerg Venerable suddenly let out a low cry of surprise and uncertainty, her perfect composure cracking for the first time. Her senses frantically scanned Qingyu. The next second, she instantly understood everything. Energy life form. You actually possess the ability of a clone." Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing, filled with disbelief and furious shock. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixed on the shattered Zerg Undying Fei Yan, the venom and anger in her eyes almost solidifying. Fei Yan, who was responsible for intelligence, had failed to uncover such crucial, deadly information. From beginning to end, this operation had been like a performance by clowns in a carefully laid trap. And she, a noble venerable, had actually put her true body in danger for this, stepping into human territory. A colossal sense of humiliation and crisis instantly overwhelmed her. Without any hesitation, not even bothering with those two useless monster race and automaton race members, the space laws around her violently fluctuated as she intended to instantly teleport away. The intelligence was completely wrong, the target was merely an insignificant clone. Staying even one more second would be an extreme dereliction of duty to her own life. However, thinking of leaving now, too late. A cold and majestic voice seemed to come from a higher dimension of space-time. Buzz. Space lockdown. The violently fluctuating space laws around the Zerg Venerable crashed against an invisible cosmic barrier. Immediately after, an incomparably powerful Venerable aura descended. Venerable Zhou, clad in battle armor and wielding a longsword, stood gallantly in the void, blocking the Zerg Venerable's retreat. Clearly, the previous lockdown was her doing. "Senior sister," Qingyu called out. Upon seeing Venerable Zhou, the Zerg Venerable's last shred of hope was utterly shattered. This was clearly a trap set specifically for her. She didn't hesitate for a moment, not even entertaining the thought of a probing exchange of blows. Boom. A towering, awe-inspiring Zerg hive instantly appeared, enveloping her within it. She no longer cared about the consumption, directly burning her divine power to drive this war fortress, attempting to smash open a path to survival in the most brutal way. HMPH. Venerable Zhou snorted coldly. Her longsword vibrated, instantly transforming into thousands of sword shadows, like a colossal sword net woven across the galaxy, precisely blocking the hive's charge. The sword net and the hive collided violently, erupting in destructive energy shockwaves. The hive's forward momentum stalled, and its surface glowed intensely. Little junior brother, retreat further. Venerable Zhou commanded without looking back, her full attention locked on the Zerg hive attempting to find a gap in the sword net to break through. The figures of King Tai Lan and King Qianjun flew over, respectfully standing on either side of Qingyu. Each held a dying, shattered body with its divine power almost completely annihilated, the automaton race undying and the monster race undying. Even Zerg Queen Mother Fei Yan, who had been severely wounded and near death earlier, was conveniently brought back by them. Go. Qingyu did not hesitate, immediately retreating rapidly towards the edge of the battlefield with King Tai Lan and King Qianjun. In the center of the starry sky, the Zerg Venerable manipulated the hive, charging left and right, yet it was always tightly entangled by Venerable Zhou's seemingly gentle but incredibly tenacious sword net. Venerable Zhou's swordplay was exquisitely refined. She did not directly clash with the hive but rather focused on entanglement, like a galaxy in a stalemate, rendering the Zerg hive's immense power difficult to wield and completely unable to escape the battle. Get out of my way. The Zerg Venerable shrieked in shock and fury. Innumerable holes on the hive's surface lit up, and hundreds of thousands of elite Zerg warriors instantly completed a combined attack. A thick, dark red beam of destructive light roared as it blasted towards a section of the sword net, attempting to forcibly tear open a gap. However, Venerable Zhou, as the chief disciple of the Sky Eclipse Palace Master, was no ordinary venerable. Her sword stance shifted, and the thousands of sword shadows flowed with it, carrying the power of endless stars, forming a massive, rotating sword energy vortex in the void. The destructive light beam plunged into the vortex like a mud ox entering the sea. The vast majority of its power was brutally shredded and deflected by the sword energy containing endless space-time mysteries. Ultimately, only a small amount of scattered energy overflowed, utterly incapable of shaking the overall blockade. Since you've come, don't leave. Venerable Zhou's voice remained calm. Just as the Zerg Venerable felt increasingly desperate, what came next was even worse. Ha ha ha. It seems our wait wasn't in vain. We actually caught a big fish that dared not show its face. A thunderous, boisterous laugh shattered the void. At the same time, another vast and majestic venerable aura descended. Two powerful beings appeared simultaneously. One was a burly giant, like a metallic mountain, with three fierce, dark gold curved horns on his head, Venerable Zhou. His eyes were filled with the excitement of a hunter. The other was the Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, clad in luxurious golden robes, with a majestic face and profound eyes. As soon as they appeared, they immediately formed a triangle with Venerable Zhou, encircling the massive Zerg hive in the center. The three terrifying venerable level pressures merged into one, like an invisible cosmic furnace, completely suppressing all changes in this space-time. The Zerg hive's struggles instantly became futile and slow, as if it had fallen into an invisible quagmire. Despicable humans. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be buried with me. A hysterical, frenzied shriek emanated from within the Zerg hive. She knew escape was hopeless and had completely succumbed to madness, commanding all Zerg warriors to launch a combined attack, aiming for mutual destruction. Suppress her. Exhaust her divine power. The Lord of Qinglin Kingdom calmly stated. The three venerables cooperated seamlessly. With a wave of his hand, the Lord of Qinglin Kingdom invoked endless laws, transforming them into brilliant golden chains that wrapped around the hive, restricting its movement. Venerable Quang Zhou let out a heaven-shaking roar, and a colossal hammer phantom, rivaling a star in its momentum, crashed down towards the Zerg hive. Venerable Zhou's sword Dao was unparalleled, she had not used her full power just to stall the Zerg hive. Now, with full firepower, towering sword light illuminated the entire void. The attacks of the three forced the Zerg Venerable to expend a large amount of divine power to maintain the hive's stability. When the Zerg Venerable's divine power was depleted to a critical point, Venerable Zhou, who had been focused and prepared, her eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Now, in her hand, at some unknown point, she held a simple, unadorned cyan stone disc, its surface covered with countless intricate patterns. Suppress. Venerable Zhou let out a clear cry, throwing the stone disc into the air. Chapter 92, Acknowledged by Two Laws. The azure stone disc grew against the wind, instantly transforming into a giant azure halo. At the center of the halo was a bottomless, spinning spatial vortex. It emanated an irresistible force of devouring and suppression, directly covering the dim, struggling Zerg mother nest. Sealing-type supreme treasure. The Zerg Venerable let out a desperate shriek. No, she frantically urged her last bit of divine power, wanting to self-destruct, but it was too late. If she had decisively self-destructed at her peak, Venerable Zhou truly would have had no way, even her activating a sealing-type supreme treasure wouldn't have stopped it. Unfortunately, now her remaining divine power could only be mercilessly suppressed. The azure halo descended like a net from heaven and earth, effortlessly swallowing the massive Zerg mother nest into the vortex at the center of the stone disk. The vortex rapidly shrank and disappeared. The stone disk returned to its original state, gently falling into Venerable Zhou's hand. The intricate patterns on its surface glowed faintly, then faded. At the same time, in the distant insect race territory, within a magnificent palace, resplendent and seemingly constructed from countless crystalline amber and beautiful biological matrix, a captivating yet unsettling exotic fragrance permeated the air. At the highest point of the palace, upon a majestic throne, sat a graceful figure. Her beauty was beyond words, a collection of all charm and danger in the universe. As her eyes opened and closed, countless stars seemed to appear and vanish. However, at this moment, her exquisite face was shrouded in an unyielding frost and an unsightly expression. Below, a figure somewhat similar in appearance to her, but with a clearly much weaker aura, stood with a pale face, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. It was the divine power avatar of the Zerg Venerable who had gone to the human race territory to assassinate Qingyu. Despicable human race. The beautiful figure on the throne, the Zerg Queen, spoke with a cold voice containing monstrous rage. Her gaze fell upon the divine power avatar of Zhenlong below, with a hint of determination. Zhenlong, since you are already in a desperate situation, self-destruct. I will resurrect you, and the cost will be borne by the clan. Zhenlong's divine power avatar's face was filled with intense unwillingness, but she knew that under the siege of three human race venerables, it was impossible for her to retreat unscathed. Self-destruction was the best option. She bit her silver teeth, nodded with difficulty, and was about to urge her main body's last will to execute the command, but in the very next second, Zhenlong's divine power avatar's expression suddenly changed drastically. All unwillingness was instantly replaced by boundless terror, a great horror had descended. No, she let out an extremely shrill scream, her voice filled with despair and disbelief. Sister, save me. The Universe Lord on the throne suddenly stood up, and her formidable pressure instantly filled the entire holy palace. Zhenlong, what happened? Seal. It's a sealing-type supreme treasure. Zhenlong's divine power avatar's face turned pale, her voice trembling with extreme fear. They used a sealing-type supreme treasure. My main body has been suppressed and sealed. Sister, what should I do? Save me. You must save me. She seemed to have lost all strength and composure, pouncing before the throne, helplessly grasping the magnificent corner of the Supreme Being's robe. The Zerg Queen's face instantly turned incredibly gloomy, cold light flashed in her eyes, and the terrifying aura around her caused the entire holy palace to tremble slightly. In the void, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Qingyu, under the protection of King Tai Lan and King Qianjun, came before the three venerables. Venerable Zhou had already put away The ancient stone disc, her aura stable, as if sealing a venerable just now was a trivial matter. She looked at Qingyu, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible concern. Little junior brother, are you all right? Senior sister, rest assured, I am fine. Qingyu smiled slightly and responded respectfully. His gaze then turned to the majestic man in the luxurious golden robe beside him. Qingyu greets Lord of Qinglin Kingdom. Lord of Qinglin Kingdom looked at the young man before him, his eyes incredibly complex. Amazement, relief, admiration, but at the deepest level, there was a hint of regret and emotion that even he himself had not noticed. He recalled when Qingyu participated in the genius battle, he had once advised against it, citing the difficulty of the path of time and space. Looking back now, how short-sighted that was. If I had taken him as a disciple back then, wouldn't the value he cultivated be higher than my countless years of guarding the universe kingdom? Alas! He sighed softly in his heart, but a gentle smile appeared on his face. No need for formalities, ha ha ha. At this moment, the hearty laughter rang out. Mad Universe Venerable strode over, his voice like a great bell, looking at Qingyu with full admiration. Good lad. Facing a Venerable's assassination without changing expression, and even luring out a Zerg Venerable. You're to my taste. Just call me Mad Universe Venerable. Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately turned to this venerable with 3 horns on his head and a wild aura, bowing respectfully. Qingyu greets Mad Universe Venerable. I am deeply grateful for the timely assistance of Venerable and Lord of Qinglin Kingdom this time. Although he was only a clone here, the necessary etiquette and gratitude could not be omitted. Seeing this, Mad Universe Venerable's admiration grew even stronger. Neither arrogant nor impatient, he's good material. Mad Universe Venerable and Lord of Qinglin Kingdom gave a few more instructions, then departed separately. In the vast starry sky, only Venerable Zhou, Qingyu, and the 2 champion guards remained. Looking in the direction where the Venerable had left, Qingyu couldn't help but feel curious and asked. Senior sister, how will the clan deal with that Zerg Venerable? Venerable Zhou's expression was calm, as if she were talking about an ordinary matter. Most likely, they will use her as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the insect race. Negotiate. Qingyu was slightly taken aback. He had thought they would have a strong individual skilled in the path of soul enslave her. Venerable Zhou nodded slightly. Even if we could completely kill her, making it impossible for her to be resurrected, the weakening of the insect race's overall strength would be extremely limited. Rather than that, it's better to exchange her for a few precious supreme treasures to enhance our own strength. That's the most cost-effective deal. She looked at Qingyu, a hint of an imperceptible smile flashing in her cold eyes. This time, we were able to successfully capture her. Little junior brother, your contribution is indispensable. At that time, the clan will certainly have corresponding rewards for you. Qingyu's eyes brightened slightly, and a hint of anticipation couldn't help but arise in his heart. A Zerg Venerable, at least worth a supreme treasure, right? He wondered what the clan would reward him with. He quickly suppressed the ripples in his heart and maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Senior sister and the other Venerables did most of the work, junior brother merely cooperated with the operation. Venerable Zhou glanced at Qingyu, quite satisfied with his character. Little junior brother, there's no need to be overly modest. If not for you acting as the crucial bait, capturing an alien Venerable alive on a normal day would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This time, we achieved this goal with almost no losses, and the clan will certainly not be stingy with rewards. She paused slightly, her tone carrying a hint of protectiveness and affirmation. Moreover, Master and I, your senior sister, would never let you risk acting as bait for nothing. Thank you, senior sister. Qingyu's heart warmed, and he expressed his sincere gratitude. Next, I will leave first, as I need to quickly send this trophy back to the clan for disposal. Little junior brother, farewell. After Venerable Zhou finished speaking, her gaze seemed to inadvertently glance at King Tai Lan and King Qianjun, who were standing respectfully in the distance. She had actually been in the shadows throughout Qingyu's assassination, and she naturally saw King Tai Lan and King Qianjun's performance clearly. However, she didn't interfere. As for what would happen to those two afterwards, it depended on whether they were sensible. But her glance made King Tai Lan and King Qianjun tremble with fear. After the senior sister also left, the suffocating venerable pressure dissipated. King Tai Lan and King Qianjun exchanged uneasy glances, both seeing panic in each other's eyes. They steeled themselves, just about to step forward to explain and apologize to Qingyu. However, they saw that Qingyu seemed to have completely ignored them, and directly initiated communication with Marquis Tianyi through the virtual universe network. "Teacher, are you all right over there?" This scene made the onlookers exchange bitter smiles, and any trace of their lingering hope completely vanished. This highness, it was clear, had developed a grudge over their previous, self-preservation, behavior. "Don't worry, the Qinglin star system is peaceful, with no alien attacks." Marquis Tianyi's voice came through. "Thank you, teacher, for the trouble." After Qingyu was released, Marquis Tianyi no longer stayed by Qingyu's side, but was entrusted by Qingyu to guard the Azure Scale Clan star system. Qingyu was worried that if the alien race failed to assassinate him, they would become enraged and turn their attention to his birth clan. With Marquis Tianyi, a champion undying, there, he could feel more at ease. Qingyu ended his call with Marquis Tianyi. King Tai Lan and King Qianjun no longer dared to hesitate and quickly stepped forward, adopting a very humble posture. King Tai Lan's face was filled with shame. "Your Highness, earlier, we were intimidated by the enemy's desperate stance and failed to fight to the death immediately, causing your Highness to be in danger. This was our dereliction of duty and a great mistake. Please, your Highness, forgive us." King Qianjun then sincerely added, "We earnestly implore your Highness to forgive us. We are willing to pay the price for this, only asking to make amends in some small way." Seeing Qingyu's calm expression and silence, the two gritted their teeth, exchanged glances, and made a certain decision. King Tai Lan, as their representative, said in a deep voice, "To show our apology and sincerity, we too are willing to each represent our respective clans and offer half of our clans' accumulated resources and wealth to your Highness, as a small token of our sincerity. We humbly request your Highness to quell your anger." This price was undeniably heavy. The clans of King Tai Lan and King Qianjun had both developed for countless years, with innumerable industries. Even a mere 10,000th of it far surpassed the current Azure Scale Clan. But compared to offending a highness with boundless prospects and the backing of Sky Eclipse Palace Master and a venerable senior sister, this was the best method they could think of to avert disaster by shedding wealth. Qingyu's gaze swept over the two. The panic and sincerity in their eyes did not seem feigned. He hadn't intended to thoroughly pursue the matter, he merely needed an attitude and a lesson from them. Now that the other party had shown such sincerity, he naturally wouldn't dwell on it too much. "Since that is the case, let this matter be dropped," Qingyu said lightly. "As for your industries and resources, you can directly interface with my family. For specific matters, I will have my family send someone to contact you." "Yes. Thank you, your Highness, for your magnanimity." Upon hearing this, King Tai Lan and King Qianjun felt a huge weight lift from their hearts. Primal Universe, Primordial Chaos City. Qingyu's human clone opened his eyes from his cultivation, his gaze falling on the center of the cultivation room. There, a 30-kilometer-tall azure giant egg stood silently, its surface shimmering with flowing light, countless naturally formed profound secret patterns appearing and disappearing, exuding a vibrant and mysterious aura of life. After more than 400 years of transformation, the aura of this egg had already become incredibly profound and reclusive. Compared to its initial state, it now appeared even more crystal clear, the eggshell no longer seeming like a hard barrier, but rather a layer of warm azure jade amber. Faintly, one could almost glimpse the blurry outline of the powerful life form being nurtured within, nearing completion. 400 years, Qingyu's human clone murmured softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Only a few more decades left. At this moment, in a desolate starfield of the vast universe, the previously eternal silence was suddenly shattered by an unparalleled power. Three wills, imbued with endless majesty, as if transcending the limitations of time and space, suddenly pierced through infinite spatial distances and descended here. The surrounding stars appeared dim before these wills, and the void faintly revealed three colossal, awe-inspiring, and heart-pounding blurry figures. One of them, exquisitely beautiful, was a graceful figure enveloped in a hazy halo, with an endless interplay of charm and sanctity naturally swirling around her. Merely observing her indistinct form was enough to make a universe exalt with an unsteady mind lose control and fall into intoxicating enchantment. Elsewhere, a giant, oval-shaped black spherical phantom floated, its surface smooth as a mirror, devouring all surrounding light, exuding an aura of absolute rationality and coldness. The last figure was surrounded by thousands of twisting snake shadows dancing, emitting a cold, tyrannical aura. A huge silver-white snake head was at the center, its cold vertical pupils scanning the void. Zerg Queen. The giant silver-white snake head was the first to speak, its voice hoarse yet soul-piercing. You summoned us. Has the assassination of that human Qingyu yielded results? It failed. A voice emanated from the graceful figure of the Zerg Queen, a voice that itself contained endless allure, yet now carried a cold, furious edge. That human Qingyu possesses the ability of a clone. What appeared this time was simply an energy-life clone without a soul. The alluring halo around the Zerg Queen seemed to ripple slightly. Not only did this assassination completely fail, but my insect race's true dragon Venerable was also ambushed and sealed by the combined efforts of the human Venerable Zhou, Lord of Qinglin Kingdom, and Zhou. Has a clone. And an energy-life clone. The dream monster ancestor's snake head suddenly lunged forward, thousands of snake shadows hissing around it. This is troublesome. Energy life forms without souls are already difficult to kill, and with a clone talent. We must immediately gather more information about him and plan a more precise, more deadly operation. Otherwise, with this child's growth rate, once he advances to a venerable, he will undoubtedly become a major threat to our races. Dream monster ancestor is right. The giant black sphere resonated, a hint of killing intent within its cold logic. Clone talent is the most troublesome. The longer we delay, the stronger his life-saving abilities will become, and the difficulty of completely eliminating him in the future will double. We must act while he has not truly grown, at all costs, to nip him in the bud as soon as possible. I agree that he must be completely eliminated. The Zerg Queen's voice suddenly became sharp. But before that, we must first rescue my race's true dragon Venerable. She fell into the hands of the human race because of this joint operation. The void fell into a momentary silence. The silver snake head slowly swayed, and a deep voice asked. Zerg Queen, what are the human race's conditions? 5 supreme treasures. What? 5 supreme treasures. The silver snake head's voice instantly rose. Has the human race gone mad? Even resurrecting a venerable costs only about 1 supreme treasure. They dare to make such an outrageous demand. Zerg Queen, you didn't agree, did you? The silver snake head stared at the Zerg Queen. Of course not. The Zerg Queen said coldly. My bottom line is 3 supreme treasures. True Dragon was captured during this 3-party agreed operation. It was not solely her responsibility. Therefore, these 3 supreme treasures must be born jointly by our 3 parties. My insect race will contribute 1, and your automaton race and monster race must each contribute 1. Both the silver snake head and the black spherical phantom hesitated slightly for a moment, and finally. Agreed. Agreed. 2 items, exuding different auras but both containing the power to shake the laws of the universe, slowly floated towards the Zerg Queen. Next, regarding how to completely eliminate that human Qingyu, what are your suggestions? The silver snake head hissed, asking. There must be absolutely accurate intelligence. The Zerg Queen's voice was decisive. First, figure out how many clones this Qingyu actually has. What are their life forms respectively? What are their weaknesses? Where is his main body usually located? Gathering intelligence, analyzing data, the automaton race is best at that. The silver snake head turned to the giant black sphere. Automaton race, this matter is entrusted to you. The surface of the oval black spherical phantom shimmered slightly, and a cold mechanical voice sounded. Understood, await my news. Next time, the Zerg Queen's voice became incredibly chilling. We must not fail again. This Qingyu, along with all his clones, must be completely wiped out. Agreed. Inevitably. As the words fell, the giant oval black spherical phantom first blurred instantly and disappeared. Immediately after, the indistinct graceful figure, and the silver-white snake head surrounded by countless snake shadows, also vanished into thin air, as if they had never appeared. Leaving no trace. This desolate starfield once again returned to its eternal silence and coldness, as if the peak meeting just now was merely an illusion. Qingyu, who was cultivating in primordial Chaos City, still did not know that the three universe strongest of the insect race, monster race, and automaton race were plotting their next, more deadly assassination plan against him in the endless starfield. However, even if he knew, Qingyu wouldn't care. His growth rate was destined to make these alien races helpless. His human clone sat cross-legged in the small building's cultivation room, a faint, flowing silver pattern like water appearing and disappearing on his brow, circulating with a marvelous rhythm of the law of time. And to the side, on the surface of the azure giant egg nurturing his main body, an identical pattern also emerged. This was precisely the mark of acknowledgement from the origin law of time. As early as 200 years ago, Qinggul's main body, which was comprehending the law of time, had already been the first to gain the favor of the origin of time. This flowing silver pattern represented that Qingyu had completely comprehended one subtle branch within the vast law of time. If measured by the heavenly bridge levels, this was the 15th level of law comprehension realm, corresponding to a champion undying spiritual god in strength. Of course, there were also levels of acknowledgement from the origin law. The flowing pattern on Qingyu's brow was the most basic type of acknowledgement from the law of time. Only by comprehending one of the three major branches of the law of time could one obtain a higher level of acknowledgement. After gaining acknowledgement from the law of time, Qingyu made adjustments. His human clone and Qinggul's main body began to jointly assist in comprehending the law of space. Although the human clone's comprehension efficiency was lower than the main body's, the combined efforts of the two bodies were still astonishingly effective. Within primordial Chaos City, many powerful beings often cast their gaze towards the small building where Qingyu resided, discussing in low voices, as if expecting to witness some miracle unfold. You say, how much longer until His Highness Qingyu gains acknowledgement from the law of space? Looking at his previous performance on the heavenly bridge, the laws of time and space have always progressed side by side, seemingly similar. Since the law of time has already acknowledged him, the law of space must be close. That being said, the deeper one comprehends time and space, the more a subtle repulsion seems to arise, and as one strengthens, comprehending the other becomes increasingly difficult. Hard to say, very hard to say. They did not know the secret of Qingyu having clones, otherwise, they would not have spoken this way. One day, 3 years later, the small building where Qingyu resided was suddenly enveloped by an incredibly majestic and vast aura of laws. Buzz. Space seemed to turn into liquid, trembling violently. A blurry yet dazzling projection of a starry sky descended out of thin air, completely covering the small building and its surroundings. Countless silver secret patterns, imbued with the supreme mysteries of the law of space, naturally flowed, appeared, and disappeared within. The starry sky projection, scattering points of starlight, magnificent and mysterious, resonating with the entire space. The origin law of space has descended. It's His Highness Qingyu's small building. He has gained acknowledgement from the origin law of space again. Heavens! How long has it been? Both the dual laws of time and space have gained origin acknowledgement. This level of talent, even if he breaks through to undying in the future, his speed of law comprehension will never slow down. Exclamations and praises echoed throughout primordial Chaos City. Inside the cultivation room, Qingyu sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. The surrounding space trembled to its extreme. As if responding to the call of the starry sky projection, a point of extremely condensed, incomparably brilliant starlight suddenly appeared directly above the azure giant egg, then ignored all material obstacles and instantly descended. The energy matter within the azure giant egg seemed non-existent before this point of origin starlight. It directly penetrated everything, accurately landing on Qingyu's core within the eggshell. Immediately after, the core also could not block it in the slightest. The starlight directly merged into it, and finally, like all rivers flowing into the sea, it was imprinted upon the origin bead, which fused the soul crystal and the primal energy crystal. In an instant, beside the flowing silver pattern on Qingyu's human clone's core, a point of even more brilliant starlight, as if containing infinite space, suddenly lit up, reflecting the silver pattern. At the same time, the pattern on the surface of the azure giant egg also changed, adding the imprint of the star. Chapter 93, Perfect. Qingyu's human clone slowly opened his eyes, but there was no joy on his face from gaining the space origin law's acknowledgement. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly, carrying a hint of solemnity. Finally, the space origin law has also been acknowledged, but I didn't expect it to take so long. He murmured to himself, feeling the increasingly clear fluctuations of the space-time law around him, his gaze growing sharper. I truly underestimated the difficulty of comprehending laws the further one progresses. This final hurdle was even more challenging than all my previous accumulations. He had originally promised his teacher, Sky Eclipse Palace Master, that he would never deliberately suppress his cultivation rank for the sake of challenging Tongtian Mountain. Because he was confident that even if he naturally broke through to World Lord rank, with his rate of progress, passing the Territory Lord rank primal Tongtian Mountain would be no problem. But the reality was, he could break through to World Lord rank at any time now. Of course, since his main body was still in transformation, he would not choose to break through for the time being. Yet, it still couldn't hide the fact that his law comprehension was still missing that crucial layer to pass the Territory Lord rank primal Tongtian Mountain. Has my rapid progress all this time made me lose my original clear perception? Qingyu asked himself, a chill quietly rising from the bottom of his heart. He reviewed his cultivation path since transmigration. Although there were setbacks, overall, it could be described as smooth sailing, with continuous fortuitous encounters. This subtly fostered in him an illusion of, everything is under control, and even a touch of, arrogance. The deeper he reflected, the more he was startled by his laxity in his cultivation mindset. For instance, when he chose his first clone, he was so confident that he thought, it doesn't matter even if I waste a clone slot to gestate my original human body. Wasn't his subconscious relying on his foresight and talent to be overconfident? This isn't a several million word, power fantasy novel, but a real universe full of cruel competition and infinite possibilities. Even though no enemies had descended, Qingyu broke out in a cold sweat, fearing his previously unnoticed arrogance and pride. Qingyu no longer buried himself in arduous law cultivation. He got up, slowly walked onto the small building's rooftop, gazing at the eternally unchanging gray sky outside Primordial Chaos City, trying to discard all miscellaneous thoughts from his mind. He sat cross-legged, his breathing gradually becoming long and even, his mind sinking into a state of emptiness. After an unknown period, when his inner self was completely calm like a mirror, the tribulation divine weapon behind him suddenly emitted a faint hum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless silver blades automatically flew out and combined into any known form of the tribulation divine weapon, from the first to the 9th stage. They were like living silver spirits, controlled by Qingyu's will, combining and transforming at will with the fluctuations of his state of mind. Sometimes they transformed into various weapon forms like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, practicing the most basic moves. At other times, they combined into a translucent human figure, slowly and earnestly punching and striking in the air, as if practicing a set of boxing techniques that returned to simplicity. And at other times, they scattered, like a galaxy sandbox, depicting the changes of time and space. This was not cultivation, but an expression. It was expressing his various understandings of time and space, of cultivation, and of himself, in the most primitive and direct way. As time passed, Qingyu began to manipulate these round blades, carving them onto the ground and walls of the rooftop. Lines of sword marks, some deep, some shallow, and intricate secret patterns, some simple, some complex, began to appear on the ground. Initially, they looked chaotic, as if random scribbles. But gradually, these marks began to connect and echo each other, the secret patterns intertwining, eventually forming a complete and peculiar pattern. It looked like an unadorned sharp sword, yet it contained the meaning of cutting through all confusion and moving forward with unwavering determination. When the last stroke fell, all the tribulation divine weapon blades flew back behind him. Qingyu looked at this painting on the ground, which contained all his current emotions and insights, his heart utterly clear and bright. "Let's call it, Bright Mirror," he whispered, and lightly carved these two words at the hilt of that sharp sword. This bright mirror secret technique was not some earth-shattering profound art. In fact, before carving the first secret pattern, Qingyu had never even thought of creating a secret technique. It was merely a product of Qingyu, after realizing the flaws in his mental state, calmly sorting through his cultivation journey, integrating all his past understanding of the space-time law into his current enlightenment of seeing his true nature, and expressing it in his own way. It was more like a cultivation journal. It also incorporated Qingyu's understanding of the growth and breakthrough of his mental state. Compared to his previous breakthrough in the ancient god ruins, where he relied on external pressure to temper his will, this time, his mental state breakthrough was more internal, a natural clarity and a calm after the dust settled. It was by reaching this state of unity of heaven and man, that he was able to so clearly sort and express what he had learned in the past within a short period. This was also why he named the secret technique, Bright Mirror, a mind like a bright mirror, yin and yang in harmony, reflecting the true self. Of course, the part about mental cultivation was extremely profound. And Qingyu estimated that outsiders would probably not be able to comprehend anything from this secret technique. After all, there was almost no systematic concept of cultivating the mind in the universe. The process of creating Bright Mirror brought immense benefits to Qingyu. This was equivalent to a complete review and sorting of all his accumulations from the beginning of his cultivation until now, allowing him to understand the space-time law he had already comprehended more thoroughly. Although he did not deliberately follow the path of analyzing the essence of laws like Luo Feng. But after this sorting, he had a strong premonition: if he continued to cultivate this way, he might eventually understand the essence of laws naturally, without deliberately pursuing it. Another immediate benefit was that he felt his speed in breaking through to the 16th level of the heavenly bridge had greatly accelerated. From the 15th to the 16th level of the universe, Tongtian Bridge was a critical bottleneck, but it was not a qualitative change, because it did not require comprehending entirely new law profoundness. This could be seen from the Tribulation Divine Weapon's 9th stage: even undying can be defeated. The last stage of the other 8 divine weapons corresponded to the 13th to 15th levels, but only the 9th stage of this, space-time divine weapon, encompassed the 16th level as well. And after Qingyu created Bright Mirror, and thoroughly sorted himself out, his understanding and application of the laws he had mastered rose to a great level, and many obstacles suddenly became clear. In at most 50 years, I will definitely reach the comprehension level of the 16th stage. In at most 100 years, the territory Lord rank primal Tongtian Mountain will be within my grasp. Qingyu's eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence. This was a steady confidence based on deep self-reflection and solid accumulation. 70 years flew by in cultivation in primordial Chaos City. Inside the small building, Qingyu's human clone slowly opened his eyes. The depths of his eyes were no longer sharp brilliance, but an extreme calmness after precipitation, like the vast starry sky embracing all things yet unfathomably deep. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge plane. Warden, I want to challenge the universe Tongtian Bridge. Qingyu's voice was calm and unwavering. His figure appeared at the bridgehead of the next level again and again. 13th level, passed. 14th level, passed. 15th level, passed. 16th level, passed. His speed in passing the levels was astonishing. Facing the Guardians, the Tribulation Divine Weapon's 9th stage, time-space shuttle, was wielded with ease, allowing him to pass effortlessly. After passing the 16th level, Qingyu did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light, he directly chose to continue the challenge, the territory Lord rank primal Tongtian Mountain. The familiar vast land, the majestic mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the burly Minotaur was still snoring like thunder. Qingyu walked forward and reached out to push him. Wake up, I've come to challenge Tongtian Mountain. The Minotaur groggily opened his bell-like eyes, and upon seeing it was Qingyu, he instantly jolted, fully awake, and was greatly surprised. Your Highness Qingyu, it's only been over 1,000 years, hasn't it? You're already here to challenge the territory Lord rank. Qingyu nodded slightly. Let's start quickly. Your Highness, the Territory Lord rank Tongtian Mountain is much harder than the Universe rank. The Minotaur reminded him as he got up. I know. Qingyu's tone remained calm. Let's begin directly. Your Highness Qingyu, why are you so impatient? It's so hard for this humble one to meet a man. A charming, bone-chilling voice accompanied by invisible mental fluctuations quietly assailed him. The figure of the snake woman quietly emerged, her illusion attack already launched. You don't even know how to cherish this humble one. However, the current Qingyu's will had long reached the peak of champion undying rank, tempered by the ancient god ruins and his own cultivation. Coupled with the powerful soul talent gained after possessing Azure Ghoul, his progress in cultivating the soul defense secret technique, Seven Soul Bell, was incredibly fast, having already reached the highest purple crystal stage. The illusion technique of the snake woman at the foot of the mountain was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to even cause a ripple in his consciousness. Qingyu directly ignored the illusion that could instantly enthrall ordinary territory lords, pointed his fingers like a sword, and waved his hand casually. Whoosh, whoosh. Two extremely condensed space-time sword chi appeared out of thin air, effortlessly slicing through the still shouting Minotaur and the ape-man trying to control his psychic weapons, instantly killing them. The seductive smile on the snake woman's face instantly froze. Before she could react, the third sword chi arrived, and her figure dissipated with it. The foot of the mountain is the easiest. Qingyu muttered to himself, his steps unwavering, as he continued upwards. The halfway point of the mountain was still the same process, stronger illusions, stronger martial artists, and psyker masters. But in the face of Qingyu's absolute strength and soul defense, it was still meaningless. At the summit of the mountain, 3 guardians, whose strength had increased tenfold, were already waiting in full readiness. Your Highness Qingyu, we have been waiting for a long time. The Minotaur's voice was like a grand bell, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Kill. Without any extra words, the Minotaur roared, raised his bloody great axe, and the law secret patterns instantly lit up. In an instant, countless giant axe phantom images filled the sky, as if countless ancient divine mountains, carrying the power to cleave heaven and earth, pressed down towards Qingyu. The terrifying force directly split space, creating a bottomless crack. At the same time, the ape-man's psychic weapon also transformed into a green streak that tore through the sky, directly piercing towards Qingyu's vital points. The snake woman's illusion descended silently. Qingyu calmly raised his right hand, making a cupping gesture upwards, as if to support the myriad axe mountains pressing down with his own strength. Tribulation Divine Weapon, 9th level, even undying can be fought. Whoosh. The Tribulation Divine Weapon behind him instantly disassembled, and countless silver thin blades reassembled at a speed surpassing light. In an instant, 9 time space shuttles, each about 3 meters long, flowing with silver light, and exuding terrifying fluctuations that stirred space-time, instantly formed. The 9th level of the Tribulation Divine Weapon, even undying can be fought, has 4 stages. The first 3 stages involve condensing an additional illusory, time-space shuttle, beyond the original tangible one. The 4th stage, however, is a huge leap, not only requiring the simultaneous condensation of 8 time-space shuttles, but also that these 8 condensed time-space shuttles are no longer virtual or real, but transform from virtual to real, exactly like the original time-space shuttle. 4 of the 9 time-space shuttles, as if possessing sentience, automatically intercepted the Azure Light Psyker Master weapon controlled by the ape-man, which was tearing through the sky, and firmly entangled it. The remaining 5 time-space shuttles, like a giant sky-devouring python with a life of its own, connected head to tail, rose into the sky with an unyielding and resolute momentum, and fiercely crashed into the countless bloody axe shadows that were pressing down. Rumble. Terrifying explosions swept the mountaintop, and energy shockwaves raged wildly. The countless axe shadows, containing the Minotaur's full power strike, shattered layer by layer like fragile glass the moment they collided with the giant python formed by the 5 time-space shuttles. A huge recoil force traveled through the great axe, causing the Minotaur's hands to tremble violently, and the bloody great axe uncontrollably swung backward. What? The Minotaur's face changed drastically. His arm muscles bulged, and with a roar, he forcefully stabilized the great axe, and using the rebound force, he swiftly swung the great axe in a circle, changing from a chop to an upward sweep, striking at Qingyu again with an even more cunning and fierce posture. This axe strike contained even more violent power. However, no matter how fast he changed his move, how could he be faster than a psyker master weapon controlled by thought? Just as his great axe changed direction, Qingyu's eyes narrowed. The 5 time space shuttles, which had just dispersed the axe shadows, executed an extremely agile turn in the air, instantly merging into one, transforming into an extremely condensed silver stream of light, as if it could pierce through the origin of the universe. Whoosh! The silver stream of light arrived first, disregarding spatial distance, and instantly swept past the Minotaur's body. In an instant, his life core had been completely crushed by the terrifying power of time and space. The Minotaur, dead. If it were someone else of the same rank, they might not have been able to kill the Minotaur so quickly, but the law of time and space lies in speed and cunning. The leading tank was defeated in an instant. Although the remaining Snake Woman and Ape Man were equally powerful, they were no longer a threat without the most crucial distraction. The Snake Woman's illusionary techniques were still ineffective against Qingyu, and the Ape Man's Psyker Master weapon was firmly suppressed by the other 4 time space shuttles. Qingyu, with a thought, made the remaining 5 time space shuttles exert force simultaneously. The Ape Man could only switch from offense to defense, while the Snake Woman frantically launched soul attacks, but to no avail. Soon, with the combined power of the 9 time space shuttles, the Ape Man's defense was shattered, and his life core was crushed. The Snake Woman naturally could not resist either. Qingyu stood on the mountaintop, looking at the 3 broken bodies. The injuries on the 3 bodies instantly disappeared, restoring them to normal. The Minotaur, the Snake Woman, and the Ape Man all stood up again. Congratulations, Your Highness Qingyu, for passing the primitive Tongtian mountain. The 3 guardians all smiled at Qingyu. The charming Snake Woman looked at Qingyu, her eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of helplessness, and sighed. Your Highness's will is truly terrifying. Whether it was the universe-ranked Tongtian mountain last time, or this time, my illusionary techniques had no effect on Your Highness at all. Qingyu heard this, merely smiled indifferently, and calmly replied, Your illusionary techniques are not strong enough. After speaking, his figure vanished directly from the Tongtian mountain plain. And the news of his passing the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian mountain instantly swept through the entire upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Corporation like a hurricane. What? That Qingyu passed again. This time it's the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian mountain. How long has it been? About 1,500 years. This rate of progress, it's simply unbelievable. It's to be expected. Given the potential he displayed before, the territory lord rank Tongtian mountain was only a matter of time. Among the 3 mountains of primitive Tongtian mountain, only the world lord rank Tongtian mountain is the true touchstone for testing a genius's quality. I just wonder how many tens of thousands of years it will take him to pass. That's right, rapid progress in the early stages indicates extraordinary fundamental talent. But often, for such geniuses, the later stages are harder to unearth potential, and the rate of progress will slow down. I think it will take him a long time to pass the world lord rank Tongtian mountain. On Thunder Island, in the small gatherings of many undying and venerables, Qingyu once again became the absolute hot topic of discussion. Primordial Chaos City, inside the small building. Qingyu's human clone's consciousness returned, and a genuine smile of joy appeared on his face. Not only because he had passed the Tongtian mountain, but also because he could clearly feel that the crystalline azure giant egg beside him was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Inside the eggshell, the liquid formed by the melting of the azure ghoul's main body, containing immense energy, suddenly began to surge violently in the past few days. It began to continuously condense and shape according to some of the most fundamental laws of the universe. Bones, meridians, muscles, skin, a perfect new body was being reconstructed at an astonishing speed. This process lasted for a full year. One day, a year later. Crack. An extremely faint yet incredibly clear crisp sound echoed in the silent cultivation room. The surface of the azure giant egg, which had stood for 500 years, suddenly cracked with a fine seam. Immediately after, the seam spread rapidly like a spiderweb, covering the entire eggshell. Buzz. A life aura far more powerful, pure, and restrained than before, like an awakened ancient god, permeated from the cracks. Bang. The eggshell finally shattered completely, turning into countless shimmering light specks, drifting like stardust, and then rapidly absorbed by the newly formed body at the center. The light dispersed, and Qingyu's azure ghoul main body finally emerged perfectly. He stood there quietly, his height having increased by about another kilometer, and his physique becoming more slender and perfect. His appearance still retained human-like features, but it had already reached a level of beauty that surpassed the limits of mortal imagination. This beauty was not the ultimate charm and allure of a Zerg Queen Mother, but a harmony and divinity. Every inch of skin, every line, seemed to have been precisely calculated, full of power and aesthetic appeal, making one breathless to behold, and unable to even conceive of any blasphemous thoughts. If the Zerg Queen Mother was an unparalleled enchantress who captivated all beings, then the azure ghoul main body at this moment was a supreme deity descended to the mortal world. Qingyu immediately immersed his mind, sensing the changes within himself. First and foremost was the life gene level. Indeed, a brilliant smile appeared on Qingyu's face. In his perception, every cell in his body was filled with unprecedented vitality and power. The basic life gene level had actually increased from the previous 200 times to 300 times. Although far from the increase brought about by activating the Blood River Crystal power after fusing 100 Blood River Crystals. But one must know that Qingyu's main body had already fused Blood River Crystals to its limit, and this time, the increase was in Qingyu's basic gene level. Moreover, 300 times the genes were completely sufficient. Secondly, the soul. Thought speed, comprehension, deduction ability, all aspects related to the soul had undergone a huge leap. Qingyu roughly estimated that his thought speed had increased by at least 10% overall on top of his original foundation. Do not underestimate this 10%, because his original soul had already undergone a transformation and was already extremely powerful. The larger the base, the more terrifying the effect of the increase. And his will. After this transformation, his will also became more condensed and firm, reaching the limit of a low-level champion, just one step away from a high-level champion. In just 500 years, spending a massive amount of resources worth about 50 million points resulted in an astonishing all-around leap in body, genes, soul, and will. It was truly worth it. After the joy, Qingyu quickly calmed down. As long as he wished, he could now immediately activate the Blood River Crystal power and attempt to impact the perfect gene level. Qingyu's gaze swept across the sky above Primordial Chaos City, forcefully suppressing this tempting thought. He did not distrust the Primordial Chaos City Lord, nor did he question the great character of the Origin Ancestor, the Master of the Primal Universe. It was simply a self-preservation instinct stemming from weakness, a reverence for unknown risks, that made Qingyu not intend to challenge the perfect gene in the primal universe. Of course, there was another reason. Qingyu also had to leave the primal universe to break through to World Lord. 6 months later, primitive mystical region. His azure ghoul main body and human clone sat cross-legged facing each other. Let's begin. Qingyu's consciousness focused on his azure ghoul main body, and he silently thought. Blood River Crystal power, activate. Whoosh. In an instant, the incomparably profound and complex blood-red secret patterns appeared on the surface of the azure ghoul's body, and a violent and powerful force erupted from the deepest part of its cells. The life gene level began to increase at an unprecedented, frantic speed. 300 times, 800 times, 2,000 times, 5,000 times. Thanks to the 100-fold increase in the basic gene level after transformation, as a solid foundation, this breakthrough process was much smoother and faster than the last time, almost effortlessly breaking through the 10,000-fold mark. The growth rate of the gene level began to slow down significantly, but it did not completely stagnate as it did last time. It continued to climb upward at a steady and slow pace. 10,076, 10,078, 10,080. After a long time, when the gene level climbed to a critical point that could not be described by specific numbers, as if it had touched some limit of the universe. 10,081, Chapter 94, Breaking Through to World Lord. Perfect. An unprecedented, soul-deep tremor and sudden enlightenment surged forth. Qingyu felt an extreme exhilaration and absolute coordination throughout his entire being, something he had never experienced before. It was as if his life form, at this moment, had finally completed its last puzzle piece, reaching the most perfect and harmonious state allowed by the universe's rules. And it was precisely at this instant. Qingyu's azure ghoul true body began to expand dramatically. Previously, increasing his genetic level had caused no changes, but upon reaching the perfect gene, it finally began to change. 26 kilometers. This was Azure Ghoul's original height, but within a few breaths, it soared to 100 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. Now, even if I can't gestate a Yuhai clone for a short time, I don't have to worry about insufficient divine power. Qingyu knew that the perfect form of a perfect gene was over 90,000 kilometers tall. Qingyu's body continued to grow non-stop. After a long while, when Azure Ghoul's entire body reached over 90,000 kilometers in height, it finally stopped growing. It was also at the moment Qingyu's body stopped growing. Boom! His Azure Ghoul true body suddenly froze, as if turning into a cosmic sculpture. The expression on his human clone's face also completely solidified, his eyes losing focus. Far away in the Qinglin universe kingdom, the purple crystal-winged clone also instantly froze. Qingyu's consciousness converged towards a core, the primal core within the Azure Ghoul true body. That primal core, as if sensing the universe's origin in the ethereal, began to tremble violently, its surface shimmering with ever-changing colors. Crimson, orange, emerald, azure, finally, all the colors merged into one, transforming into the most mysterious, most ancient, as if containing all the mysteries of the universe's birth, chaos. At the same time, an incredible, indescribably magnificent pressure suddenly descended. This boundless pressure transcended time and space, towering above all things, yet it carried no aggression. Instead, it gave a feeling of warmth, safety, and endless attachment, like returning to a mother's embrace. This magnificent power gently enveloped Azure Ghoul's true body. The next moment, Qingyu's condensed consciousness instantly shifted, arriving in a wondrous space. Countless dazzling, slowly drifting specks of light, each emitting vastly different yet equally boundless law fluctuations. The deepest part of the cosmic origin land. This thought naturally surfaced in Qingyu's consciousness. Every speck of light here represented a unique innate secret technique of the universe, directly bestowed by the primordial universe's origin. Just as Qingyu thought his consciousness would, like other life forms that reached the perfect gene, be passively drawn to a relatively compatible speck of light nearby. An unknown force, which he could not resist, as if it had been waiting here for a long time, gently yet irresistibly pushed his consciousness. Whoosh! His consciousness seemed to transform into a pure beam of light, rapidly advancing through this mysterious space filled with specks of innate secret techniques. The surrounding scenery completely blurred, turning into countless flowing colored lines. Qingyu could not perceive the passage of time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps an eternity. When his consciousness stopped, again, the distribution of the surrounding specks of light was already completely different. Before Qingyu could carefully perceive it, one of the closer specks of light transformed into a stream of light and shot towards him. Whoosh! Instantly crossing endless distances, it directly plunged into the core of his consciousness. Boom! Qingyu witnessed a singularity beyond comprehension, its violent expansion and eruption, endless energy transforming into nitrogen and hydrogen surging. Chaos. At the center of that chaos, there seemed to be a majestic figure, too blurred to describe, yet whose existence could be sensed. It seemed to be the master of everything, the source of everything, the one who set the tone for all rules of the universe. These scenes were grand, ancient, and contained unspeakable supreme mysteries. However, the level of all this was too high. Even with Qingyu's current soul strength, comparable to a champion undying, he was as tiny as a speck of dust before such ultimate mysteries of the universe's origin. Those images and information were like a torrent of data at the highest speed, frantically washing over his memory, yet utterly unable to be captured, understood, or remembered. He knew that these fleeting scenes must be fundamentally related to the core principles and basic structure of the innate secret technique he had just acquired. If he could remember even a tiny bit, it would have an immeasurable benefit for his future cultivation path. But it was useless. His soul and will did not yet possess the container to bear such mysteries. He could only passively feel that greatness, but could not retain any specific traces, leaving only an emptiness after the shock and a vague sense of melancholy. Immediately following, a surge of information flooded into Qingyu's consciousness, concerning the innate secret technique he had just obtained, deeply imprinted upon the very source of his soul, becoming an innate instinct. Bang! Qingyu's consciousness had no time to carefully savor the massive amount of information before he was abruptly kicked out of the depths of this cosmic origin land by a gentle yet irresistible force. Primitive mystical region, cultivation chamber. Azure Ghoul's true body and the human clone simultaneously opened their eyes, a trace of lingering shock remaining deep within both their gazes. His consciousness quickly and completely returned. Qingyu immediately composed himself, focusing all his attention inward, eager to examine the unique innate secret technique that was already deeply imprinted in the core of his soul, bestowed by the primordial universe's origin. Innate secret technique. A thought becomes nothingness. Just seeing this name, Qingyu's expression instantly became extremely strange. This name. One could tell at a glance that this was not simply the primordial universe's origin will casually picking one from its inventory to bestow upon him. This was clearly a complementary technique to his Azure Ghoul true body's inherent innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness. He immediately calmed down to understand its specific effects. A thought becomes nothingness. When this secret technique is cast, it can generate a space-time barrier with the caster's will as its core. All enemies enveloped within this domain will have their divine power, laws, and treasures greatly suppressed, sharply reducing their strength. Conversely, the caster's own divine power, speed, and strength will be greatly enhanced within this domain. Looking at the first half of this effect, it's almost identical to Luo Feng's I Am the Universe in the original work. Both create a home field advantageous to oneself, suppressing opponents and enhancing one's own abilities. But the subsequent description began to become outrageous. A thought becomes nothingness and a thought becomes nothingness can complement each other. Once both are activated simultaneously, an incredible fusion will occur. The specific effects after fusion are described somewhat vaguely and profoundly in the information. Once fused and cast, within this new space-time, the caster is the absolute master, their words becoming law. Even a universe strongest enveloped within it will have their life and death determined by the caster's single thought. Quote. Qingyu's human clone and Azure Ghoul's true body simultaneously fell into a daze, their expressions no longer strange, but utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that my progress is too fast? Making the primordial universe's origin will feel surprised, or even, is it targeting me? Qingyu was puzzled and shocked. Although the final content of this innate secret technique was described in a convoluted manner, as a transmigrator, he instantly recognized what the final description meant. That vague description of words becoming law, and master of life and death, after fusion, its essence was the void true God's signature ability, one thought void. That is the true, complete control over a void space. Within that void, one's own will is the highest rule, an absolute authority that even the universe's origin will cannot interfere with. As for the universe's strongest so-called words becoming law, that is merely a small portion of authority temporarily borrowed from the universe's origin will. If the origin will is displeased, it can revoke it at any time. This immense gift filled Qingyu with both surprise and extreme bewilderment. Does the origin will dare to bestow this upon me? Doesn't it worry that I might use this to comprehend the mysteries of the void, transcend reincarnation, and eventually usurp it? Qingyu shook his head. He probably knew it was because of the world beast that the origin will was so daring to gamble. After all, the threat of the world beast was very real. Whether he would be usurped was a matter to be considered later. No matter what schemes the origin will has, for me, increasing strength is fundamental. At least with this one thought void, my transcendence of reincarnation is basically set in stone. Qingyu quickly suppressed the various doubts in his heart. Although this fused, one thought void, sounded incredibly heaven-defying, Qingyu knew very well that he couldn't even use a fraction of it right now. Both, a thought becomes nothingness, and, a thought becomes nothingness, mentioned strict requirements for body amplification and soul amplification in their information. The minimum threshold was 30 times amplification. And Qingyu had yet to cultivate any amplification secret techniques. His points had all been invested in transformation and purchasing other resources. It seems that amplification secret techniques must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. But before that, Qingyu felt the surging power within his body and the tremor of his primal core. It's time to break through to World Lord. His thoughts sank into the primal core. Boom. Inside the primal core, the massive soul crystal and primal force crystal instantly melted into two surging torrents of liquid under the action of invisible law power. One torrent represented extreme mental power, and the other represented pure genetic primal force. The two torrents, like converging galaxies, began their first touch and fusion. At the same time, the singularity, at the very center of the primal core suddenly erupted with dazzling white light. The vague world embryonic form within the singularity vibrated violently, as if welcoming the moment of creation. The next instant, boom, it was as if the Big Bang was replaying. That singularity exploded. When the first wisp of new energy, the world power, fused with mental power and genetic primal force, was born, the change reached a critical point. Endless light and energy swept through the primal core, and a real inner world began to frantically gestate and expand. Qingyu's consciousness also naturally, through this newly born world power, established an incredibly clear channel with the boundless cosmic origin land. This time, it was no longer relying on external objects like the world heart, but entirely on his own power to establish a connection with the cosmic origin land. The moment the channel opened, the endless cosmic crystals within the cosmic origin land seemed to find an outlet, transforming into incredibly pure. The vast and endless torrent of world power surged wildly along the channel into Qingyu's newly formed inner world. His inner world began to expand at an astonishing speed. A diameter of 10,000 kilometers. This is merely the standard size for a rank 1 world lord of ordinary humans, but for Azure Ghul's inner world, this was just the starting point. 100,000 kilometers. 1 million kilometers. 10 million kilometers. 100 million kilometers. The speed of the world's expansion even exceeded the speed at which the world power poured in. But fortunately, when breaking through to World Lord, the channel to the cosmic origin land is completely open. This is the only chance granted by the cosmic rules to absorb as much as one can. How much can be absorbed completely depends on the potential of one's own container. 100 billion kilometers. Ultimately, Qingyu's inner world's diameter settled at the terrifying figure of 110 billion kilometers. This was a manifestation of his, Azure Ghul's, perfect gene. Without it, it would have been absolutely impossible to possess such an outrageous inner world at rank 1 world lord. The immense world power, like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, quickly filled this incomparably vast inner world. Under Qingyu's mental guidance, the inner world rapidly began to take shape. The layout of the world was not fixed, depending entirely on personal preference. With a thought from Qingyu, 5 supercontinents, each with a diameter exceeding 10 billion kilometers, rumbled and rose in the boundless world. Mountain ranges stretched, rivers surged, plains were endless, and flowers, trees, and various exotic plants instantly grew, brimming with vibrant life. These 5 continents, like a ring of stars, encircled the central continent, which had a diameter of approximately 5 billion kilometers. Life on the central continent was even more vibrant, but over half of the area was covered by cosmic crystals. These cosmic crystals, absorbed during his breakthrough, accumulated into a towering, colossal mountain over 200 million kilometers high, like the energy core and pillar of the entire world, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Surrounding the 6 continents were countless, scattered island archipelagos, and the seemingly endless Azure Sea. Looking at this inner world, which could be called a cosmic wonder, Qingyu, while proud, couldn't help but feel a hint of trouble. To raise such a vast inner world from rank 1 to the peak of rank 9, the amount of nutrient solution required is an astronomical figure beyond imagination. If he were to confess the matter of his perfect gene to the Virtual Universe Corporation, the company would certainly provide it unconditionally. Such resources would be a drop in the ocean for the company. But if he did, his secret would be exposed. After a moment of deliberation, Qingyu made a decision. It's better not to reveal the perfect gene for now. I'll just tell the company that my life gene level has greatly improved due to transformation, and I need far more nutrient solution than ordinary people. As for the remaining deficit, I'll make it up by absorbing from the cosmic crystal mountain in the center of my inner world. Just as Qingyu completed his breakthrough, the virtual universe network automatically detected the leap in his life level and the huge change in his energy level. Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, inside a palace for handling daily affairs. A universe exalt responsible for such matters received an automatic system notification. Oh, that Qingyu, he's broken through to World Lord rank. A hint of a smile appeared on the exalt's face. He's quite fast. Process it as usual, arrange for someone to confirm his realm, and then send over the nutrient cabin, he casually instructed. Yes, Exalt, a champion undying below respectfully responded, preparing to carry out the order. Suddenly, this champion undying seemed to receive another piece of information, a hint of surprise appearing on his face, and he bowed again. Saying, reporting to Exalt, I just received an additional application from His Highness Qingyu. He applied for a nutrient solution quota 1 million times that of ordinary geniuses. 1 million times. The originally nonchalant Exalt also showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Why does he need so much nutrient solution? Even if he's exceptionally talented, this is a bit too exaggerated. According to normal procedures, for such an extraordinary special application, as the person in charge, he would have to inquire about the specific reasons and assess its rationality, otherwise, it would not be approved and might even need to be reported to higher-ups. But the Exalt's mind stirred. Qingyu's potential indicates he's definitely going to become an Exalt in the future, and his teacher is Sky Eclipse Palace Master. His application for such a huge amount of nutrient solution must have a special reason. If I hold it up, wouldn't I needlessly offend two Exalts? Besides, what is a mere 1 million times, no, even more nutrient solution, to my Virtual Universe Corporation? It's not even a drop in the ocean. Using the company's resources to earn personal favors, why not? With this thought, he had already made up his mind. Not only did he not intend to investigate further, but he decided to do a favor. A smile appeared on his face, and he waved his hand. Granted. Like this, in case this little fellow doesn't have enough, you add an additional 1 million times the quota, for a total of 2 million times the standard, and send it over. The champion undying below felt a chill in his heart, immediately understanding the Exalt's intention, and respectfully said, yes, your subordinate will handle it immediately. More than 10 days later, in the primitive mystical region, outside Qingyu's estate. A spaceship bearing the Virtual Universe Corporation's emblem slowly descended. The hatch opened, and a champion undying spiritual god, clad in standard battle armor and exuding a profound aura, stepped out with a gentle smile on his face. It was the same champion strong one who had delivered the nutrient cabin last time. Your Highness Qingyu, we meet again. The champion undying smiled and greeted him, his attitude even more polite than last time. Thank you for making the trip again, Your Excellency. Qingyu stepped forward, also smiling as he responded. The champion undying waved his hand, and a massive nutrient cabin appeared before them. He did not leave immediately but seemingly casually added a sentence, his voice slightly emphasizing a key word. Your Highness, this was specifically instructed by Exalt Fanyu for me to personally deliver to you. He paused, as if merely mentioning another matter in passing. Furthermore, regarding the arrangement of Your Highness's World Lord rank cultivation tasks, the company's high-level executives are still discussing it in detail, and Your Highness may need to wait patiently for some more time. With the message delivered, he said no more, cupped his hands, and said, I will not disturb Your Highness's cultivation. I bid you farewell. Qingyu watched the spaceship depart, then thoughtfully returned to his cultivation room, waving his hand to open the specially made nutrient cabin. Inside the cabin, the nutrient solution, so rich it almost materialized and shimmered with colorful light, contained a total energy that even made him slightly startled. It far exceeded the 1 million times quota he had applied for. Exalt Fanyu, 2 million times. Qingyu smiled slightly. He immediately understood the intent behind the champion strong one's deliberate mention of the Exalt's name, and also understood the investment in personal favors represented by this quota, which far exceeded his application. I accept this favor. He no longer delayed, stepping into the nutrient cabin and beginning to absorb. This absorption was far longer than any previous one. From rank 1 World Lord to rank 9, especially. For a special life form like him with a high genetic level and a vast inner world, the energy required was simply enormous. Several years flowed by in this quiet absorption. When the light in the nutrient cabin completely dimmed and all the nutrient solution was absorbed, Qingyu had already reached the peak of World Lord rank. His inner world, infused with endless energy, had wildly expanded to a terrifying scale of 1 trillion kilometers in diameter. Logically, such a vast and stable inner world would require an extremely indestructible core to support it. And the more solid the core, the harder it would be to break it in the future and transform the inner world into a divine kingdom, thereby breaking through to undying spiritual God. This was almost an iron law of the universe. Qingyu could also clearly feel that his core, which had turned a chaotic color, was absolutely unimaginably strong, far exceeding ordinary world lords by tens of millions of times. However, he did not feel that despairing, unshakable sense of barrier from the core. Is this the privilege of special life forms? Qingyu understood in his heart. Despite possessing heaven-defying talent and a massive divine body, the breakthrough to undying is actually easier for them than for life forms like Zerg Queen Mother or Golden Horned Beast. The primordial universe, in some aspects, indeed favors special life forms. However, even if the difficulty of breaking through to undying was reduced by countless times, Qingyu had no intention of breaking through now. World Lord rank, that is the golden period for comprehending laws the fastest. Directly connecting consciousness to the cosmic origin land, the clarity and speed of comprehending laws are incomparable to any other stage. Every genius aspiring to reach the peak might not linger too long at universe rank or territory lord rank, but they will certainly go to great lengths to stay at world lord rank for a sufficiently long time, striving to elevate their law comprehension to the limits of their potential. Once one breaks through to undying, although life becomes eternal, the speed of law comprehension will drop dramatically. There are countless undying spiritual gods in the universe who have remained stagnant for trillions of epochs. Why hasn't the company's arrangement for my World Lord rank cultivation come down yet? Qingyu pondered for a moment in the cultivation room. Well, since it hasn't come down yet, it's a good time to go see teacher. Inside the cabin, Qingyu's consciousness connected to the virtual universe and began browsing the list of secret techniques in the company's treasury. His most powerful means, his 2 great innate secret techniques, a thought becomes nothingness, and, one thought to void, were currently unusable due to amplitude requirements. The company's treasury was all-encompassing, and with his current authority, he could view most of its contents. Among them, soul amplitude secret techniques and body amplitude secret techniques were dazzling, ranging from low to high levels. Blazing star body amplitude 30 billion points. 1000 soul art, soul amplitude 24 billion points. Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the astonishing string of numbers. He found that he simply couldn't afford them. And this was just for amplitude secret techniques, it didn't include supporting facilities as attack secret techniques, defense secret techniques, etc. A single set cost so much. His 3.1 billion points were only enough to buy the first 3 or 4 volumes, and the amplitude would only reach 8 to 16 times. This was still far from the 30 times amplitude minimum requirement for his 2 great innate secret techniques. Chapter 95, Bestowal of a Treasure. Too expensive, Qingyu said, closing the treasure vault page with a sigh. His initial excitement had somewhat faded. It seems my points are far from enough. I suppose when I meet Teacher Sky Eclipse, I'll have to ask him if he has any arrangements or suggestions. In the virtual universe, within an independent space specially created for high-level deliberations. 5 majestic figures stood in a circle, their auras either as vast as a star sea, as sharp as a divine sword, or as profound as a black hole. Without exception, all exuded a terrifying, heart-pounding pressure. One of them, clad in a silver robe with an obscured face as if shrouded in sword light, was the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord. At this moment, the discussion focused on the subsequent rewards for his disciple, Qingyu. Sky Eclipse. A robust venerable whose body was surrounded by fire law runes, resembling a star, boomed, clearly disapproving. You should know what it means to bestow a soul-type treasure upon a World Lord rank junior. That is like giving a treasure to a child to carry through a bustling market, it's inviting disaster. It is by no means a reward, but a calamity. Indeed, another female venerable, whose aura was icy and seemed composed of countless crystals, interjected. Her voice was crisp but carried a chill. Sky Eclipse, your plan for your disciple to seize Azure Ghoul was your private affair and ability, and we have nothing to say about it. But a soul treasure, once bestowed, if it's taken by an alien race expert during his training, who will bear that loss? This is not just the loss of a treasure, but also aiding the enemy. The third venerable, whose figure flickered as if hidden in shadows, slowly said. A reward is fine, but it needs to be appropriate. Rewarding him with 10 billion points, or even more, we can discuss. But a soul treasure? Absolutely not. This isn't stinginess, but responsibility for the future of the human race. The last venerable, who had not yet spoken, possessed the most ancient and steady aura. He sighed and advised, Sky Eclipse, you see, our 4 opinions are consistent. We are not deliberately making things difficult for you, even if this matter were reported to the primordial Chaos City Lord, he would never agree. If we set a precedent this time, will the human race also have to bestow treasures on other geniuses who are assassinated in the future? This is unfair and against the rules. Give up this proposal. The gazes of the 4 venerables converged on the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord. The blurred sword light around the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord subtly fluctuated. He slowly opened his eyes. He naturally knew how immense the value of a soul treasure was, comparable to an ordinary supreme treasure, something many universe exalts yearned for but could not obtain. He also understood that his colleagues' concerns were not entirely unfounded. The reason he insisted was not out of ignorance, but out of a teacher's responsibility. World Lord rank experts venturing out for life and death training faced numerous dangers. A soul treasure could save a life at a critical moment, and as a teacher, he had to secure the best protection for his disciple. But at this moment, seeing the firm stance of the 4 venerables, who even brought up the primordial Chaos City Lord, he knew this matter was impossible. Continuing to deadlock would be fruitless for everyone. He was silent for a moment, the surrounding pressure quietly receded, and his tone was calm and unruffled, showing no hint of resentment, only a faint trace of regret. Since that is the case. He changed the subject, no longer dwelling on the soul treasure. Then double the point reward. He deserves it. Upon hearing this, the other 4 venerables immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord would stubbornly resist to the end, relying on his strength and status, which would have made the situation awkward. If it was just points, it would be much easier to handle. Agreed. Then reward him with 20 billion points. Agreed. Seconded. It should be so. The most ancient venerable's tone also softened as he explained. Sky Eclipse, don't feel like we're deliberately targeting you. It's just that a soul treasure is too significant. For ordinary treasures, we would be willing to mediate for you, but this matter, please understand. Understood. Let's decide on this, the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord responded faintly, as if the one who had just argued so fiercely wasn't him. He understood the Virtual Universe Corporation's considerations. He had strived and done his best, the outcome wasn't ideal, but there was no need to dwell on it. After all, 20 billion points was already an unimaginable sum for the World Lord ranked Qingyu. His figure blurred first, then disappeared from the deliberation space. After he left, the atmosphere among the remaining 4 venerables truly relaxed. Alas, the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord is too doting on this disciple of his, one venerable sighed, shaking his head. A World Lord rank wants a soul treasure. Even for those peerless prodigies who have passed the World Lord rank Tongtian Mountain, whether to bestow one is considered with extreme caution, let alone his disciple who has only just passed the territory Lord rank Tongtian Mountain. The Venerable with the icy aura snorted. In my opinion, such pampering, lest he cultivates a hothouse flower who only knows how to rely on external objects, is arrogant and overbearing, and cannot withstand any hardships. He won't even pass the most basic test of life and death tempering. Enough. The most ancient Venerable interrupted in a deep voice, with a hint of authority. How Sky Eclipse cultivates his disciple is his own business. He is not an unreasonable person, and he has already conceded today. As for whether that Qingyu will become talented in the future, and whether he can live up to Sky Eclipse's investment, that is a matter for the future, not something we need to discuss now. This matter is concluded, let's disperse. The other three said no more, and their figures vanished one after another. At this time, Qingyu's spaceship, heading towards the highest beginning mythical region, had just exited the dark universe. Soon, the spaceship arrived at the familiar Sky Eclipse Palace next to the Blood Luo world. Receiving the guidance signal, it slowly descended onto the huge docking platform on the first level of the Sky Eclipse Palace. Waiting there, as before, was the undying spiritual god named Anu. Qingyu stepped into the boundless 9th level hall. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord still sat on the ordinary throne in the distance, but when his gaze fell, the entire hall seemed to center around him. Teacher, Qingyu walked forward and bowed respectfully, finally willing to break through to the World Lord rank. A trace of a smile flickered in the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's eyes. Qingyu felt a little awkward. Clearly, Teacher Sky Eclipse had guessed that he had suppressed his cultivation for a period to pass the territory Lord rank Tongtian Mountain. I've made Teacher laugh. Your disciple was arrogant before, thinking that even without suppressing my breakthrough, I could pass the territory Lord rank Tongtian Mountain. Ha ha. Confidence is a good thing, but remember, never be blindly overconfident again. This time it was just confidence in cultivation. Next time, will it be confidence during an adventure, and will that confidence cost you your life? The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord warned. Your disciple will remember Teacher's teachings. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord nodded slightly, considering the matter closed. Do you remember the Zerg Venerable who assassinated you before? The human race's reward for this matter has been decided. It's a total of 20 billion points. Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately sent a wisp of consciousness to connect to the virtual universe network to check his account. Indeed, his point balance instantly surged from the previous 3.1 billion to 23.1 billion. A huge surge of joy instantly filled his heart. He had been worrying about the exorbitant price of amplitude secret techniques before. These 20 billion points were simply a godsend. Although he still couldn't afford the complete version of the top-tier technique, it was at least enough for him to purchase most of the initial content of a decent amplitude secret technique, supporting his cultivation to the threshold of 30 times amplitude. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, human race. Qingyu quickly expressed his gratitude, his joy evident. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord looked at his disciple's joyful expression, a hint of undetectable complexity flashing in his eyes, and slowly said, "You have now broken through to the World Lord rank. According to my original plan, from now on, your path of cultivation should be primarily self-reliant. I will no longer pave the way or provide resources for you as before. True powerhouses must grow on their own through tempering in blood and fire. Over-reliance will only harm their ambition." Qingyu's expression became serious, and he respectfully said, "Your disciple understands Teacher's good intentions. World Lord rank experts venturing out for training, whether to the outside territory battlefield or cosmic mystical regions, face dangers far exceeding any challenges you've experienced before." The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord paused slightly. His tone, though still calm, held a deeper concern. "You have personally experienced the alien races, intent to kill you. While I wish for you to be self-reliant, I cannot stand by and watch you step into danger unprepared." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 items appeared out of thin air, suspended before Qingyu. The first was a seemingly ancient, dark golden battle armor, flowing with a ripple-like luster, exuding a Reassuringly profound aura. This armor is named Twilight Armor, and it is a treasure the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord introduced. It has a self-concealing characteristic. Even if you wear it openly, others won't be able to tell it's a treasure by its appearance. As a treasure class armor, it can reduce physical attacks by 9/10. More importantly, it can also reduce soul attacks by 1/3. Although it's not a true soul treasure, at critical moments, it's enough to save your life, almost like half a soul-type treasure. The defensive effect of this treasure was not top tier, and the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, as a top universe overlord, certainly had better ones, but he couldn't just bestow any treasure. He had to consider that the bestowed treasure would be beneficial and harmless to Qingyu. Otherwise, if he bestowed a supreme treasure, Qingyu might attract everyone's envy and be besieged on the second day of his life and death training. This twilight armor was specially chosen by the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord, who felt it was the most suitable for Qingyu at the moment. The second item was a seemingly ordinary black token, engraved with simple cloud patterns, with a faint fingerprint mark in the center. It subtly exuded an aura originating from the Sky Eclipse Palace Lord. This token contains a brand of my divine power. The Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's expression became exceptionally serious. You must guard it carefully. If you encounter a truly hopeless, inescapable predicament during your future training, one that you cannot overcome with your own strength, you may crush it. No matter where I am, I will sense it immediately and do my best to come to your rescue. His gaze sharply met Qingyu's. But, Qingyu, you must remember. I do not wish for you to ever need to use it. Nor do I wish for you to regard it as a last resort and become complacent. The path of cultivation, only a path of survival forged by one's own will, is the true grand Tao. Relying on external rescue is ultimately inferior. This item is to leave you a sliver of hope, not to let you harbor lucky. Do you understand? Qingyu felt the heavy expectation and admonition in his teacher's words and responded with utmost solemnity. Yes, teacher. Your disciple will surely remember. This item shall not be used lightly unless truly at the end of the road. I will not fail teacher's expectations and will rely on myself. The third item was a precious pearl the size of a dragon's eye, with countless clouds and mist seemingly flowing and changing within it. This item is called the Myriad Phenomena Pearl, and it is a set with the Myriad Phenomena secret technique you previously cultivated. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's tone softened slightly. With it, when you use the Myriad Phenomena secret technique to change your aura and simulate life forms, it will be even more perfect and flawless. Even the aura of a champion peak undying can be simulated. Among those of the same rank, unless they possess special treasures or detection-type innate secret techniques. Otherwise, they won't be able to see through your disguise, which will be greatly beneficial for concealing your identity. 3 treasures, 1 for defense, 1 for desperate rescue, and 1 for perfect disguise. It was evident that Sky Eclipse Palace Lord had put much thought into Qingyu's upcoming trials, wishing to provide protection without letting him become reliant. Many thanks for teacher's generous gift. Qingyu bowed deeply and carefully put away the 3 treasures. Qingyu, now that you have broken through to World Lord rank, do you have a detailed plan for your cultivation? Sky Eclipse Palace Lord looked at his disciple below and asked. This was his main purpose in summoning Qingyu this time, to guide him in establishing his cultivation direction for the World Lord rank stage. Qingyu pondered for a moment, then respectfully replied. Your disciple's primary goal is to quickly meet the conditions for executing my innate secret technique. He was referring to Azure Ghoul's inherent innate secret technique, a thought becomes nothingness. Therefore, your disciple plans to first use points to purchase soul amplitude secret techniques for cultivation. Amplitude secret techniques, unfortunately, the timing is not right. The several divine general inheritance grounds currently controlled by our human race, the nearest, divine general inheritance, still requires 10 epochs before it opens. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord nodded slightly, then spoke with a hint of regret. Otherwise, if you could undergo the inheritance trial, it would be much easier than cultivating a secret technique by yourself. Qingyu also knew about the divine general inheritances, such as the demonic sound divine general inheritance corresponding to soul amplitude, but each inheritance ground only opens once every 10,081 epochs, and he obviously missed the most recent one. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord continued to ask. What about combat secret techniques? The Tribulation divine weapon you mainly cultivated before only has 9 stages in total. You must have reached its maximum power, right? Teacher is insightful. This is also another one of your disciple's troubles. Qingyu's face showed a hint of distress. The company's treasure vault contains secret techniques as vast as the sea. Although your disciple has permission to browse most of them, my knowledge is shallow, and it is truly difficult to filter out the most suitable one from those countless secret techniques. The choice of combat secret technique depends on what path you wish to take in the future. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord guided him. Will you focus on close quarters combat as a martial artist? Or controlled telekinesis weapons as a psyker master? Or an illusionist who controls the enemy's mind invisibly? Different paths naturally lead to vastly different choices of core secret techniques. Regarding this point, Qingyu had no hesitation. He had already thought it through clearly. Teacher, your disciple chooses to primarily cultivate as an illusionist, supplemented by a psyker master. He had taken over Azure Ghoul and possessed unparalleled soul talent. Following the illusionist path was the choice that would maximize his advantage, with the psyker master serving as an auxiliary and supplementary attack method. Illusionist, very good, this is indeed the path that can best utilize your Azure Ghoul talent. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's eyes showed approval. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Since that's the case, I recommend you focus on these 3 secret techniques: Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, Chaotic God Curse, and Ninth Dream of Spiritual Rhinoceros. These 3 are all top-tier illusionist system secret techniques that follow the path of space-time fusion laws. And they are all systematic inheritances, not only containing core illusion attack methods but often also all-encompassing, integrating soul amplitude secret techniques, soul defense secret techniques, and corresponding space-time law comprehension guidance. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord specifically emphasized the first one. Especially this, Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon. Its origin is extraordinary. Its founder was a universe lord. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's tone carried a rare hint of solemnity. Regarding this existence, even I have mostly only heard of his legends. The era he existed in is extremely ancient, possibly even older than the birth of our human race. Based on some scattered traces he left behind, it can only be inferred that this, Lord of Celestial Illusion, was an existence so powerful it was terrifying in his era, with a formidable reputation. According to some extremely secret ancient records, it is speculated that he very likely, successfully soul-enslaved another universe lord. What? Enslaved a universe lord? Qingyu was greatly shocked by the news, his pupils suddenly contracting. If his teacher hadn't explicitly stated that this universe lord was called the Lord of Celestial Illusion, he would have almost thought his teacher was referring to the origin ancestor, who was suppressed by the primordial universe. He couldn't help but ask further. Teacher, this Lord of Celestial Illusion is so powerful, is he still alive now? Sky Eclipse Palace Lord slowly shook his head. He disappeared, completely vanishing without any reason. No one knows where he went, whether he is alive or dead. It is precisely because of this that the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, recorded by the Virtual Universe Corporation, is also incomplete, with many missing parts. However, even so, no one can deny the power and terror of this secret technique. Of course, correspondingly, its cultivation difficulty is also among the highest of all illusionist secret techniques. He looked at Qingyu and offered advice. If you decide to choose it, you can first exchange for the first 3 volumes to cultivate and comprehend. And you must remember. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord's tone turned serious. At the World Lord rank realm, especially with your law comprehension already comparable to a low-level champion Marquis Undying, other secret techniques, no matter how profound and exquisite, are already stones from other mountains. They can no longer perfectly fit you 100%. Therefore, when you comprehend these secret techniques, be careful not to get bogged down, blindly imitating and losing yourself. In the early stage, you can diligently learn and draw upon their essence, but in the later stage, you can try to integrate your own understanding and create a secret technique unique to yourself. Qingyu's expression became solemn, and he respectfully responded. Yes, teacher. Your disciple understands. Sky Eclipse Palace Lord nodded with satisfaction, then as if remembering something, asked. Oh, by the way, since you have broken through to World Lord rank, do you have any plans for Azure Ghoul's third clone? I still have some rather peculiar special life materials collected here. If you need them, you can conveniently nurture one. Several illusory images of objects, emitting strange light and distinct energy fluctuations, appeared at his hand. Any one of them, if taken out, would be enough to drive World Lords and even Undyings mad. Qingyu looked at those precious materials, feeling grateful, but he had already made his decision. He bowed slightly, politely yet firmly declining. Thank you for teacher's kindness, but regarding the third clone, your disciple already has some vague ideas and directions in mind, which still require careful consideration. He couldn't directly state that his goal was the Sea of Nine Serenities. After all, the fact that the Lord of Nine Serenities had World Lord rank descendants was completely unknown to the outside world. Even Primordial Chaos City Lord was unaware of this secret of the Lord of Nine Serenities. He could only find another opportunity in the future to somehow obtain a drop of Imperial sea water. Upon hearing this, Sky Eclipse Palace Lord showed no displeasure, instead, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. It was a good thing for a disciple to have his own ideas and plans. He had only mentioned it casually and naturally wouldn't force the issue. It's good that you have your own considerations. The choice of a clone is crucial and indeed requires extreme caution. A perfect fit with your own path is the best choice. He waved his hand, dispersing the illusory images of the materials. Since that's the case, then proceed at your own pace. Go, prepare well. The company should soon issue your World Lord rank life and death trial mission arrangement. But you don't need to rush, it's not too late to depart after making all your preparations complete. Yes, your disciple takes his leave. I will not fail teacher's expectations. Qingyu bowed respectfully again, then turned and exited the vast hall. After leaving Sky Eclipse Palace, Qingyu was planning in his mind how to use those 23.1 billion points to exchange for secret techniques. Suddenly, beep. Master, an email from the Virtual Universe Corporation System's highest authority has been received, marked as mandatory read. The voice of the intelligent life Rem sounded in his mind. Oh, it's here. Qingyu's heart stirred, and his consciousness immediately connected to the virtual universe. Qingyu opened the email. The content was concise and cold, yet it contained endless killing intent and iron-blooded spirit. Primitive Mystical Region World Lord Rank Member Qingyu. According to the company's high-level decision, your World Lord Rank life and death trial arrangement is now officially issued. You need to go to the outside territory battlefield and accumulate military merits, 100 billion. Upon achieving this goal, the trial mission will be considered complete, and you may apply for retirement. Additionally, given your true combat strength and confidentiality requirements, the company will create a fictitious identity for you as a champion Marquis Undying Spiritual God to facilitate your actions. Wishing you a successful journey through your outside territory battlefield career. 100 billion military merits. The identity of a champion Marquis Undying. Qingyu looked at the email content, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. 100 billion military merits. This number was terrifying. Ordinary World Lord rank only needed 1 million military merits, but the Virtual Universe Corporation gave him an quota a million times greater. The military merits obtained from killing ordinary alien World Lords were negligible. If he wanted to accumulate military merits quickly, his targets would inevitably be Undying Spiritual Gods, or even Champion Marquis and Champion King rank powerhouses. It was tantamount to forcing him to grow. This was how the Virtual Universe Corporation cultivated geniuses. Even though they knew this would lead to many geniuses perishing, they still did it, precisely to cultivate true powerhouses. Chapter 97, Base 022. In the vast universe, an F-grade spaceship was rapidly navigating through the dark universe. Inside the spaceship's control room, Qingyu sat with his eyes closed, deep in thought. He had just left the primal universe and didn't immediately proceed to the outside territory battlefield's logistics base. Instead, he first detoured to a desolate starfield. Mo Yun broke through to Undying some time ago. It's not good to delay the establishment of his god kingdom any longer, Qingyu murmured to himself. After a life form breaks through to Undying, its inner world can sustain itself for a period. However, if the god kingdom is not established promptly, the inner world will collapse. The spaceship exited the dark universe, appearing in a silent void. There wasn't even the dimmest star around, only endless darkness and the background light of distant galaxies. This place will do. It's remote enough. Qingyu rose, stepped out of the spaceship, and collected it into his world ring. He hovered in the vacuum, subtly sensing spatial fluctuations. Then, he reached forward and gently sliced, Chila. As if the toughest fabric was torn, space was ripped open by his bare hands, creating a massive rift with a diameter of 100 meters. Behind the rift was a colorful, shimmering spatial turbulence. Without the slightest hesitation, Qingyu stepped into it. This place was filled with countless spatial fragments of varying sizes, from hundreds of kilometers to tens of thousands of kilometers, like broken mirror shards, rapidly flying under the pull of an unseen force. The spatial interlayer is typically divided into many layers: the first layer of spatial fragments, the second layer of god kingdoms, the third layer of spatial torrents. But in reality, in the eyes of true powerhouses, the spatial interlayer is one entity. The further away from the primal universe, the larger and more dangerous the fragments become. Deep within the spatial interlayer, those colossal fragments with diameters of hundreds of millions, billions, or even hundreds of billions of kilometers moved at terrifying speeds. The energy they contained was enough to instantly annihilate a champion-level Undying. Mo Yun. Qingyu's thoughts stirred. After breaking through to Undying, the cloud-caressing vine already possessed clear consciousness and could communicate directly. The crystalline vine covering his arm subtly wiggled, conveying a simple yet affectionate conscious response. Master, how big is your inner world? Master, my inner world has a diameter of 1 million kilometers. The cloud-caressing vine's consciousness was cheerful, it knew the purpose of this trip. The inner world of plant life is indeed far superior to that of humans, Qingyu nodded. Then let's find a large enough spatial fragment as a foundation. He transformed into a stream of light, flying deeper into the spatial interlayer. The surrounding fragments grew larger and larger, from tens of thousands of kilometers to hundreds of thousands, then millions of kilometers. After flying for a long time, a colossal spatial fragment, approximately 30 million kilometers in diameter, drifted by from a distance. This one is good. Its size and stability are sufficient. Mo Yun, this is it. Qingyu stopped. Yes, master. I'm starting. The cloud-caressing vine detached from Qingyu's arm. It rapidly expanded in the air, transforming into its main body, a 3-meter-tall, crystal-clear vine radiating powerful life energy. It activated its inner world, and a vast, illusory world projection, 1 million kilometers in diameter, gradually appeared in the void, with mountains and rivers faintly visible. That illusory world projection slowly moved, eventually overlapping with the colossal, light green spatial fragment. Buzz, the entire spatial interlayer seemed to tremble slightly. Under the pull of an unseen force, the illusory world and the spatial fragment began to merge. Light shone, and threads of law intertwined. The entire process lasted for about half a day. Finally, the light dissipated, and a brand new, stable god kingdom was born. Master, it's successful. The cloud-caressing vine's joyful consciousness was conveyed. Qingyu stepped into the god kingdom. The newborn god kingdom still appeared somewhat empty, but its foundation was incredibly solid. The cloud-caressing vine was shaping the god kingdom's environment. At the core of the god kingdom, the earth rumbled, and countless gigantic vines broke through the ground. Interweaving, coiling, and ascending as if alive. Amidst the embrace and guardianship of these dark green vines, countless energies rapidly condensed. A monumentally majestic divine statue rose from the ground at a visible speed, piercing the god kingdom's sky, its height reaching an astonishing 10,000 kilometers. The outline of the divine statue quickly became clear. Every line, every detail was meticulously carved: the eyebrows, the expression, the aura of supreme majesty contained within its indifference, was identical to Qingyu himself, lifelike. Seeing this, Qingyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Such was plant life. Once they acknowledged a master, their loyalty would be etched into the deepest part of their life essence, becoming an instinct that transcended reason and needed no words. Even if their realm surpassed their masters, their loyalty would remain unwavering until death, constant through eternity. Of course, different plant life possessed different consciousnesses and personalities, and their recognition of their master and emotional expression varied. And his cloud-caressing vine clearly revered him as a god, viewing him as its highest belief, immediately shaping his divine statue upon establishing its god kingdom. Around the divine statue, palace complexes began to form on their own. The vast land stretched out, mountains rose, and rivers meandered. Master, it's done. This is Mo Yun's god kingdom. The cloud-caressing vine shrunk, recoiling around Qingyu's arm, rubbing affectionately. Qingyu nodded, taking out a large quantity of precious plant life seeds he had prepared from his world ring. These seeds were all highly compatible with the cloud-caressing vine's laws. He waved his hand, scattering the seeds like points of light, evenly embedding them into the god kingdom's earth. These plants, once grown, will further stabilize your god kingdom. Thank you, Master. The cloud-caressing vine was even happier. The god kingdom is complete. We should depart. Qingyu turned, stepped out, and had already left the god kingdom, returning to the desolate starfield of the primal universe. The cloud-caressing vine also transformed back into battle armor, covering his body. The next destination, the closest outside territory battlefield logistics base to Qingyu's current location, Kamabuchi Star. Half a month later, the F-grade spaceship arrived at its destination. It was an incredibly vast artificial space fortress, like a metal planet, silently suspended in the starry sky, its scale far exceeding any natural planet. Countless dense spaceships, like bees returning to their hive, shuttled through different port channels according to guidance signals. Qingyu's F-9 grade spaceship stood out prominently among them, drawing exclamations and discussions from warriors in the surrounding ordinary spaceships. An F-9 grade spaceship. Whose important ride is that? It must be an undying spiritual god. Heavens, I actually arrived on the same day as an undying spiritual god. This is a good omen. The spaceship smoothly docked at a berth specially prepared for undying spiritual gods. The hatch opened, and Qingyu stepped out, casually collecting the spaceship into his world ring. His current aura, concealed by the myriad manifestations, secret technique in the myriad manifestations pearl, was profound and majestic, clearly that of a powerful undying spiritual god. A staff member in a standard battle armor immediately approached respectfully, his attitude humble. Hello, honored sir. I am the base's guide messenger. I want to go to the outside territory battlefield. Which procedure do I follow? Qingyu asked calmly. Sir, please follow me. The undying spiritual god certification is on the other side. The guide messenger was startled. This sir's aura was so powerful, yet it was his first time at the outside territory battlefield. He dared not ask further, bowing hastily to lead the way. The certification process was conducted by the virtual universe system. Qingyu was recorded in the system as a powerful undying, with combat scene analysis indicating he possessed champion-level strength. Soon, in the system's records, Qingyu became a rookie undying with champion-level combat power, entering the outside territory battlefield for the first time. As for a title, there was none. Clearly, whether Qingyu could obtain his own title would depend on his performance in the outside territory battlefield. Sir, as an undying spiritual god, you can choose which specific battlefield to go to. Here is the detailed information. The staff member handed over an information panel. Qingyu glanced at it casually and said directly, I'll go to the 7th battlefield. It didn't matter to Qingyu which battlefield it was, but since the 7th battlefield was described in the original work, Qingyu simply decided to go there. All right. The 7th battlefield ranks 3rd in danger among the 11 battlefields, perfectly suited for a powerhouse like you to display your prowess, the staff member complimented. Transmission has been arranged for you. I wish you good fortune in battle, sir. One day later, through Kamabuchi Star's spatial passage, Qingyu arrived at the 7th battlefield's barracks base 022. Stepping out of the teleportation passage, a stern, iron-blooded aura washed over him. The barracks base interior was far more magnificent than what was visible from the outside. Under the enormous dome, warriors in different standard battle armors moved busily. A group of people, who seemed to have already received news that an undying spiritual god was being teleported over, were waiting there in advance. Seeing Qingyu appear, they immediately surrounded him enthusiastically. At the forefront was a bald, burly man in fiery red battle armor with a ferocious scar on his face. His aura was wild, and he was followed by 9 World Lord rank generals with astonishing killing intent. My new friend. The bald, burly man grinned, appearing very straightforward. I am Ba, the captain of the Flaming Hammer Squad. You look unfamiliar, friend. Is this your first time at the 7th battlefield? This place is very dangerous, adventuring alone is too disadvantageous. Why not join our Flaming Hammer Squad? Our team is strong, and we just need a good hand like you. Acting together, hunting efficiency is high, and safety is also guaranteed. Almost simultaneously, another slightly effeminate voice sounded. Heh, Ba, you're still so impatient. The speaker was a man in dark blue battle attire, with fair skin and a somewhat cold demeanor. He was a Psyker Master Undying, whose strength also approached champion level. He was Snake, the captain of the Shadow Squad. His squad only had 6 members, but each had sharp eyes, clearly more adept at stealth and assassination. He looked at Qingyu and said, "The outside territory battlefield is complex, brute force alone won't earn military merits. I see your aura is condensed, definitely not an ordinary Undying. Our Shadow Squad specializes in hunting high-value targets, perfect for someone like you. Join us." Immediately after, a third group of people also squeezed through. Leading them was an Undying who looked like a seasoned middle-aged man with a shrewd, merchant-like smile on his face. He was only followed by 2 World Lords. "Captains, don't be so eager to snatch people." The middle-aged Undying laughed. "Brother, I am Kato, the leader of the Bedrock Legion. Our legion has a large number of members and carries out legion-level missions. We welcome you to join us. The military merits we obtain in combat are 50% more than what these small teams get." Besides these 3 most representative groups, several other small team representatives were also watching eagerly, trying to find an opportunity to invite him. The most common people in the outside territory battlefield are Territory Lord rank, followed by World Lord rank and Universe rank. Undying Spiritual God are the fewest, with one arriving only after a very long time. These people all hoped that the newly arrived Undying Spiritual God would join them to improve their team's strength, which would not only increase their survival rate but also allow them to gain military merits faster. Facing these incredibly enthusiastic invitations, Qingyu's expression remained calm. He had already decided to act alone. He slightly raised his hand, and an invisible pressure instantly quieted the surrounding clamorous invitations. "Thank you for your kind invitations." Qingyu's voice was clear and calm, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. Everyone looked at him expectantly. However, Qingyu changed the subject. "I am accustomed to acting alone and will not consider joining any team for now. I appreciate your good intentions." Disappointment instantly spread across everyone's faces. Bach still wanted to persuade him. "Brother, you are new here." Qingyu smiled slightly at him and waved his hand. He knew that Qingyu's mind was made up and said no more. A flicker of displeasure crossed Snake's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. "It's truly a pity. If you change your mind, Lord, feel free to find me anytime." The middle-aged Undying Kato, however, merely smiled. He had lived the longest among the 3 Undying and had the sharpest eye. The first time he saw Qingyu, he vaguely knew that Qingyu would not join any of them. "In that case, I wish you all the best, old friend, and may your martial endeavors prosper." The other teams also expressed their regrets and then dispersed. Qingyu merely nodded slightly, saying no more, and walked straight through the crowd, under the awestruck gaze of the guiding World Lord warrior, towards the exclusive resting area for Undying Spiritual God. After Qingyu left, these teams also dispersed. Snake, the captain of the Phantom team, returned to their team's resting place with an expressionless face. Several team members immediately gathered around him, and one of the World Lord generals eagerly asked, "Captain, how was it?" Did you manage to recruit the new Undying Lord? Snake shook his head expressionlessly, picked up a glass of wine, and a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in his eyes. Ah, the World Lord General was stunned for a moment, somewhat incredulous. He refused. Was he snatched away by the Blazeforge or Bedrock Legion? No, he didn't choose anyone. Snake's voice was flat. He wants to act alone. Act alone. Another lean Undying frowned. HMPH, what an ignorant newcomer, thinking he's great just because he's an Undying. Countless Undying have died in the outside territory battlefield. Don't come begging to join us then. When he first came to the outside territory battlefield, he was so confident because he had just become an Undying that he chose to act alone. As a result, he lost 39% of his divine body in his first mission. If the Phantom team hadn't happened to pass by and save him, he would have been dead. The part of his divine body he lost has not fully recovered even now. The remaining members of the Phantom team were all World Lord Generals. As World Lords, they dared not take such words, and even if they disagreed with an Undying's choice, they would maintain basic respect. After a few seconds of silence, a World Lord finally spoke. This Lord is very confident. But this 7th battlefield is not a place for individual heroism. The powerful experts of the monster race and automaton race love those who act alone the most. Snake put down his glass, his gaze sweeping over his team members, his tone still cold but with a conclusive statement. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since this is his choice, we need not discuss it further. Let's rest up quickly, we depart in 10 days. Yes. In his exclusive lounge at Barracks Base 022, Qingyu was not in a hurry to depart. The outside territory battlefield was fraught with danger, and rash action was a major taboo. He brought up the detailed battlefield star map provided by the base and began to study it carefully. The virtual projection unfolded, revealing the outline of the entire 7th battlefield. This was a colossal cosmic secret realm, approximately 1.1 million light-years in diameter, subdivided into countless battle zones by the human faction. There were 100 such barracks bases like 022 across the entire 7th battlefield, with each base responsible for radiating over a large surrounding area. Base 22's area of responsibility was approximately within an 800,000 light-year diameter. Within this region, the only high-level battlefield was called the Silent Current, where thousands of champion Undying were active year-round, engaged in incredibly fierce slaughter, a true meat grinder. Qingyu looked at the information regarding the Silent Current, and slightly shook his head. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. The perfect gene level gave him 10,000 times the World Lord power, and his basic strength was formidable, comparable to a low-tier champion. However, considering his comprehension of laws and application of secret techniques, there was still a gap between him and a true champion. That place was not his target for now. His gaze shifted to the tens of millions of medium-level battlefields marked on the star map, as well as the ubiquitous, countless small skirmish zones. In these places, the main active forces were large numbers of Undying military lords, low-tier marquis, and innumerable World Lord battle teams. In the early stages, I'll train in these medium-level battlefields, finding some ordinary Undying military lords or slightly weaker marquis Undying to practice with, familiarize myself with the battlefield environment, and at the same time try to research secret techniques. Qingyu set his initial plan. 3 days later, Qingyu piloted the luxurious F9 class spaceship, slowly departing from the port of Barracks Base 022, officially entering the perilous starry expanse of the outside territory battlefield. In the spaceship's control room, Qingyu's expression was calm, without much tension. This spaceship had cost him a large number of points, and its performance was excellent. The ship's energy shield was extremely sturdy, capable of briefly withstanding attacks from ordinary champion Undying, buying him enough reaction time. And the detector onboard was even more high-end, astonishingly valuable, something many peak marquis Undying might not even be able to afford. Rem, you are to monitor the detector continuously. Inform me immediately of any disturbances within a billion-kilometer radius, Qingyu ordered. Yes, Master. Rem responded clearly. Qingyu's first destination was a medium-sized battlefield about 100,000 light-years away from Base 022. There were many alien Undying military lords and world lord teams active there, making it suitable for his initial test of strength. Soon after the spaceship departed the base, before it had even fully passed through the iconic dense asteroid belt in the outer region, the intelligent REMS alarm sounded. Master, 3-peak world lord rank Meng Na race detected, approximately 900 million kilometers away. The Meng Na race, one of the insect race's subsidiary groups, adult members are about 3 meters tall, possessing 4 flexible tentacle-like arms, with their entire bodies covered in fine, sand-like scales. Their racial talent, mimicry, allows them to perfectly simulate their surroundings, greatly reducing their presence, making them excellent at ambushing and sneak attacks. At this moment, 3 Meng Na race world lords were perfectly concealed in the shadows and openings of the spaceship wreckage. Their scales had changed color to almost match the metal, and their energy fluctuations were suppressed to the extreme. If it were an ordinary detector, it would have simply overlooked them. If a greedy one went to collect the spaceship wreckage, they would be ambushed. 3 world lords, just fly the spaceship over, Qingyu didn't mind. Since killing was killing, he might as well start with these 3 unlucky ones. The spaceship flew silently to within only 10,000 kilometers of the spaceship wreckage, but thanks to Qingyu's powerful detector. The 3 Meng Na race had not yet discovered Qingyu. Qingyu, however, was perfectly aware of their movements. They were conversing in hushed tones. How much longer do we have to wait? I say we should just go out and fight directly. Waiting like this, who knows how long it will take to find a fool, a slightly anxious voice spoke, belonging to one of the Meng Na race. Shut up. With our trash detectors, if we went out to actively search for enemies, we'd be dead already. Another voice calmly retorted. He is right, waiting like a mantis for a cicada, though the harvest is small, it's safe. The third voice agreed. Just as their conversation ended, a sudden change occurred. The Meng Na race warrior who had complained first, his 4 tentacles instinctively tensed, and he looked in horror towards his companion, his direction. In his vision, a terrifying scene unfolded, an unknown human world lord, dressed in unfamiliar battle armor, whom he had never seen before, appeared silently like a ghost behind, holding a long blade shimmering with a faint glow. With lightning speed, he precisely sliced, in half. Enemy. He was terrified, filled with shock and anger, unable to even think about how this enemy had appeared. The instinct to protect his companion and kill the intruder drove him. His 4 tentacles instantly condensed immense world power, transforming into 4 streaks of black light that tore through space, fiercely blasting towards the suddenly appearing, human world lord, in a desperate attack. And the position of that, human world lord, perfectly overlapped with, From Jian's perspective, however, it was a different scene. He had just finished scolding his impatient kin and was preparing to continue lurking when he suddenly heard his kin let out a terrified, enemy. Enemy? Where? He was startled and instinctively looked towards his companion's direction, instantly mobilizing his power to prepare for battle. However, he saw no enemy at all. What met his eyes were his companion's 4 tentacles, filled with destructive power and merciless killing intent, fiercely blasting towards him. What are you doing? His shocked and angry roar burst out, his voice filled with astonishment and fear. Chapter 96, Departure. Furthermore, the Virtual Universe Corporation directly granted him a marquee-level immortal virtual identity, which saved him countless troubles. He did not need to accumulate military merits starting from a world lord, making him much freer in the outside territory battlefield. The Virtual Universe Corporation truly has high expectations for me. Qingyu whispered to himself, his eyes not showing fear, but instead burning with intense battle intent and anticipation. Qingyu did not return to the primitive mystical region. Thanks to the arrangements made by the Sky Eclipse Palace Master, his main body, human clone, and purple crystal cloud wing clone could all proceed directly to Primordial Chaos City for final secluded cultivation. The spaceship sailed steadily through the dark universe. Inside the cabin, Qingyu's consciousness connected to the Virtual Universe Corporation treasury, and he began to carefully study the few secret manuals recommended by his teacher. The first one that caught his eye was the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon. The complete 7 volumes actually require 100 billion points. Even though he was mentally prepared, Qingyu was still shocked by this number. He focused his attention on the content introduction. Indeed, as the teacher said, this secret manual was all-encompassing and self-contained. It contained 4 major parts. The first part, the Meteor God chapter, contained various attack secret manuals. Its attack methods were mainly divided into 2 areas. One was the illusion stream that targeted the soul origin, and the second was the mental force stream. This meant that once he specialized in this secret manual, he would not even need to purchase additional attack secret manuals for a Psyker Master. The second part, the Spirit Control chapter, was a soul amplification secret manual, and it could be cultivated directly to the 7th layer for 100 times soul amplification. The third part, the Heart Guarding chapter, was a soul defense secret manual. It was far more advanced than the 7 Soul Bell that Qingyu had previously cultivated. Once cultivated to the 3rd layer, it could even ignore the soul attacks of ordinary universe exalts. The fourth part, the Tong Zan chapter, was the most important chapter of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon, which could be considered the general outline. It contained the core guidance for comprehending the space-time law, leading directly to the Universe Lord. What made Qingyu even more excited was that the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon also came with 3 types of exclusive, powerful weapons. Tianhuan Yan Si Luo, a pure illusionist weapon, shaped like an ethereal smoke veil. It could greatly amplify the power and range of illusions, but offered almost no bonus to mental force physical attacks. Swain Yenming Ji Yu Pan, an extreme mental force weapon, composed of countless strange bone fragments forming a disc, specifically created for executing the powerful mental force secret manuals in the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon, though its illusion assistance effect was weak. 9 Aperture False Heart Mirror, also known as the Illusion Divine Weapon, it perfectly balanced illusions and mental force. It could both assist in executing powerful illusions and serve as a carrier for mental force weapons to unleash terrifying physical attacks. This was undoubtedly a weapon to commemorate that legendary Lord of Heavenly Illusion. The Illusion Divine Weapon, that's the one. Qingyu made his choice almost instantly. This weapon perfectly aligned with his path of specializing in illusions, with mental force as a supplement. He also roughly browsed through the Luan Shen Curse and Lingxi 9 Dreams. Although both were top-tier legacies, they were more inclined toward pure illusionists. Furthermore, in terms of level and inclusivity, they were ultimately slightly inferior to the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon. Since I am going to cultivate, I will cultivate the strongest. Qingyu no longer hesitated and immediately began the operations. He purchased the first 3 volumes of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon. 7.8 billion points were gone, and this was even the discounted price. Although the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon included the Spirit Control chapter, Soul Amplification Secret Manual, purchasing only the content of the first 3 volumes would only allow him to cultivate soul amplification up to 16 times. Qingyu also needed to purchase the Spirit Control chapter. Separately, the first 5 volumes would just allow him to cultivate to 32 times soul amplification, but Qingyu chose to purchase the first 6 volumes directly, costing 12.6 billion points. However, he could cultivate up to 64 times soul amplification. Looking at the remaining 2.7 billion points, Qingyu felt immense pressure. He still had his purple crystal cloud wing clone that needed strengthening. The 9 luminaries star wings gifted by his senior sister came with 3 layers of secret manuals, but those belonged to the secret patterns engraved on the treasure itself, which only required meeting the conditions to trigger. As an energy life form, the purple crystal cloud wing clone's strongest attack method lay in those indestructible wings, which required matching secret manuals to unleash their maximum power. Top-tier movement techniques and wing attack secret manuals easily cost over 10 billion points, which he could not afford at all. Fortunately, after filtering, he discovered a secret manual called Tian Shang Mie, which, although not the top tier, was still powerful enough, very suitable for the purple crystal cloud wing, and relatively reasonably priced. He purchased the first 3 volumes of Tian Shang Mie. 1.1 billion points. Next was the auxiliary life form. His cloud-caressing vine had an evolutionary plan for 216 main vines. If he chose the best evolutionary plan, there was a 50% chance of breaking through to become an undying spiritual god, but this required a huge investment. 1.53 billion points. For the Qinglin Clan metal auxiliary life form, if he also followed the best evolutionary plan, it would require 1.47 billion points. But Qingyu only had 1.6 billion points left, so he could only choose one to cultivate. He carefully weighed it. His own life gene level had already reached perfection, and his strength foundation was already very high, equivalent to an elementary champion. The strength bonus brought by the Qinglin Clan possession was relatively less important. Moreover, with the Wanshang Pearl and the Wanshang Secret Manual, his ability to hide his aura and change his form was far superior to the Qinglin Clan. Therefore, prioritizing the cultivation of the cloud-caressing vine, which possessed powerful binding and attack capabilities, was undoubtedly the better choice. He purchased all the resources needed for the cloud-caressing vine to break through to the undying level. 1.53 billion points. As for the remaining 70 million points, Qingyu still needed to purchase a spaceship. He could use the corporation's F9 grade spaceship usually, but if he wanted to fly it to the outside territory battlefield, he would have to pay for it himself. Adding some high-tech spaceship parts, high-tech detection equipment, and energy supplies, the 23.1 billion points were almost completely spent. Fortunately, the weapon that came with the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, the 9-aperture false heart mirror, was gifted upon purchasing the first 3 volumes. This could be considered a benefit for geniuses who cultivated this super difficult secret manual. Qingyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling both the heartache of being penniless and the sense of security of being armed to the teeth. Your Highness Qingyu, all the treasures you purchased will be delivered to Primordial Chaos City in the Primal Universe in half a year. Please pay attention to receiving them. Qingyu received secret manuals like the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon directly in the virtual universe, but the remaining physical items like the spaceship would require waiting for some time. After obtaining the first 3 volumes of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, Qingyu began to read them almost impatiently. The general outline at the beginning carried a majestic spirit that overlooked the universe, and the realms it described made Qingyu yearn for them. Once the first 3 layers were mastered, one could roam freely among the undying and be called an invincible king level. Once the first 6 layers were mastered, one would be an overlord among universe exalts, enough to make all races fear. Overbearing. Truly overbearing. Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim. This was only the first 3 volumes, and it could already reach the level of Zhan Yan King. If it were the complete version, its power would be simply unimaginable. When he began to carefully study the specific cultivation method of the first layer, the exclamation on his face quickly turned into solemnity, followed by a wry smile. He finally understood why the cultivation difficulty of this secret manual was considered the highest, and why its power was so off the charts. Because this Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, starting from the most basic first layer, required the cultivator to combine the time law and the space law and use them together. Although it was not the fusion of lower laws and upper laws like the way of the beast god, it was definitely not a simple alternating use or complementary application either. Instead, it required the 2 upper laws to be mixed and woven together in a strange way, forming a brand new space-time concept to construct illusions and launch mental force attacks. This requirement was simply hair-raisingly harsh. Time and space, as the 2 great upper laws, inherently possessed a natural repulsion. Just like water and oil, wanting to mix them perfectly required extremely delicate control and a depth of comprehension far exceeding ordinary people. This is a field that at least the Universe Lord level would delve into, right? For an undying spiritual god to do this was torture, yet even a world lord had to start trying to take this step. No wonder, Qingyu muttered to himself. Although he had always been on the path of cultivating both time and space, his use of the Tribulation Divine Weapon had always separated the time law and the space law. It was not that his level was insufficient, but that the Tribulation Divine Weapon was originally like that. After all, the creator of the Tribulation Divine Weapon had never thought about achieving the combination of time and space. The difference in difficulty was simply a geometric increase. 1,000 times, 10,000 times more. This was like previously drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right hand. Although it was difficult, with more practice, it could always be done. But now, the requirement of the heavenly illusion heart cannon was to let your left and right hands cooperate simultaneously to draw a brand new, complex pattern that was neither a circle nor a square, but contained the mysteries of both circle and square. It seems that I cannot avoid taking the path of analyzing the essence of the laws. Qingyu gave a wry smile, realizing the key to the problem. For space-time to be combined and used, it was absolutely impossible to just stay at a superficial understanding. This was absolutely impossible to do. Only after understanding the true essence of time and space would there be a glimmer of a chance. Qingyu had never thought about taking the path of analyzing the essence of the laws before. When Marquis Tianyi first instructed him, because his early performance was average, he didn't even mention this more difficult path of analyzing the essence of the laws. Later, his talent exploded, his progress was rapid, and he was immersed in the pleasure of his strength soaring, even intending to rely on his golden finger to brute force his way to the end. Unexpectedly, this boomerang that he had unintentionally bypassed finally flew back accurately and hit him. That's fine too. Qingyu quickly adjusted his mindset, and fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. A 10,000-foot tower rises from the ground. The firmer the foundation, the further one can go in the future. It is not too late to make up for the homework I owed before. After clarifying the direction, Qingyu immediately opened the treasury again and quickly found 2 classic secret manuals for analyzing the essence of the laws, Piao Shui and Zhu Nan, and purchased them directly. These 2 secret manuals, one analyzed the essence of the space law, and one analyzed the essence of the time law. Subsequently, Qingyu made a division of labor for cultivation. His human clone was responsible for researching Piao Shui to analyze the 108 essences of the space law. His purple crystal cloud wing clone was responsible for researching Zhu Nan to analyze the 108 essences of the time law. The Qingyu Ning main body focused on cultivating the spirit control chapter, putting all effort into increasing its soul amplitude. With all 3 bodies cultivating simultaneously, the efficiency was extremely high. Qingyu's talent for the space-time law was already peerlessly rare, so he faced no pressure in taking the path of analyzing the essence of the laws. More importantly, he was currently looking at things from a high vantage point. His own level of insight into the space-time law was already comparable to the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge, while fully comprehending the 108 essences of each of the space and time laws only corresponded to about the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This was like a university student going back to learn the principles of elementary school addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Although it seemed tedious, the speed of understanding was extremely fast. He was not laboriously exploring the unknown, but rather, from a perspective of looking down, systematically organizing and verifying the basic architecture of the known domain, filling in gaps, and making his foundation incomparably solid. He didn't even specifically go to comprehend the Chaos Tablet, yet in less than 100 years, both his human clone and purple crystal cloud wing clone achieved success. The total of 216 essences of the 2 major laws of space and time had been thoroughly comprehended by him. However, cultivating the spirit control chapter was not so easy. Soul amplitude secret techniques could not be cheated. This was not the near enlightenment infusion method of receiving a divine general legacy, but required him to understand, cultivate, and accumulate it bit by bit. Fortunately, the Qingyu Ning main body had extremely high soul talent and an incomparably profound soul origin, so in 100 years, he successfully cultivated his soul amplitude to the 16-fold level. To cultivate to the 5th level and reach the 30-fold amplitude capable of initially unleashing a thought becomes nothingness, it was estimated that at least another 200 years of hard work would be needed. As for the 6th level of the spirit control chapter, Qingyu could not cultivate it for now. The level to which one could cultivate soul amplitude secret techniques had requirements for the soul. Although Qingyu's soul had undergone one transformation, it was not yet sufficient to withstand a 64-fold amplitude. During the cultivation period, he also specifically took the cloud-caressing vine out of the primal universe once, providing it with the massive resources needed to break through to undying. Fortunately, that 50% success probability favored him, and the cloud-caressing vine successfully broke through the life barrier, ascending to an undying spiritual god. After the ascension, the cloud-caressing vines 216 main vines became increasingly crystalline and resilient, with divine power equivalent to the peak marquee level of humans. The toughness and strength of the vines were even comparable to an early champion-level undying human. Possessing an undying body, the cloud-caressing vine could turn into battle armor to wear on Qingyu, which could greatly increase Qingyu's life-saving ability. After thoroughly solidifying the foundation of the law essences, Qingyu had his human clone and purple crystal cloud wing clone start working together to tackle the most core and profound fourth part of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon, the Profound Mastery Chapter. This part discussed the combined application of the space-time law, and its profundity far exceeded any secret technique Qingyu had seen before. Even with the two clones working together to comprehend it and verify it against each other, the progress was extremely slow. Every secret pattern required repeated deduction and testing. In the 600th year, after experiencing countless failures and sparks of inspiration, Qingyu finally touched upon a hint of the threshold. He understood how to allow the power of the two distinct, vastly different upper-tier laws of space and time to perform an initial, weaving, rather than repulsion, within an extremely small range. Of course, the tremendous progress Qingyu had made during this millennium of secluded cultivation was inseparable from the guidance of his teacher, the Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Although the Sky Eclipse Palace Master did not primarily cultivate the path of an illusionist, as a top universe overlord, he was only one step away from fully comprehending the space-time law. Moreover, he had created an ultimate technique whose power was enough to rival some ordinary universe lords. His understanding and application of the space-time law had already reached a transcendent realm, far exceeding Qingyu's imagination. The Sky Eclipse Palace Master did not directly explain the specific content of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon to him, but rather from a higher dimension and a more essential perspective. He explained to him the characteristics, connections, and that subtle relationship of repulsion and coexistence between the two upper-tier laws of time and space. Often, with just a few words, he could point directly to the core, causing Qingyu to have a sudden realization, instantly clearing up many joints that were difficult to understand after months of independent contemplation. It was precisely because of the far-sighted guidance of this top universe overlord that Qingyu was able to avoid taking countless detours. As the first millennium arrived, the Qingyu Ning main body, in deep meditation, suddenly opened its eyes, and in its pupils, it seemed as if countless space-time threads were weaving and emerging, vanishing. Success. Phew. This is the first time I've spent so long comprehending a single secret technique. Qingyu let out a long breath, and his whole body felt much more relaxed. Fortunately, the first level of the Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon Profound Mastery Chapter had finally been mastered. It must be said that as the two major upper-tier laws, space and time, even comprehending either one of them to a profound realm was already incredibly difficult. Yet, wanting to deeply understand them while simultaneously combining them perfectly to comprehend that mysterious true meaning of space-time combination, the difficulty was simply heaven-defying. If not for the fact that after Qingyu broke through to World Lord, his talent multiplier had reached 32 times. He probably really wouldn't have been able to successfully cross this threshold, which countless undying would shy away from, within a mere 1,000 years, and initially master the core of this profound mastery chapter, the true meaning of space-time. Mastering the true meaning of space-time was like obtaining the key to unlock the treasure vault. It was the prerequisite for cultivating the God-slaying chapter and the heart-guarding chapter. Qingyu did not pause at all and immediately began to wholeheartedly cultivate the attack secret techniques and soul defense arts within it. There were several attack secret techniques in the God-slaying chapter, especially regarding soul attacks, which had a complete system. This included soul enslavement methods, single-target illusions, group illusions, and the most brutal soul annihilation. In comparison, there was only one pure Psyker Master attack secret technique, but it was the ultimate in concentration and explosion, pursuing the goal of pushing the power of the mental force weapon to the limit. At the same time, the cultivation of the heart-guarding chapter, soul defense secret technique was also put on the agenda. Whether for a martial artist, psyker master, or illusionist, soul defense was a necessary means. The cultivation of the heart-guarding chapter had relatively lower requirements for law comprehension, as long as the profound mastery chapter was mastered and law comprehension reached the marquee level, it could be cultivated. With Qingyu's incomparably powerful soul origin, cultivating it was twice as effective with half the effort, and he was confident that he could accomplish it in one go and directly master the third level. Once mastered, unless he encountered a siege by multiple champion-level peak soul masters, or a universe exalt personally took action. Otherwise, even if it were a natural soul master like a Zerg Queen Mother, a soul attack unleashed by a single champion-level peak would not be able to easily shake his soul foundation. After thoroughly comprehending the essence of the laws and initially combining space and time, cultivating these secret techniques was twice as effective with half the effort. For many exquisite applications, once the core principle was understood, mastering them was only a matter of time. In 300 years, he had skillfully mastered the many secret techniques corresponding to the first level of the God-slaying chapter, and he had also successfully cultivated the soul defense secret technique of the heart-guarding chapter to the third level in 100 years. By now, it had been over 1600 long years since he broke through to World Lord and spent time in primordial Chaos City. In the quiet room, Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body and the more precise control over the space-time law, and he knew it was time to leave. I'm really a bit reluctant to leave. Staying in primordial Chaos City to cultivate has been safe and easy. Primordial Chaos City was a holy land for cultivation, a safe ivory tower. With his talent and the perfect gene of the Qingyu Ning main body, he could completely continue to stay here, comprehending the laws step by step, and perhaps he could reach a higher level of law comprehension faster. However, he could not. A true powerhouse was not cultivated in a greenhouse. How to unleash power to the extreme in the most cruel environment, how to face the great terror between life and death to stimulate potential, how to extract experience from the fight with countless alien powerhouses and find one's own path, all of this could not be obtained in primordial Chaos City. It was also impossible for him to walk along the path of the heavenly illusion heart canon or any predecessors forever. To truly surpass, one must integrate what one has learned in the tempering of blood and fire, and finally walk out an invincible path that belonged to oneself. His mind was made up. He first sent messages to his teacher, Marquis Tianyi, and Yumeng through the virtual universe network, informing them of his decision to head to the outside territory battlefield for life and death training. Marquis Tianyi almost instantly popped up a communication request, his tone incomparably anxious. Qingyu, what are you rushing for? The danger of the outside territory battlefield far exceeds your imagination. Now that the alien races are eyeing you like tigers, isn't this walking right into a trap? No, how about I apply to go with you? I'm at least a marquis level undying, I can always protect you a little. Hearing this, Qingyu was both moved and unable to laugh or cry. Regardless of what thoughts teacher Marquis Tianyi had, he was genuinely worried about his safety. After much persuasion, he finally managed to let teacher Marquis Tianyi extinguish the idea of going to the outside territory battlefield together, but he still gave him 1,000 instructions to be careful in everything. Next was Yumeng. Her reply came quickly, filled with worry, but more so with understanding and support. I know I can't persuade you, promise me, you must come back alive. I believe in you, you will definitely become the strongest one. As a fellow genius, although her talent was far inferior to Qingyu's, she could deeply understand his desire to become stronger. Finally, Qingyu solemnly sent a message to his teacher, the Sky Eclipse Palace Master. The Sky Eclipse Palace Master's reply was quick and very brief. The tone was as plain as ever, but it contained deep expectations and a trace of imperceptible concern. Go. Remember to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. The universe is vast, and talented people emerge in succession. The cunning and ruthlessness of alien races far exceed your imagination, especially the Zerg race. After that last assassination attempt, they will never give up any opportunity to kill you. Be cautious in all things, plan before you act. Your teacher will wait for the day you truly become a powerhouse. Looking at his teacher's words, a warm current and powerful motivation surged in Qingyu's heart. He took a deep breath, took one last look at this cultivation room that had accompanied him for 1500 years, and resolutely stood up. Chapter 98, Hunting. The distance was too close, the incident too sudden. The companion's sneak attack was perfect in his eyes. He only had time to barely tilt his body, hurriedly raising 4 tentacles to protect his front. Boom! 4 violent attacks landed solidly on his body. His body, covered in dense scales, was like being hit by a high-speed starship. Most of his body exploded instantly, flesh and scales splattering everywhere, and his life core was completely annihilated in the first instant. Until the moment before his consciousness sank into darkness, extreme shock, anger, and deep confusion remained in his eyes. Could it be that because I just scolded him, he wants to kill me? Quote! Quote. The last Mona race warrior witnessed everything that happened in a flash. In his eyes, the scene he saw was the first companion suddenly acting like he had gone mad, violently attacking and instantly slaughtering another companion. Bastard! You killed him! His eyes turned red instantly, boundless rage and killing intent drowning his reason. Infighting among the same race, especially in this dangerous outside territory battlefield, was an absolutely intolerable betrayal. He roared, his 4 tentacles dancing wildly, drawing on the world power around him, turning into countless sharp energy spears that rained down on his clansmen like a deluge. The first Mona race warrior, who had just used his full strength and was slightly relaxed because of the successful kill, was suddenly met with a crazy attack from another companion and was stunned. Are you crazy? The enemy has already been killed by me. I avenged him. He blocked in shock and anger, trying to explain. But in the eyes of the other clansmen, his defense was pale and weak, even like a provocation. The 2 attacks collided violently, and the energy shockwave instantly blew away the surrounding spaceship wreckage. The first Mona race warrior, caught off guard, quickly fell into a disadvantage under the furious and crazy attack of his clansmen. Several terrible wounds were torn into his body by energy spears, and dark green blood sprayed out. It is you who are crazy. The 2 Mona race warriors began to fight crazily. Soon, the first Mona race warrior failed to defend in time and was instantly pierced through the head by a highly condensed energy spear, his body stiffening suddenly. His life core was destroyed, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his life force was severed. In the blink of an eye, 3 lurking Mona race world lords were dead or injured. The only remaining Mona race world lord gasped, looking at the cold corpses of his companions and the flesh fragments floating around, his heart filled with grief, anger, and a trace of doubt. He suddenly came to his senses. How could he have become so impulsive? Even if he saw his clansmen fighting, he wouldn't have directly killed another clansman. However, his thinking ended there. Without any warning, an invisible yet vast, star-sea-like terrifying soul power descended, easily annihilating his soul as if crushing dust. Until death arrived, the 3 Mona race world lords did not know who the real enemy was or where they were. Using the heavenly illusion heart cannon against these peak world lords is simply overkill. Qingyu swept with his divine thought, putting away the few spoils of war and world rings left by the 3 Mona race world lords, his tone indifferent. The methods of an illusionist are unpredictable, killing invisibly. Against such opponents, he didn't even need to use his weapon. Continue forward, target, the intermediate battlefield of the star fragment belt. The spaceship entered the dark universe again. After more than 3 days of sailing, it finally arrived at its destination, that star fragment belt nearly 1 light-year wide. This was the true front line of the outside territory battlefield. Huge star fragments, twisted metal wreckage, frozen ice dust, various celestial ruins floated chaotically, forming an extremely complex combat environment. Lurking squads composed purely of world lords like the one encountered before were actually very rare. In the outside territory battlefield, whether it was a squad or a legion, there was usually an undying spiritual god as the core pillar, otherwise, survival capabilities would be greatly reduced. Qingyu piloted the spaceship, cruising unhurriedly through this star fragment belt, with detectors fully open, scanning everything within 1 billion kilometers. Before the enemy was found, an emergency distress signal transmitted through the virtual universe network triggered the spaceship's receiving system first. Master, received a strange email. The signal source is 130 million kilometers away from us. Rem reminded. Open it. Qingyu ordered. In fact, the real-time situation was already synchronized on his detector screen. 3 undying spiritual gods of the Qingyu race from the monster race camp were crazily besieging a human team. The human side was led by 2 ordinary immortal military lords, with a mixed legion composed of world lords, domain lords, and even universe rank warriors under their command. The battle was precarious at this moment. The 2 human undying were clearly without an immortal body, and under the siege of 3 opponents of the same rank. Their divine power was constantly consumed, retreating steadily, having already annihilated more than 20% of their divine bodies. The legion under them suffered heavy casualties, but no one fled, still struggling to organize combined secret methods, trying to share the pressure for their undying spiritual god lords. They knew very well that once the 2 undying lords were defeated, they would all be doomed. The 2 human undying clearly discovered the approach of Qingyu's spaceship through the virtual universe system, as if grabbing the last straw, and immediately sent a distress email. Friend, we know you are nearby. If you are undying, please help us. If not, please help forward the distress signal. We are deeply grateful. The 2 undying who sent the rescue letter did not relax, because rescue in the outside territory battlefield is not an obligation, let alone mandatory. They didn't know if others would be willing to come. Signal has been sent out, hope it's in time. One human undying's voice was hoarse, his divine power dimmed shield trembling violently again, splashing countless streams of light. The other gritted his teeth and supported, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. We can only pray that there is a powerful undying of the same race nearby and willing to take action. Ha ha ha. Praying, asking for help. The leading Qingyu race undying's offensive became more violent. Even if someone who is blind really comes, it's just one more corpse. 3 against 3, how long can you remnants hold on? Another Qingyu race laughed shrilly. Wait to die, humans. Once we annihilate another 30% of your divine bodies, you won't even be able to maintain consciousness. Obediently become our reward. Despite their arrogant words, the 3 alien undying secretly exchanged vigilant glances. They spoke with disdain, but their attacks were actually more tricky and vicious, attempting to end the battle before possible variables arrived. Qingyu, who had long received the distress email, did not choose to turn a blind eye. 3 undying were just what he wanted. Rem, turn and go take a look. Qingyu said indifferently. The gorgeous saucer-shaped spaceship instantly drew an arc, approaching the battlefield at an astonishing speed. Soon Qingyu's spaceship appeared on the battlefield. Seeing Qingyu's gorgeous F9 grade spaceship, the 2 struggling human undying were overjoyed at the same time. It's an undying. He's here. We are saved. The hope of survival from a desperate situation made them feel refreshed. The 3 Qingyu race undying felt their hearts sink at the same time. Damn it. At this time, they cursed inwardly, but their offensive increased instead of decreasing. Countless blood-colored thread-like energy beams suddenly tightened, attempting to strangle the human undying trapped in the center, while raising vigilance to the maximum. Those who have survived to this day in the outside territory battlefield are not truly stupid. They know that those who dare to respond to a distress call alone are definitely not weak. In the outside territory battlefield, it is almost impossible for someone to help out of pure racial friendship without regard for danger. However, the next moment, the spaceship cabin door slid open silently. A figure flew out slowly. Qingyu's appearance had changed, and his aura was also covered by the Wanxiang secret method and the Wanxiang bead, appearing as obscure and powerful as an abyss. Just at the moment Qingyu appeared in the void realm, marquee-level immortal. Split up and run. How could there be a marquee-level undying spiritual god here? The faces of the three Qingyu race undying turned pale instantly, and terrified roars sounded almost simultaneously. The massive pressure that far exceeded ordinary immortal military lords made their souls tremble. They didn't even care about attacking the two human undying who were almost on the verge of collapse, turning around without hesitation, erupting with full speed, and fleeing for their lives in three different directions. The one who reacted the fastest was even more ruthless and decisive, directly detonating the divine power of one arm. With the propulsion of that violent explosion, his speed suddenly surged, shooting away like a blood-colored streamer. The two human undying who survived the disaster were stunned in place, unable to react for a moment. They thought that what came was an ordinary undying, and if a 3-on-3 situation formed, they would be saved, or at least be able to retreat unscathed. If there is no absolute suppression between undying, it is very difficult to kill the other party. But they never expected that this reinforcement would just appear and scare the three fierce enemies into soul flying away and spirit scattering, not hesitating to self-mutilate to escape. Qingyu stood in the void realm, looking at the three figures fleeing wildly with indifferent eyes, without any intention of chasing them personally. With a slight movement of his mind, his incomparably powerful divine thought triggered the law of soul, and an invisible and intangible terrifying soul attack had already been unleashed. Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, Fallen God Chapter Soul Extinguishing Thorn. 3 invisible thorns, condensed to the extreme and containing terrifying soul annihilation power, seemed to ignore spatial distance, instantly crossing the void realm and accurately sinking into the divine bodies of the three Qingyu race undying. No matter how fast they ran, could they be faster than the speed of divine thought? The three Qingyu race undying who were fleeing wildly suddenly stiffened, the fear and madness in their eyes instantly solidified, becoming empty and dull. The surging divine power fluctuations dissipated suddenly like extinguished flames. The uncontrolled bodies, under the effect of inertia, slid forward for another 10,000 meters before completely stopping, turning into 3 undying corpses floating in the cold starry sky. This is the terror of soul attacks. There is no need to slowly annihilate the divine body. Even if facing a marquee-level immortal who has an immortal body, it is the same as these three Qingyu race undying, directly attacking the soul. Although Qingyu had currently only learned the first level of the attack secret method from the Heavenly Illusion Heart Cannon, he, the Azure Ghoul, possessed a perfect gene, equivalent to 10,000 times the world power. Whether it was physical attacks, telekinetic attacks, or soul attacks, they were all launched by mobilizing world power, because world power was the combination of telekinetic energy and force. Coupled with his law comprehension from the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge, as well as an explosive telekinetic amplitude of 3,200 times. Under such a disparity, let alone 3 ordinary immortal military lords, even a marquee-level immortal could not withstand Qingyu's soul attack. From the moment Qingyu appeared, to the 3 alien undying fleeing in terror, and finally to them instantly turning into corpses, the entire process took no more than a second or two. Those 2 human undying and their surviving legions all stared at this scene in shock, their brains almost ceasing to think. What had they just seen? A young figure appeared and stood in the void realm. 3 fierce Qingyu race undying fled for their lives immediately. And then, there was no then. The enemies, having only escaped a few tens of thousands of kilometers, were like beings who had pressed a pause button, instantly turning into space debris. Those world lords, domain lords, and universe-rank humans were the first to react, immediately beginning to cheer for their narrow escape. We are saved. What a powerful undying spiritual god. And he is one of our human race. The 2 human undying were stunned for several seconds before they suddenly came back to their senses, exchanging glances, and seeing unparalleled shock and horror in each other's eyes. A marquee-level undying spiritual god on the soul path. One of them said in a dry voice, filled with incredulous awe. Mukai Theo, thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. They immediately suppressed their injuries, hurriedly flying in front of Qingyu with the relief of having survived a disaster and immense respect, thanking him respectfully. May we ask for your honorable name, Senior? If there is ever anything you need from us juniors in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. Although the face Qingyu had transformed into looked very young, and his majestic eyes even held a certain clarity due to long periods of closed-door cultivation, they did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Qingyu's gaze swept over them and the surviving warriors behind them, whose eyes were filled with gratitude and the joy of survival, and he nodded slightly. You may call me you. Clean up the battlefield first, and leave this place as soon as possible. Mukai and Theo, the two human undying spiritual gods, did not dare to be negligent and immediately commanded the surviving warriors under their command. They gathered the 3 Qingyu race undying corpses floating in the starry sky, along with their personal weapons, world rings, and all other spoils of war, as quickly as possible. The 2 of them personally carried these spoils of war, flew before Qingyu, and respectfully presented them. Senior Yu, these are your spoils of war. In the outside territory battlefield, the rule is that whoever makes the kill gets the spoils. It was already a blessing that they had managed to save their lives, they would never dare to covet the spoils of this mysterious marquee-level powerhouse. Qingyu's gaze swept over them, and he nodded, waving his hand to collect everything into his world ring. The savings of 3 ordinary immortal military lords were nothing to him, but they should not be wasted. He did not leave immediately. This star fragment belt battlefield was vast, and blindly searching for opponents was too inefficient. Since these 2 were active here, perhaps they knew some valuable intelligence. In this area, are there any targets worth taking action against? Qingyu asked, his voice calm yet carrying an inherent majesty. For example, peak immortal military lords, or aliens at the entry-level marquee level. Mukai and Theo felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. This senior had indeed come for hunting, and his targets were those difficult, tough nuts to crack. They poured out all the information they knew. Mukai stepped forward and respectfully replied. Replying to Senior Yu, we too have been active in this star fragment belt for thousands of years. As far as we know, there are 3 powerhouses with marquee-level strength entrenched in this area, though based on our judgment, they should all be at the barely marquee-level tier. He detailed. 1 is a powerhouse from the monster race royal, golden ring red patterned snake race, named Marquis Qinglin. His divine body is massive, his physique is tough, and he is very troublesome. The other 2 are both from the automaton race camp, Theo added. 1 is a powerhouse from the energy life form, Yu race, titled Marquis Suyu. The other is a powerhouse from the ghost face race, titled Marquis Motong, who excels in soul attacks. Mukai reminded him again, if Senior wishes to hunt them, you must be careful of Marquis Suyu and Marquis Motong. It is said that these 2 alien marquee-level powerhouses have a very close relationship and often act together. If Senior engages one of them, the other is highly likely to arrive for support in a short time, at which point you will face the siege of 2 marquee-level powerhouses. Qingyu listened and raised his eyebrows slightly. He frowned, not because he was worried that the 2 marquee-level powerhouses might join forces to cause trouble, but because one of the targets, the Yu race, was an energy life form without a soul. However, it doesn't matter. Qingyu instantly had a plan in mind. I came here originally to hone the close combat and law application of my human clone and purple crystal cloud wing clone, whether they have a soul or not does not matter. It was not as if he only knew soul attacks. I understand. You may continue. I am leaving. Qingyu replied indifferently, said no more, and with a flash, returned to his spaceship. The disc-shaped spaceship instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the star fragment belt. Leaving Mukai, Theo, and the others behind, gazing at the direction the spaceship disappeared in, their hearts still surging with emotion. Marquee level, killing 3 military lords with a wave of his hand, this is what a true powerhouse is. Theo sighed, his eyes filled with yearning. Mukai took a deep breath and said with a bitter face, let us leave here as soon as possible too. It is already a blessing that we survived this time, but we have lost 20% of our divine bodies. I don't know how many years it will take to recover. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Qingyu piloted the spaceship through that vast star fragment belt, carefully searching based on the vague coordinate areas provided by Mukai and Theo, but he never managed to capture the exact traces of those 3 marquee-level undying. However, although he did not encounter any marquee-level powerhouses, he did encounter 3 waves of alien undying spiritual gods, whose strength was roughly at the level of high-level military lords. For these opponents, Qingyu did not let the Qingyu Ning main body take action, but instead regarded them as excellent targets to hone his clones. In the first battle, the opponent was a high-level military lord of the Sting Scorpion race from the monster race camp. The purple crystal cloud wing clone instantly replaced the human clone and appeared outside the spaceship. Screech. Faintly, there seemed to be a clear cry. The pair of gorgeous purple crystal wings on the back of the purple crystal cloud wing clone suddenly unfurled, and with a slight flap, his figure instantly turned into a purple streak of light that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. The Sting Scorpion race military lord only felt a blur before its eyes, and an incomparably fierce purple blade light, containing spatial cutting power, had already swept across its body. It was terrified, frantically mobilizing its divine power to try to repair and resist, but the speed of the purple crystal cloud wing clone was too fast. One must know that after the purple crystal cloud wing clone broke through to the World Lord rank, when using the innate secret method, Instant Shadow, even a peak champion in terms of instantaneous explosive speed was far inferior. And the purple crystal cloud wings, which were naturally adept at speed, could not be touched by ordinary undying spiritual gods even without using the innate secret method. Moreover, with the 9 luminaries star wings, the attack power of the purple crystal cloud wings was also off the charts. Ordinary immortal military lords could generally withstand 10 attacks that caused their divine body to explode, but the Sting Scorpion race military lord was killed after only 2 attacks from the purple crystal cloud wings. The entire process was clean and neat, although not as eerie and swift as the Qingyu Ning main body's soul annihilation. It demonstrated extremely high efficiency and powerful frontal attack capability. In the second battle, the opponents were 2 high-level military lords of the Iron Shuttle race, from the Automaton race camp, who cooperated tacitly and combined offense and defense. It was still the purple crystal cloud wing clone that fought. Facing 2 undying, the purple crystal cloud wings remained composed, and the purple streak of light shuttled freely through the battlefield. The divine bodies of the 2 Iron Shuttle race military lords were completely shattered one by one. In the third battle, the opponent was a high-level military lord of the Rotten Swamp race, from the insect race camp. This time, Qingyu let the human clone take action. The human clone held the Tribulation divine weapon, with 9 silver phantom images flowing, directly using its final form, the time-space shuttle. The 9 silver shuttles were like instant teleportation, directly appearing in front of the Rotten Swamp race undying, instantly tearing its divine body apart, which terrified it. However, this time, the human clone's battle was not as clean, although after breaking through to World Lord, the main body had fused with a few more Blood River crystals and the life gene level had reached 40 times. But there was still a gap compared to a high-level military lord, and the Rotten Swamp race itself had extremely high endurance. Even with law comprehension to make up for it, Qingyu had to shatter the Rotten Swamp race undying 20 times before he finally killed it. Inside the spaceship's control room, Qingyu's consciousness integrated the sensations of his 3 bodies, silently reviewing the previous several battles. Currently, the human clone is the weakest. The purple crystal cloud wing clone has astonishing speed, is innately invincible, and possesses both offense and defense. And the Qingyu Ning main body, with the soul path combined with the perfect gene level, has the strongest strength and is my absolute core. This conclusion made him fall into deeper contemplation. This was not just an assessment of his current combat power, but also concerned his future choice of cultivation path. Should he expend great energy to make up for the shortcomings of the human clone, or should he concentrate his energy to further expand the advantages of the Qingyu Ning main body and the purple crystal cloud wing clone? As the initial foundation, he naturally had the deepest feelings for the human clone, but he had to admit that after possessing 2 great special lifeform clones, the human clone appeared exceptionally mediocre. It had no massive divine body, no terrifying strength foundation, no innate secret method, and certainly no astonishing speed. Compared to the Qingyu Ning and the purple crystal cloud wings, it was almost becoming a pure accessory. Unless, I can also obtain a heaven-defying secret method similar to the 9 Tribulations secret tome. But this was obviously impossible, and Qingyu was just thinking about it. Chapter 99, Marquis Wushang. Otherwise, if I possess a Nether Sea clone in the future, I can research the mysteries of life gene levels. Without it, the foundation of my human clone will forever be an irreparable weakness. Qingyu calmly analyzed. Even if I expend countless efforts to create a pinnacle secret art tailored for my human clone, the ultimate combat power ceiling it can reach will probably struggle to match the height of Azure Ghoul's true form. What's more, currently there are no powerful weapons particularly suitable for the human clone to leverage its space-time law advantages. Tribulation Divine Weapon, after all, has its limits. Once his thoughts were clear, the previous slight entanglement vanished into thin air. My human clone will focus on comprehending laws and cultivating the heavenly illusion heart canon. Qingyu made his decision. The World Lord stage is the golden period for the fastest comprehension of laws, and it cannot be wasted. My law comprehension has been stagnant for a long time. The human clone doesn't need to be distracted by combat, he can fully devote himself to comprehending the space-time law. This is also the most fundamental improvement to my overall strength. As for combat and tempering, Qingyu's gaze sharpened. Leave it to Azure Ghoul and Amethyst Cloud Wings. With a clear plan, Qingyu's actions on the outside territory battlefield became extremely purposeful. Azure Ghoul's true form focused on honing his illusion and psychic weapon usage in actual combat, while the Amethyst Cloud Wings clone continuously refined the attack secret arts of those magnificent crystal wings. Creating a secret art is not an overnight task, it requires endless battles to temper inspiration. Qingyu actively broke into areas with more foreign races, sometimes even facing the siege of 10 undying spiritual gods at once. He deliberately alternated between Qingyu's soul techniques and psychic techniques, and when using soul techniques, he did not directly employ methods like soul annihilation, which kill an enemy in one blow. Because soul annihilation has no particular skill involved, it relies solely on basic overwhelming power, whereas illusion manipulation greatly tests Qingyu's understanding of secret arts. Direct soul annihilation either works or it doesn't provide much tempering effect. Conversely, manipulating illusion attacks would enhance Qingyu's deeper understanding of the soul path. In the future, even when facing powerful enemies that cannot be killed in one blow, he could still use illusion techniques to continuously weaken them, and then proceed with soul-level annihilation. As for psychic power, he controlled the 9-aperture delusional heart mirror as a psychic weapon to fight enemies, advancing both paths simultaneously. The 9-aperture delusional heart mirror, a weapon about 5 meters long, resembled a scepter. It was entirely composed of countless small purple crystals engraved with profound secret patterns, shimmering with flowing light. At the head of the scepter, 9 mirrors of different colors were arranged in a circle, their secret patterns even more complex. If Qingyu's soul attacks were unleashed through these 9 mirrors, their power could surge by several tenths. However, to this day, he had not encountered an opponent that required him to use a weapon to amplify his soul attacks. Half a year quietly passed. Qingyu had stirred up a storm of blood and gore in this shattered Star Belt battlefield, and the number of foreign race undying killed by him was already countless. Because every enemy he encountered, until their death, never clearly saw where the attack came from, it was formless, shapeless, and unpredictable, the title, Marquis Wushang, quickly spread among the lower-level undying of the insect race, automaton race, and monster race, striking fear into their hearts. On this day, Qingyu's spaceship locked onto a monster race army squad. The squad was led by 3 undying spiritual gods, with over 200 world lords, 1,000 domain lords, and over 10,000 universe rank warriors under them, constituting a formidable force. The spaceship was concealed in the void, Qingyu's gaze was indifferent, and his powerful psychic energy instantly stirred. Heavenly Illusion Heart Canon, Illusion Realm, Sinking. A vast, invisible, and intangible soul power, like an unseen tide, instantly enveloped the entire monster race army. In an instant, the scene became extremely bizarre and bloody. Within the army, a sudden outburst of frenzied mutual attacks erupted without warning. Two of the monster race Undying Army commanders' eyes instantly turned crimson, and they roared, aiming their weapons at their companions. The world lords, domain lords, and universe rank warriors under them began to slaughter each other like madmen, with energy beams, weapon clashes, and dying screams resounding in a cacophony. However, amidst this chaos, the remaining monster race expert, who had reached the peak of an Undying Army commander, suddenly had a flicker of struggle and horror in his eyes, and he actually broke free from that vast illusionary power. The reason he could break free from Qingyu's illusion was not because he possessed a soul treasure, nor was it because his will was truly strong enough to ignore Qingyu's illusion. Although his realm was only that of an ordinary Undying, he hailed from a royal family and was qualified to cultivate high-level soul defense secret arts. Another reason was that Qingyu had unleashed a large-scale group illusion this time. The difficulty of soul attacks varies. Among them, soul enslavement is the most difficult, followed by soul annihilation. Those who can perform soul enslavement can generally perform soul annihilation, but those who can perform soul annihilation may not necessarily be able to perform subtle soul enslavement. The difficulty of group illusions can also be high or low, its power affected by the strength and number of affected enemies. Qingyu simultaneously targeted tens of thousands of enemies this time, including 3 Undying, making the difficulty 100 or even 1,000 times higher than performing soul annihilation on a single enemy. The power was naturally greatly dispersed. It was precisely for this reason that this monster race royal family's Undying Army commander at the peak, who was still quite capable, managed to break free by chance. He looked at his army compatriots, who were in a frenzy and slaughtering each other, and was scared out of his wits, instantly realizing who the attacker was. Human, Marquis Wushang. He shrieked in terror, his voice distorted by fear. He knew full well that he could never be a match for that evil star. Escape. In front of a Marquis-level expert renowned for illusions, he couldn't even find a direction to flee. Extreme fear instead ignited his ferocity, and he shouted in terror at the vast, empty starry sky around him. "You can't kill me, Marquis Wushang." Qingyu, concealed in the spaceship, raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't immediately kill him, but instead found it amusing. "Oh." A calm voice seemed to come from all directions, directly entering his mind. The monster race army commander at the peak grasped at it like a drowning man, frantically shouting. "My elder brother is Marquis Jinwen. He is also a Marquis-level expert. If you kill me, my elder brother will never let you go. Let me go, and I can give you all my treasures. My life for treasures." Marquis Jinwen. Qingyu's voice carried a hint of playfulness. This was one of the targets he had been searching for a long time. "Ha ha. Good, I'll give you 1 second to notify your elder brother. Tell him, it was I, Marquis Wushang, who killed you." The monster race army commander at the peak was stunned, then his eyes flashed with wild joy and a hint of venom. He immediately sent his last desperate message to his elder brother, Marquis Jinwen. "Brother, save me, it's the human Marquis Wushang. He's..." Before his message was fully sent, he discovered with horror that everything around him instantly changed. It wasn't visual darkness, but a complete sinking at the consciousness level. He felt his perception being stripped from his body and plunged into a void of absolute nothingness, coldness, and deathly silence. This darkness was like a viscous, living monster, enveloping him from all directions, devouring and assimilating all his consciousness, thoughts, and memories. He struggled desperately, but couldn't make any sound, couldn't mobilize an ounce of divine power. Even self-detonation became a luxury, he couldn't find the enemy at all, and gradually couldn't even sense his own divine power, almost losing himself. "Ah, brother, avenge me." Human Marquis Wushang, this was his last silent roar before his consciousness was completely annihilated. At the same time, deep within a hidden cave somewhere in the shattered star belt, a giant serpent over 10 kilometers long, covered in dark red scales with dazzling golden ring patterns, Marquis Jinwen, suddenly opened his cold vertical pupils. He had received the last message from his younger brother, Wu Han, filled with terror and despair. Wu Han. He immediately tried to contact him, but no matter how he sent messages, there was no response. He had already guessed the fate of his younger brother, Wu Han. Icy killing intent instantly swept through the entire cave, and the rocks silently turned to dust. Human. Keys. Wu. Shang. Marquis Jinwen let out a low, enraged roar. His massive serpentine body twisted with anger, the golden rings shone brightly, and the terrifying aura made the surrounding space tremble. The death of his younger brother plunged him into a furious rage for revenge. The next moment, his huge figure shot out of the cave, transforming into a golden red streak of light, and rushed into the starry sky. He was going to search, to kill. He was going to find that so-called human Marquis Wushang, tear him to shreds, and avenge his brother. He began to frantically search for traces of human teams. Soon, he locked onto a squad led by a human undying. It was precisely the Nether Shadow Squad that had tried to invite Qingyu to join at Barracks Base 022. The flames of revenge consumed his reason. Marquis Jinwen gave the opponents no time to react, and his Marquis-level terrifying strength crushed down. The other members of the Nether Shadow Squad, those few World Lord battle generals, didn't even have time to scream before they instantly turned to ashes in the chaotic energy of golden red interweaving. And the Undying Army commander, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, was also quickly killed. Only the leader Snack, an experienced Undying Army commander at the peak, unhesitatingly used a life-saving trump card at the critical moment. He barely managed to withstand Marquis Jinwen's attack, but he was still shaken, his divine body damaged, spitting blood as he flew backward, his eyes filled with horror. Marquis. A monster race Marquis. Snack's heart sank to the bottom. Marquis Jinwen's huge serpentine pupils coldly locked onto Snack, but he didn't immediately kill him. Instead, he interrogated him with murderous intent. Human. Tell me, where is Marquis Wushang? Tell me his location, and I can spare your life. Snack's heart trembled. Marquis Wushang. That mysterious human Marquis who had risen to fame in the past 6 months, striking fear into the hearts of foreign race Undying. How would he know? But he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Cough, cough, cough. I don't know. Even if I did, I couldn't possibly tell you." Snack curled up in the void, each breath pulling at a tearing pain. He was not unafraid of death, nor was he particularly iron-blooded and strong. Rather, under the surveillance of the virtual universe system, revealing information about one's own strong individuals to other races was tantamount to betraying his race. Seeking death. Golden-striped Marquis roared, his massive snake tail, carrying the power to shatter stars, viciously lashed out at Snack again. Snack could only forcibly endure using his trump cards, his divine body continuously depleting. The peak of an Undying military lord and an initial tier feudal lord seemed a step away, but in reality, that step was impossibly far. Golden-striped Marquis's every attack would shatter his body. He didn't possess an undying body, so even if he reformed his divine body, he would lose 10% of his soul. He had already lost over 30% of his soul, and his situation was precarious. Fortunately, he immediately sent out a distress signal to all human allies in the vicinity via the virtual universe network. "I hope someone comes to save me." He barely opened his eyes, looking at the golden-striped Marquis's enormous snake body not far away. Reflected in his pupils was not fear, but a thick, unyielding layer of resentment. He remembered his squad members, who had been laughing and joking with him just half an hour ago. It's all because of him, it's all because of that anamorphic Marquis. Snack roared madly in his heart, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the seeping blood. If he hadn't enraged golden-striped Marquis, why would golden-striped Marquis take out his anger on a human squad? My Nether Shadow Squad, my squad members, wouldn't have died at all. Now I'm going to die too. On the other side, Qingyu, who had just finished a battle, happened to be piloting his spaceship through this area and immediately received the distress signal. Snack. Qingyu remembered the squad leader he had met once at the barracks base. Golden-striped Marquis. What a coincidence. Let's go take a look. On the battlefield, Snack was at his limit, despair almost showing in his eyes. Just then, a familiar, magnificent F9 class spaceship abruptly appeared in the starry sky not far away. Snack was startled at first, then recognized the spaceship. It was the new Undying who had rejected his invitation and left alone half a year ago. Why is it him? Snack's teeth ground together, the resentment in his heart almost overflowing. The hope that had just risen instantly shattered, replaced by an even deeper despair. He comes neither early nor late, only after all my squad members are dead. And what is a newcomer like him doing here? Seeking death. Golden-striped Marquis also noticed this uninvited guest, his cold snake eyes sweeping over. Another human bug coming to die. Perfect, one more. Maybe he knows the whereabouts of that anamorphic Marquis. However, the next moment, the spaceship's hatch opened. A figure slowly walked out, a young man with a calm expression, even a hint of laziness. What stunned Golden-striped Marquis and Snack was that after the young man walked out of the spaceship, he didn't even look at the intense battle, his gaze falling directly on the enormous golden-ringed red-patterned snake. You are Golden-striped Marquis. Golden-striped Marquis's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, his massive snake body paused slightly. He sensed the power of the human before him. Human, who are you? Golden-striped Marquis's voice was like grinding rocks, carrying killing intent that could freeze the starry sky. Do you know who you're talking to? The monster race did not have a virtual universe like the humans, their communication capabilities were very poor, making it difficult to even transmit basic image data. So Golden-striped Marquis had no idea that the anamorphic Marquis he was looking for was standing right in front of him. His words were cut short by Qingyu's light interruption. Your younger brother, Wu Han, I killed him. Boom. These words struck Golden-striped Marquis like a thunderbolt. The golden rings around his body instantly erupted with dazzling red light. Golden-striped Marquis's killing intent almost solidifying. You are anamorphic Marquis. Snack, listening from afar, his pupils shrank abruptly, almost spitting out another mouthful of blood. Anamorphic Marquis. That mysterious feudal lord whose attacks were formless and invisible, who struck fear into the hearts of Undying of other races. How could it be this newcomer, whom he had invited to join his team at the barracks base half a year ago? Snack instantly accepted the fact that the newcomer had suddenly become a feudal lord. But then his heart tightened instantly, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Since you are a feudal lord of the soul path, why dare to expose yourself like this in front of a monster race feudal lord? The illusionist's methods were strange, but their shortcomings were also very obvious. They were not good at close combat, and Golden-striped Marquis happened to be a monster race feudal lord, extremely skilled in close combat. Golden-striped Marquis is right in front of me. As long as he charges over and tears him apart, what use are even the most powerful illusions? If he loses, I'm dead too. Snack's heart pounded wildly. Qingyu didn't answer Golden-striped Marquis's question, instead tilting his head slightly. Show me your full strength, and let me have my fill. You killed my brother, I won't kill you easily. I will torment you, I want you to regret killing Wu Han. Golden-striped Marquis's roar vibrated through the starry sky, his cold killing intent almost solidifying. His huge snake mouth opened, and an extremely condensed golden-red beam of light suddenly shot out. That beam of light contained the terrifying power to incinerate stars. Wherever it passed, space twisted and shattered, emitting a piercing whistle, heading straight for Qingyu's face. The beam, with a roar that shattered time and space, shot straight for Qingyu's face. Snack's heart stopped. This was Golden-striped Marquis's famous killing move, Golden Snake Burning Heaven. When Golden-striped Marquis dealt with him just now, he hadn't used this move at all, clearly indicating that Snack didn't even have the qualification to make Golden-striped Marquis take him seriously. Facing this incomparably violent strike, Qingyu did not, as they had expected, unleash a strange illusion. He merely calmly raised his hand. The magnificent purple scepter in his hand instantly disintegrated, transforming into 999 purple crystals engraved with secret patterns, which rotated and combined rapidly in front of him as if alive. Who? A clear, ancient-sounding cry echoed through the void. Those purple crystals instantly condensed into an enormous, extraordinarily majestic phantom of a purple bird beast. Its wingspan covered the sky, and its sharp claws shimmered with a cold light that could tear space apart. This was precisely a nascent secret technique that Qingyu had been continuously pondering and attempting to integrate his understanding of the true meaning of time and space into his psychic weapon over the past 6 months. Although it wasn't even at the level of an ordinary secret technique, being merely a preliminary framework and idea, its core contained an extremely high comprehension of laws. "Go," Qingyu said softly. The purple bird beast phantom let out a high-pitched cry. Its massive sharp claws tore through space, following a profound trajectory, and met the destructive, golden snake burning heaven beam head-on, without evasion. Boom! Two terrifying energies violently collided. Dazzling light erupted instantly, and energy shockwaves spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami, clearing out a large section of the surrounding shattered star debris once again. Snack subconsciously closed his eyes and defended with all his might, his heart turning cold. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This anamorphic marquis is truly overconfident, daring to use a psychic secret technique to directly confront a feudal lord's renowned ultimate skill. However, the anticipated scene of the purple bird beast being instantly shattered did not occur. That seemingly crude, newly created secret technique, driven by Qingyu's terrifying base strength of 10,000 times world lord power, erupted with astonishing might. Strange spatial temporal ripples flowed over the purple claws, actually tearing open the core of the golden red beam, continuously disintegrating and annihilating its energy structure. The stalemate lasted only an instant. The next moment, under the incredulous gazes of Snack and golden-striped marquis, the infamous, golden snake burning heaven beam was completely shattered by the purple bird beast's claws, turning into scattered golden red light particles filling the sky. And although the purple bird beast phantom had dimmed considerably, it still charged towards golden-striped Marquise's main body with an indomitable momentum. What? Golden-striped Marquise's huge snake eyes were filled with shock. He was forced to twist his body, swinging his tail, covered in hard scales, to viciously strike the remaining bird beast phantom. Bang! The phantom was finally dispersed, but golden-striped Marquise's tail also bore several clear scorch marks and tiny cracks. Although instantly repaired by divine power, it made him feel a real, tangible pain. Impossible. Golden-striped Marquis was both shocked and enraged. You are not anamorphic Marquis. Anamorphic Marquis is best at soul attacks. Who exactly are you? Snack, nearby, was also stunned, his mind a chaotic mess. This Undying, whom he had considered a newcomer, half a year ago, not only directly withstood a feudal lord's ultimate attack but even subtly gained the upper hand. Immediately, Snack's heart was instantly filled with immense ecstasy and hope. He was saved. Regardless of whether he was anamorphic Marquis, as long as he could repel or even kill golden-striped Marquis, it would be a great blessing. Want to see my soul? Attack. Qingyu's lips curved into a faint, indifferent arc. It depends on whether you have the strength to force me to use it. The 999 crystals, like living purple stars, danced around him, then once again condensed into a purple bird beast, which either pounced, bit, or triggered spatial temporal rifts, launching a continuous barrage of attacks at golden-striped Marquis. Arrogant. Golden-striped Marquis roared in fury, his dignity as a feudal lord completely challenged. The golden rings around his body glowed brightly, and majestic divine power surged forth. His snake body swayed, shattering the void as he battled the giant bird beast. Boom, boom, boom. With each collision, golden-striped Marquise's massive divine body would tremble violently, scales bursting, divine body scattering. The splashing flesh and blood, and shattered scales did not disappear. Instead, under the pull of an invisible force, they instantly flew back and recondensed at golden-striped Marquise's wounds. A golden light flashed, and the injuries instantly recovered as before, even the scales regrowing, as if he had never been attacked. Useless. Golden-striped Marquis let out a hoarse sneer, a hint of smugness flashing in his snake eyes. I have an undying body. Your attack level is too weak, you can't destroy my divine body at all. Even if you tear me to shreds, I can instantly recover. What can you do to me? Chapter 100, God Envoy Inheritance Crystal. Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as he continued to control the purple crystals formed by the 9-aperture false heart mirror, sweeping toward Marquis Jinwen like a storm. Every collision erupted with earth-shattering roars. Marquis Jinwen's massive snake body was torn apart and crushed time and again, with scales and divine power splattering everywhere, a terrifying sight. However, the undying body was truly profound and extraordinary. No matter how horrific the injuries appeared, all the scattered fragments of divine power would instantly flow back, recovering to their original state in the blink of an eye, as if they had never been attacked. Yet his counterattacks were easily blocked or dodged by Qingyu, who didn't even let a corner of his clothes be touched. The hope that had just risen in Snack, watching from afar, was once again cast in shadow. He could see that while this, Marquis Formless, might be strong on the soul path, his mental power techniques could only barely suppress Marquis Jinwen. He lacked a powerful secret method capable of annihilating the divine body of a Marquis-level immortal in one blow, thus falling into the mire of a war of attrition. Marquis Jinwen's heart also calmed down from his initial shock, and he even began to scheme inwardly. HMPH. This Marquis Formless has strength and deep insights into the law, but lacks a powerful secret method to match them. How laughable. He cannot kill me, and I cannot do anything to him. If I continue to entangle with him and attract other human race champions, I will surely die. It is better to retreat first, find help, and then avenge Wuhan. With this thought, the urge to retreat arose once more. He withstood one of Qingyu's bombardments, used the force to fly backward rapidly, and prepared to tear through space to leave, while roaring fiercely and internally terrified. Marquis Formless, I will remember today's humiliation. I will return it 100-fold in the future. Qingyu's cold voice rang out like a final judgment, instantly piercing through all physical distance and resounding deep within the core of his soul. Did I say you could leave? Marquis Jinwen, who was preparing to flee, suddenly stiffened. His huge snake eyes instantly lost all luster, becoming empty and void. An indescribable sense of great terror and great annihilation instantly swallowed his entire consciousness. He felt as if his soul had been forcibly stripped from his divine body and thrown into an absolutely void, dark abyss where even time did not exist. He lost all perception of his massive divine body, his consciousness lost control over it, and even his self was rapidly dissipating. Qingyu's voice, like a curse, echoed in the depths of his soul, which was on the verge of annihilation. Your undying body can withstand my physical attacks, but your soul cannot withstand my illusions. Either continue fighting me and be my whetstone, or I will completely annihilate your soul right now. Subsequently, that terrifying soul pressure relaxed just a fraction, allowing Marquis Jinwen to barely recover a shred of thinking ability, as boundless fear poured over his entire body like ice water. All previous doubts vanished into thin air, and he was finally 100% certain that the person before him was indeed that bizarre Marquis Formless. In front of this opponent, an undying body was meaningless. I'll fight. I'll keep fighting. Marquis Jinwen roared in terror, his soul trembling. Controlling his divine body, which had just regained perception, he no longer had any battle intent or dignity, only extreme fear of death, forced to continue this desperate battle with no hope of victory. Waste not, want not. Qingyu was using this ready-made, indestructible, punching bag, to hone his nascent mental power secret method. Marquis Jinwen's heart was filled with endless fear and despair. Too terrifying. The soul defense. Secret method I cultivated is like a decoration in front of him, his attainments in the soul path are terrifying to this degree. I'm afraid he could soul enslave me in a single thought. Even among champion-level undying spiritual gods, how many would dare say they could absolutely resist his soul attacks? It's over, he's just using me for practice. When he feels it's enough, that will be the moment I lose my life. Extreme fear instead gave birth to an extreme desire to survive. While desperately cooperating with Qingyu's attacks and acting as a diligent sparring partner, he was frantically thinking about how to survive. Self-destruct. No, I am only a low-level marquis, the race would never spend a huge price to resurrect me. This thought was extinguished by himself as soon as it emerged. I must call for help. Marquis Jinwen's thoughts ran frantically at an unprecedented speed, searching his sea of memories for all existences who could possibly save him. It must be a champion. A high-level champion or even a peak champion. Only then is it possible to save me from the hands of this Marquis Formless. Blood Lu King. Yes, I know Blood Lu King. A high-level champion. He is currently adventuring in the Forbidden Stream region, only 570,000 light-years away. At a champion's speed, he can use Divine Kingdom teleportation to get here. But how can I move him? Marquis Jin Wen's desire to survive was off the charts. He frantically thought about what bargaining chips he had to persuade a high-level champion, especially to save someone from the hands of a terrifying soul path expert. Suddenly, he thought of a treasure hidden at the bottom of his chest, something he had accidentally obtained more than an era ago, before he had come to the outside territory battlefield. It was an incomparably precious treasure. He had intended to keep it for his own use, but now, as long as I can survive. What does it matter if I give it to him? Marquis Jin Wen made his decision. In an instant. Meanwhile, Qingyu was completely immersed in the practice and deduction of his secret method. The reason his secret method had remained at an entry-level stage for half a year was not because he couldn't create a more profound secret method. On the contrary, it was because he was too greedy. If he had only chosen either the time law or the space law as a foundation, or even just combined the space-time law superficially, with his insights into the laws, creating a common, or even top-tier, secret method would not have been difficult at all. But from the very beginning, he had directly used the highest, space-time true meaning, as the foundation to create his first secret method, striving for perfection without any build-up or transition. The difficulty was imaginable. However, how terrifying was Qingyu's current comprehension ability. The bottleneck, which had been just one step away, finally fell into place under this high-intensity practical pressure and practice. The space-time true meaning is not only difficult to comprehend in itself, but even using it to create a secret method is this hard. But at least I have finally taken the first step. A flash of joy crossed Qingyu's eyes. This secret method he had created finally stepped from the entry level into the common stage. He looked at Marquis Jin Wen, who was still diligently cooperating, and said indifferently, "It seems you are no longer useful. Let me show you the prototype of my secret method." As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and the 999 purple crystals danced wildly again, instantly condensing in the air into that majestic purple bird beast. But it was completely different from before. As soon as this bird beast appeared, faint ripples undulated through the surrounding space-time. Its flight trajectory even left faint, frame-dropping like afterimages, which was a manifestation of it simultaneously affecting the surrounding space-time. The purple bird let out a high-pitched cry, its sharp claws tearing through the sky, and it dove straight at Marquis Jin Wen with a speed and trajectory that were mysterious and indescribable. Marquis Jin Wen was still calculating how to contact Blood Lu King in his heart. Seeing this, he didn't pay much attention, and even habitually prepared to cooperate by getting injured. HMPH. This Marquis Formless refuses to walk the proper soul path and insists on taking this mental power route. A trace of disdain even flashed in his heart. However, this time, it was completely different. The purple claws easily tore through his defensive divine power, as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Immediately after, a force he had never experienced before, containing a strange power of space-time annihilation, slammed into his divine body. Re-up. His massive snake body was easily torn open with a huge gap. And this time, most of the torn-apart divine body light spots instantly condensed together again, but a very small portion of them were directly annihilated. How is this possible? My divine body was annihilated by 1%. Marquis Jin Wen looked at Qingyu in horror, feeling the very real loss of his divine body, and let out an unbelievable scream. He immediately realized, this Marquis Formless's secret method had broken through. An ice-cold fear instantly drowned him. Not because his divine body was being annihilated, but because his greatest value of utility had disappeared. Marquis Formless no longer needed him as a punching bag. The scent of death was clearer than ever before. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. He could no longer care about anything else, his consciousness frantically connected to the monster race communicator, sending a desperate plea for help to Blood Lu King. Blood Lu King, save me. I am in the 7th battlefield, star fragment belt, coordinate XXX. I have. His plea for help had not yet been fully sent when it came to an abrupt halt. An invisible and intangible soul attack descended. Instantly, easily annihilating Marquis Jin Wen's terrified and desperate soul consciousness, as if crushing an insect. That massive, soulless snake body hung stiffly in the starry sky, with no trace of life left. The renowned monster race champion, Marquis Jin Wen, had fallen. Qingyu waved his hand, putting away the huge snake corpse and the world ring it had dropped, as if he had done an insignificant thing. His gaze did not even linger for a second, but instead, he remained immersed in the realization of his newly broken-through secret method. In the distance, Snack had witnessed the whole process and was already shocked beyond measure, standing stunned on the spot. Deep in the distant and extremely dangerous, Forbidden Stream region. A star domain filled with violent energy and huge space fragments. A towering figure was coiled there, over a dozen kilometers in length, his whole body covered in dark red bone armor. Within the gaps of the bone armor, molten lava seemed to flow, emitting a heart-palpitating, brutal aura. He was the very last hope that Marquis Jin Wen had thought of in his despair, a high-level champion, Blood Lu King. He was just preparing to continue his exploration deeper when an emergency message on his monster race communicator caught his attention. That guy Marquis Jin Wen. A trace of impatience flashed in Blood Lu King's scarlet eyes. A little fellow who was only a low-level marquis, normally, he didn't even have the qualifications to speak to him. If it weren't for the fact that they belonged to the same monster race faction and the other party had accidentally offered some interesting little knickknacks, he wouldn't have paid him any attention at all. He had intended to casually close this, harassing, message, but his gaze swept over the desperate tone and coordinates at the beginning of the content, causing his movements to pause slightly. And when his consciousness read the second half of the message, the description of a certain treasure, what? Blood Lu King's towering body shook violently. The molten lava energy flowing around his body instantly became restless, even causing the surrounding space to emit a faint wail. His scarlet pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing involuntarily became rapid. Inheritance crystal. And it's a God Envoy inheritance crystal that can be used in just over 2,000 years. His voice carried unbelievable shock and ecstasy. He knew all too well what a complete God Envoy inheritance crystal meant. Once he accepted the inheritance and obtained the matching powerful secret method, his strength would definitely rise, and as long as he cultivated it to major achievement, he would steadily step into the king limit level. However, it was just that Blood King was short-sighted. He only knew that the God Envoy inheritance crystal was precious and that cultivating the inheritance secret method within it to major achievement was comparable to the king limit level. He did not know that only World Lord ranks could accept the inheritance from a God Envoy inheritance crystal. Even if an Undying obtained it, it would be completely useless. Not knowing these things, Blood King, in front of this huge temptation, was like the hottest flame, instantly igniting all his greed. He immediately tried to contact Marquis Jin Wen. Jin Wen, is what you said true? What is the detailed situation on your end? However, after the message was sent, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no echo at all. Blood King's fiery mood quickly cooled down, and a trace of gloom and vigilance flashed in his scarlet eyes. No response. It seems that Kid Marquis Jin Wen is dead, 9 times out of 10. He muttered to himself, his massive consciousness operating at high speed. The plea for help he sent before he died, there should be no need to lie to me. But it's hard to say, the outside territory battlefield is treacherous and unpredictable. Some guys, even if they are dead, want to drag someone down with them, setting traps to wait for others to take the bait. But that is a God Envoy inheritance crystal, it's worth the risk. After the great joy came extreme caution, and he began to analyze rapidly. Star fragment belt, I remember there aren't any very strong guys in that area. Who on earth could, in such a short time, finish off a marquis with an undying body before he could even finish a sentence? If I immediately use Divine Kingdom teleportation to go there now, it hasn't been long since Marquis Jin Wen died, the murderer most likely hasn't gone far. Blood King's thoughts turned rapidly, weighing the pros and cons. But what if I can't take him down either? My Divine Kingdom coordinates might be exposed. But if I don't go? Blood King's gaze became hot and anxious again. Then I can only spend time and energy to investigate and search later. In the vast outside territory battlefield, how difficult is it to find a strong person who is deliberately hiding? The most important thing is, that inheritance crystal can be used in just over 2,000 years. How do I know if that guy who killed Marquis Qinwen will recognize the inheritance crystal, withdraw directly from the outside territory battlefield, and run back to his race's territory to go into closed-door cultivation? By then, even if Blood King turned the 7th battlefield upside down, he was destined to end up with nothing. Damn Marquis Qinwen. As Blood King thought about it, he couldn't help but curse, his tone full of annoyance and dissatisfaction. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you offer such a treasure to me? To think you dared to hide it privately, and now it has been obtained by an alien race. Damn, damn. Greed and killing intent intertwined in his scarlet eyes. He could almost not help but immediately activate Divine Kingdom teleportation, descend upon the star fragment belt, drag out the guy who killed Marquis Qinwen, tear him to pieces, and take away the inheritance crystal. The temptation of that God Envoy inheritance crystal was like a venomous snake, gnawing at Blood King's heart, making him restless. No. Blood King shook his head violently. I cannot be impulsive. I, Blood King, was able to struggle from an ordinary bloodline monster race to the position of a high-level champion today. It was not by brute force but precisely by this caution.